welcome the two batters, sponsored by Arthur David, number 10, resuming on 24 not out, Jack Taylor, and sponsored by Trotter, number 12, and resuming on 28 not out, Graham Van Buren. Please welcome Lewis McManus and the Northamptonshire team.
Well, good morning to you and welcome to the final day of the home season here at Bristol as Gloucestershire take on Northamptonshire in the County Championship. Division 2, Gloucestershire 158 for 5, and the first bit of news is that they are resuming their innings, so there's no overnight declaration as Gloucestershire trail by 48 runs on first innings, and we have 96 overs less the overs for changes of innings, so we probably don't have 96 overs realistically to try and achieve a result. The feeling I think that both Radders and I have got is that both sides actually quite fancy something here.
Absolutely, Ed. I mean, Darren Lehman is renowned as a coach that doesn't like draws, wants to try and get a positive result if at all possible. So I'd be surprised if he's not keen to try and manufacture something. It's just a question of how you go about doing it, and you need a full day's play, I think, is the first thing.
Well, we're going to start a minute early with Ben Sanderson bowling to Jack Taylor, and well, that'll help in terms of moving the scoreboard along, because that is easily the loosest ball that Ben Sanderson has bowled in his overs so far. Short, wide, and absolutely clattered away through extra cover for 4 off the back foot by Jack Taylor. So that will reduce the deficit to 44. Jack Taylor on 28, Van Buren also on 28. And in terms of two batters that Gloucestershire would hope could move this scoreboard along quickly, because if Gloucestershire are going to bat, then I think they're going to have to go about it pretty quickly. Then they've got 2 out in the middle who they'd really be very happy about doing that. Saman Akhtar due in next as well could come out and throw the bat. So
that was a serious loosener, wasn't it?
Crumbs. Yeah. There were, I think last night, talking to Mark Alleyne, there were 2 thoughts in his mind about how Gloucestershire would go about trying to set this game up. One thought would be declare overnight, just get bowling, try and bowl Northamptonshire out cheaply and chase it down. 2 slips in place, Sanderson in and bowls to Taylor inside edge, just threatened to strike that front pad, but a bit of bat and a single as well as it squirts off down to fine leg, so 163 for 5. And it seems as though the other option is what they've gone for, which is to try and bat back quickly, build some sort of a lead if they can, and then have a bowl at Northamptonshire, presumably, I don't know, even at some point later this morning, or certainly
if they get sort of 50 ahead, which would mean they need to score another 100 runs basically in quickish time.
Sanderson jogs up and bowls, and Van Buren turns this one into the onside out to short mid-wicket.
But as we were saying before we came on air, that the key to that is that these 2 need to keep batting. As you say, Van Buren and Jack Taylor will naturally score quickly. That's the way they play. And as you mentioned, Saman Akhtar too tends to put bat to ball to good effect. If Northamptonshire nip a couple out quickly, then again, it gets even more difficult to see how much, how possible it's going to be to get any sort of game.
Sanderson bowls to Van Buren, wide delivery, and that has been cut away for 4 more by Van Buren, so he gets his score for the day up and running pretty quickly as well. And 9 runs off the first 4 deliveries, as Van Buren got one almost, it has to be said, as loose as the one that Jack Taylor got. So
pretty much.
Sanderson suddenly has had his economy rate leap over 2 runs per over, 1 for 31 in his 15th.
The other interesting thing to say, Ed, is that it is actually slightly drizzling out there, only very slightly. But usually you would say, well, if there's any sort of precipitation in the air, you don't start. But there's just the odd spin spot
umpires did take a light meter reading as well. The floodlights are on under very murky skies as Van Buren is into line and just pushing this one back up the pitch to Sanderson. I wouldn't say the light is too bad at all. But it is not quite the clear picture that I thought, I must say, the forecast was suggesting it would be.
Yes, well, I must admit, when my hotel about 3 miles up the road, it was a bit of a shock to the system to wake up this morning and find it was actually still raining, as it was last night.
Sanderson bowls the last ball of the first over of the morning, and it's prodded away, but not quite into enough space between cover and point that Van Buren can come through for a single. He certainly got hold of the cut shot earlier on in the over, and there's nothing quite like watching Graham Van Buren wielding the bat to a ball that there's almost something slightly comical about it. You can almost see the eyes popping out of the helmet when he sees one that he can cut away, and then it is just absolute full commitment. Crash it away as hard as he can.
Well, that,
167 for 5.
I have to say that was as loose an over from Ben Sanderson as I can remember seeing for a long time. But anyhow, Justin Broad is going to be the bowl from the Ashley Down Road end. Worth mentioning that Luke Proctor, who confirmed last night to me that he'd just done a quad, is not out on the field again. So Lewis McManus is acting captain. Arush Bashaik is on substitute, as he was yesterday. So we're not going to see Luke Proctor bowling anytime soon. The question, I suppose, is whether he'll be fit for the final match of the season starting next Wednesday. For now, it is Broad running in towards us with 2 slips in place. He bowls to Jack Taylor, who clips it away down to deep square, deep backward square. James Sales just has a little glance at the floodlights because he doesn't want to be throwing it so that Lewis McManus has to take it out of the lights. So he just keeps the throw fairly low. One more to the total, 168 for 5. And Taylor goes to 30. These two have put on 61, coming together at 107 for 5 yesterday morning. Here's Broad in, bowls to Van Buren, who drives down to backward point, where Arush Bashaik, substitute, fields. He's obviously only brought 1 pair of flannels with him because he's absolutely covered in mud down his left-hand side. Zabe is at first slip. Harrison is at second as Broad is in and bowls, and Van Buren drives up to extra cover. And there's no run, fielded there by Adi Sharma, Northamptonshire's head coach Darren Lehman, and the acting bowling coach Glenn Chappell already putting in their first lap of the morning without coffee. Perhaps the pit stop will work again as it did yesterday when they got past the pavilion and were just handed their cups of coffee and carried on. It's planning the key to success, isn't it? Here's Broad in and bowls and whipped away by Van Buren out through mid-wicket. Certainly one. Imagine they'll come back for 2. Indeed they will, as Sales makes ground to field. 2 more to Van Buren. He goes to 34, 170 for 5. So Gloucestershire just 36 runs behind. As Ed was saying, 96 overs in the day, less deductions for change of innings. Here's Broad in and bowls, and Van Buren just getting to the leg side of the ball and running it down to backward point. Another tumbling stop by Arush Bashaik. But it's another run for Van Buren, 35 to him, 171 for 5. Positive start to the morning, 13 runs already added. We've only had, 11 balls.
In some ways, they don't have an enormous amount to lose, Gloucestershire. No. Whilst okay, they won't want to waste time, there won't be huge amounts of pressure on these two.
Broad in, bowls to Taylor, who's watchful in defence, plays it up to mid-on. Keogh fields. And that is the end of the over, 171 for 5. Taylor is 30, Van Buren is 35. Northamptonshire's Physioli Daggett is now on the field, bringing something for someone. Ben Sanderson pills by the look of it, so maybe he's feeling a little bit under the weather. Certainly that over was the over of a man who perhaps was feeling a bit under the weather. But hopefully the magic touch of Lee Daggett will do the trick for Ben Sanderson and for Northamptonshire. Lee Daggett trots off. He's still good for a few overs, you know, Dags. He's still,
I'm sure he is.
He's played
as a physio. I'm sure he's still in shape.
He's played a bit this year as well in league cricket.
Sanderson bowls. That's fairly... well, he did him there, did Sanderson. It was a fairly uncommitted shot from Van Buren.
Almost did it for lack of pace.
Yeah, again, the eyes sort of lit up, and then he played a very weedy looking drive at it, which ended up going to mid-wicket.
Weedy. Now that's an adjective you don't hear anything like often enough. That's a splendid description.
2 close slips, short mid-wicket. Nobody back on the deep third boundary, but 2 fielders back on the leg side boundary. But well, they needed a fielder back on the deep third boundary because Sanderson's bowled another short wide one, which Van Buren's just helped himself to. That time he just used what pace there was and lifted it a little finer. And down for 4 more runs, 175 for 5.
Waited and waited and waited on that one and just picked the gap to perfection. But Ben Sanderson really doesn't look himself this morning so far.
He sort of stared off in the direction of, I think, McManus after that one, almost as if he'd said to McManus, I don't really want to open the bowling here. And McManus had gone, well, you are.
Well, I was going to say, with no Proctor, probably looking at Ben Whitehouse as really the only other seamer.
Sanderson jogs up, bowls, it's short and wide again. Van Buren, well, he'll get 1 for it as there's a half miss. We'll say he'll get 1 for it. Could be a run out there. The throw misses at the non-striker's end. Not sure why that ended up being as tight as it ended up being. Whether Jack Taylor saw the single a bit quicker than Van Buren.
I think he was a little bit late setting off, and James Sales down there with the throw off balance and skidded, I think, on an old wicket end. But I did have a chat with Ben Whitehouse last night after his couple of wickets made him sort of Northamptonshire's man of the day yesterday, 25 overs.
Sanderson to Taylor, it's a better delivery, which is defended away into the covers. I still don't think that the ball is coming out of Sanderson's hand with the same zip as it was yesterday.
No, not at all.
Anything like that.
I mean, even the walk back on a surface like this with overhead conditions and a bit of dampness in the air, usually Ben Sanderson would be getting back to his mark full of intent.
It's really muggy this morning, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
One of those unpleasant mornings. You just end up sort of drenched if you're doing any exercise at all. Sanderson bowls a gentle away swinger, which Taylor can't really do more than check drive to short extra cover.
Well, if I ever do any exercise, I'll let you know. But Calvin Harrison, almost inevitably, is starting his warm-up routine at second slip. As we've seen in this match already, seems to start that particular exercise fairly early on, regardless of whether he's had the nod to bowl.
Sanderson, it's a fairly sort of droopy expression as he walks back to his mark, runs in and bowls, and that's turned away leg side. Taylor can't time it. There's no run to short mid-wicket. You sort of wonder how much longer Sanderson will continue to flog himself for, really. 5 runs off that over, 176 for 5, so the deficit 30. The other thing, speaking of interviews last night, I mentioned that Mark Lane had those 2 real thoughts in his mind as to how Gloucestershire were going to approach today. The other thing that he said, which was, as ever, very perceptive, and I'd not really thought of it in this way, was that whilst it was exciting cricket, what we did have yesterday, it was great from the point of view of actually getting something when we expected nothing, but it actually almost did the opposite of advancing the game.
Yes, it's a fair point. Here's Broad in bowls, and Van Buren smashes that down the ground. Has that gone all the way for 6? No, first bounce for 4. Well, there's a statement of intent if ever you needed one. Van Buren down the pitch and smashed it back over Justin Broad's head, over mid-on, only have been, I lost sight of the ball at the far end of the ground, but it could only have been one bounce.
Yeah,
for 4.
just inside.
I was going to say, it looked, the connection was superb. It almost went all the way, but it didn't. 180 for 5. Van Buren 44 off 54. And now Northamptonshire have got deep cover, deep point going back, about 10 yards in from the boundary. Ben Sanderson seems to be setting the field now. A slip and a gully. Now he's coming back in again.
I don't think we'd be playing without the floodlights at the moment as well, by
No.
the way. The shadows are becoming more pronounced from them.
Here's Broad in, bowled short, pulled it straight up in the air, should be caught and bowled, and is caught and bowled. So Van Buren, living by the sword and ultimately perishing by it, went for a pull, spliced it straight up in the air. Justin Broad called for it, although keeper was in close attendance, and Van Buren goes for 44. Caught and bowled by Justin Broad, and Gloucestershire 180 for 6.
He premeditated Van Buren. He stepped across his stumps to the offside, and I think maybe just wasn't in quite the position to try and hit that pull shot that he would normally have been. So whether Broad saw him hop across and thought, well, actually his stance is really quite open there, so he's going to have trouble actually swiveling on it and shutting his body off as you have to do, and as a consequence, so often when you're pulling and your front side, you just lose it, the ball just goes straight up in the air, and that's exactly what happened. So well bowled by Broad. Van Buren, though, again, he's clearly, whether he had the message of a couple of overs and then you just absolutely launch it, or whether he just decided to line up Justin Broad with that short leg side boundary, I don't know, but he took it on and he's perished. But we're going to get to see Zaman Akhtar have a swing, and he has done some minor damage in the car park this season, so I hope yours is
mine
yours, I'm sure, is absolutely fine. It's not yours.
It's not mine, but he's just in his arc, actually, where it's between the boundary fence and the ice cream van, my car. So, well, we'll see. Deep square has gone back to try and protect it, which is nice of him. Here's Broad in bowls, and Akhtar drives up to mid-on, Keogh Fields. And there is no run, so that's Justin Broad's second wicket of the innings in his 17th over, 2 for 62. I did like the way Broad called early for that, because it was up there such a long time.
McManus stumbled a bit as well, which I think McManus might have called for it if he hadn't stumbled, so it was good from Broad to keep his head. Broad
in, bowls to Akhtar, who drives pleasantly, finds the gap between cover and extra. Another tumbling stop by Arish Brashake, who gets more muddy by the moment. One more to Gloucestershire's total, 181 for 6. Akhtar is up and running with a single.
It's perhaps not the smoothest dive you've ever seen. It's a little bit like when they the Olympic diving and then they end up either under-rotating or over-rotating or something, and end up throwing a lot of splash up. He's throwing a lot of mud up, so the judges will mark him down for that.
3 twists with Pike. Here's Broad in, bowls and hits. Taylor on the pad, must have been going down the leg side, aiming, judging by the stroke that Jack Taylor was aiming to play. Not out, says umpire Treadwell. Northamptonshire Brains Trust down below us. Darren Lehman, the head coach. Clayton Chappell, acting bowling coach, and Lee Daggett, physio. Yes, Dags is still played a bit this year for Kislingbury Temperance in the Northamptonshire League, and I know he's also involved with running their youth teams, or one or two of them. Here's Broad in and pulled away by Jack Taylor, and it's gone over, well, where mid-wicket would have been. There is not a mid-wicket, and it's gone away for 4 more. So there is absolutely no doubt that the charge is on. Jack Taylor goes to 34 off 44 at the end of the over, 185 for 6. So just 21 runs behind. Gloucestershire now with Taylor on 34. Zaman Akhtar has made 1, and well, they're going to continue with Ben Sanderson, which I find slightly surprising. I suppose the only other seam option that Northamptonshire have is Ben Whitehouse, who I had a nice chat with last night, and amongst various sort of interesting things about his background, we talked about his club, Bracebridge Heath, and also talking about how he got into the game. courtesy of the 2005 Ashes series. We'll come back to that after this ball.
Sanderson to Actor. Oh, he's gone for an absolutely massive yahoo, and he's whacked it into his boot.
Just leant back a bit on that, didn't he? It was, I think he was aiming, golf parlance, he was just aiming to get under that one, wasn't he, with a little sort of 8-iron or something. But anyway, as you say, it's jammed it into his boot. Yeah, he was saying that I think he was 3 and his brother was 5, and they were just so excited by what was happening with Freddie Flintoff and co in 2005 that they went along to the local cricket club, and the rest, as they say.
Sanderson bowls, and another enormous swing from Actor, but the problem is that he sees the line of the ball, and he sees actually it's on the length that he can hit. The issue is that Sanderson, especially because he's not bowling at full pace, is actually getting more swing through the air for not doing so. So he ends up missing the ball by quite some distance. The only thing that could happen there, in terms of a connection, if he gets an edge on that, then it's flying over those 2 slips, or going straight up in the air if he gets a bit more bat on it. Sanderson bowls to Actor, who clears the front leg, plays the most hideous slog to wide mid-off, and going to get a single for it.
Say what you think, Ed.
Well, you've got to say what you see. He's cleared the front side. He's tried to wipe it over mid-wicket, and it's ended up going to wide mid-off.
Yeah, yes, I mean, you're absolutely right. It's interesting for Taylor, Northamptonshire have obviously dropped a man back at deep cover. They were, obviously, with Zaman Akhtar, quite happy for him to try and hit over the top. They got nobody outside the ring, as it were, apart from long leg.
It's great fun. Sanderson bowls, Taylor swings, hits it cleanly down towards long on, and for 6. Just over the boundary. And Taylor, again clearing the front leg, but then that smooth, easy swing. He knows that he's only got to clear that mid-on fielder, really, and as so often happens when you're not really, well, I say you, when a professional cricketer swings and is just thinking about clearing the infield, lo and behold, they get the clean connection and it goes the distance. So 2nd 6 for Jack Taylor. His other one was the one he hit off Calvin Harrison to the first ball of him that he faced. 192 for 6. The deficit, is 14, as pushing forward this time. Not quite on the length that he was after, so just defends it into the offside.
Morning to Nigel Robertson, who's messaged and said that he's managed to fight his way through the crowds to get a good seat today. So well done, Nigel. Get here early. Sharp elbows.
At least a few more people in today than there were yesterday, but yeah, unfortunately it's not the most enticing conditions.
Not really.
At the moment, and I suppose you never really quite know how long you're going to see on a day 4 as well.
Long on's gone back.
Dropping back for the last ball of the over. Taylor might just fancy the strike here. No, he doesn't. He gets actually he's going to get a single for it. He was looking for a booming drive, but actually it's not a terrible outcome that he gets a single through the covers and decides that bat's now no good. It didn't go for 4, so he wants a new one.
Signal to the dressing room for a replacement. That's the end of Ben Sanderson's over.
So 193 for 6, deficit 13. We will endeavour to keep you up to date with what is happening elsewhere, as of course we've got plenty of excitement around the country, not least in the game between Surrey and Nottinghamshire, which isn't the title decider, but it could well prove to be. Rory Burns LBW to Josh Tongue for 45, so Surrey 77 for 1, requiring a further 238 runs to win. That looks set to be a cracker,
doesn't it? Just here, talking of cracks, Jack Taylor has a replacement bat, a couple brought out from the bag, and he's chosen one that meets his specifications. Long on his back on the boundary as Broad comes in, bowls, and Taylor drives up to mid-off. Ben Sanderson, who's fairly deep, and so there's an easy single to be had. Takes Taylor to 41, Gloucestershire to 193 for 6, 13 runs behind, having lost the wicket this morning of Graham Van Buren, caught and bowled by Justin Broad for 44. Calvin Harrison continues to limber up now in the gully. Deep square leg is back for Zaman Akhtar as Broad bowls to him and hits him on the pad. Appeal for LBW again. It must have been going down. And Zamanakta obligingly picks up the ball, lobs it on to Nirvan Ramesh, coming in from mid-wicket. So Northamptonshire going at the moment with a slip gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, then a deep square just behind square, and a long leg. Ben Whitehouse down to our left. Floodlights really taking an effect now as Broad is in bowls and Akhtar slogs that up to mid-on. It wasn't a thing of great beauty, that stroke. It was not aesthetically pleasing. Nevertheless, it goes up to mid-on where Rob Keogh fields, and there is no run. 194 for 6.
He is actually trying to clear the apartments, isn't he?
Oh,
He's not just trying to clear the boundary. He's trying to clear
he's trying to land it in the Ashley Down Road.
Yeah.
Broad is in, bowls short, and follows Zamanakta, as I think he was contemplating the uppercut. There's no third man, so it's a fair enough option. But in the end, as I say, it just kept following him, and in the end, he couldn't get a bat on it.
It's usually at these sort of stages that somebody at the non-strikers end, when you're playing a club match, thinks that it's a good idea to say, watch the ball. What do you think I'm trying to do?
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. Now they're dropping mid-on back. So mid-on becomes long-on. Down in front of the flats and Broad. In bowls. Gives himself room. Gets a nick and he's caught behind. Went for a huge wahoo somewhere over in the general direction of the Legends Walkway, but he gets a little nick. Straightforward catch from McManus. Second wicket of the morning for Justin Broad. Akhtar goes for 2 and Gloucestershire 194 for 7.
Yeah, noticeable top edge, and one of those ones that really both batter and bowler just pretty much waggle the finger and celebrate and walk off. So yeah, I mean it's. I think you can honestly see it both ways, whichever way that Gloucestershire have chosen. I think this way, given the fact that we've seen it be quite difficult, and I think Gloucestershire are exhibiting that again with already a couple of top edges on the pull shots. This is not an easy surface to play your shots on, so I suppose what maybe they've thought is, if we're going to have to chase runs later on today, which they probably are, then it's probably better to have a shorter chase if that's possible than a longer one, and they'd certainly have a longer one if they declared overnight.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's true enough. I think the point is we've lost the best part of 2 days out of 3, and it is then very, very difficult to get a result, especially when it would be different even if it was a lovely day, but it's not. It's overcast, bit damp in the air. Matt Taylor is the new batter, drives his first ball out to extra cover, where Rob Keogh fields. End of another over, 194 for 7. Jack Taylor 42. Matt Taylor yet to get off the mark. Broad's figures 18 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 68, and we are going to see some spin. We've seen Calvin Harrison warming up more or less since play started nearly half an hour ago. Now he is indeed going to get a chance to bowl to Jack Taylor, which will be an interesting little contest. Field is already starting to scatter. Ben Whitehouse down on the boundary at long off down below us. Deep extra cover on the boundary. Long on is also going back. Safe Zabe swinging his arms, might fancy a bowl himself. They also have a slip.
Yep, so for Taylor, if it's wide, he may try and go over extra cover, which is a shot that he quite likes. Also a fan of, whilst everyone's thinking about the power, a bit of a fan of that late little dab cut, which there's a slip in place, but might be an option because they're trying to take the leg side away from him. Even cow corner has been sent back now, so only short fine, well, not that short, saving the one on the onside, and Taylor strokes it to extra cover, who tumbles and makes the stop on the offside. So there's no run. James Sales watching himself down there. Harrison to Taylor, who drives towards long off, and it's going to land one bounce in front of the fielder. It never really quite looked as if it was going to carry. They'll take a single, and that'll bring brother Matt on strike. Been a while since these two were batting together in Championship cricket, but actually the last time that Jack Taylor did play before the last game at Grace Road, it was the brothers trying to bat through a long stretch against Worcestershire in a Championship match at Cheltenham. It really did defy the Worcestershire attack for quite some time in their various ways, with Jack still playing his natural aggressive game and Matt being far more circumspect, but he can certainly hit him if he gets hold of it, and he doesn't really go through with that shot with anything more than just a push back to Harrison. So Gloucestershire being checked a little bit really in their progress, not just by a couple of wickets but also maybe by conditions. Oh, that's turned. Harrison's got that one to turn absolutely square from about off stump, and McManus has had to reach out last second with his right hand one-handed and execute the take. Harrison bowls use of the feet there from Matt Taylor. He drives it up to mid-off. There should be a single there. Whitehouse will shy at the stumps and miss them, but Matt Taylor would have been home anyway, so he gets a single. The deficit 10, but it's that's exciting.
Yeah, if you're watching on the stream, you'll see just how much that did to. Now Rob Keogh is starting to limber up at backward point. May see a bit of off spin from him.
Harrison bowls, trying to pick this one up into the leg side as Jack Taylor, strikes him on the pad, goes out to the offside, and there's no run. So 2 runs only off that over. It's another wild swing really from Jack Taylor this time, and no connection.
Definition of optimism was Lewis McManus's appeal there, because it was missing leg stump by about a foot.
Yes, I've had a couple of those this morning.
Yeah, but anyhow.
So 196 for 7, the deficit 10 runs, and you know, you're sort of thinking into the future, if Gloucestershire chasing a score where they've got to score at 7 runs and over or something like that, even that looks pretty tricky.
It is very gloomy out there as well, it really is. Here is Broad, slip in a gully, to bowl to Matt Taylor, who goes for a big straight drive, lofted straight drive, and misses. Goes through to Lewis McManus. Justin Broad, the batters playing as they are, might fancy his chances of picking up a couple more here, and ground where he got a career best 7 for 33 last year. I mentioned on the first day, not just career best for him, best bowling figures for Northamptonshire on this ground since before the First World War. Broad in, bowls, and Taylor's gone up and over extra cover. It's a chase back towards the boundary for Rob Keogh. It's not going to get anywhere near the boundary, but they come back for 2. It rather plugged in the outfield, just on the edge of the square, but they come back for a couple. Matt Taylor goes to 3, and Gloucestershire to 198 for 7. Cleared Keogh at extra cover quite comfortably. Jack comes down and has a word of brotherly advice or encouragement, or both. Is Broad in, bowls, and Taylor's gone skyward again, over cover this time, and it's running out towards the boundary. This may go, no, in fact it's really well chased down by Adi Sharma, herring back towards the boundary, and that brings a couple of runs for Matt Taylor. In fact, it brings 3 runs for Matt Taylor. He goes to 6. 201 for 7, so 5 runs behind. First Northamptonshire picking up the 6th wicket this morning, gives them a second bowling point.
Broad's thinking short again, is he?
I
wonder.
He is. He's got.
It's the most obvious option, because you don't really want to pitch it up too much to Jack Taylor with that short straight boundary. Even though it's not a long leg side boundary, it's probably the best option.
Long on back, deep square back, and long leg back, and he's gone aerial, and he's pulled that away, and that could be threatening my car. That's gone into the car park for half a dozen. Just waiting on the back foot, Taylor, and launching that one. Oh, it's missed, fortunately, I think. Yeah, no, it's gone. It's gone almost over to the big hedge that separates the car park from the neighbouring properties. Along Just going to work out, is that Kennington
Kennington
Avenue,
yeah.
along there? Well, that has gone a long way, but fortunately it's missed my car, or at least it's missed the BBC's car. 49 to Taylor, 207 for 7, takes Gloucestershire into the lead. And the umpires will definitely want to have a look at the state of the ball after it's bounced around the car park. And you talked about targeting the car park earlier, Ed, and that's exactly what he did. And it was one of those where, James Sales is out at deep mid-wicket, looked interested for a second or two and then realised all he was going to be able to do was retrieve it. Here's Broad in again, and it's edged over the top of slip. Quite deliberate stroke from Jack Taylor. It was short and he's just steered it away over safe save at slip, and it runs away for 4, and it brings Jack Taylor his half century, 53 off 53 balls, playing only his second championship match of the season. Valuable runs these for Gloucestershire, and it stretches their lead, 211 for 7. And Justin Broad has gone from thinking, I could pick up a couple of cheap ones here, to isn't there anybody else that fancies a bowl? That was, say, perfectly deliberate. Now, interestingly, they've swapped now. Harrison, who's slightly taller,
yes.
In fact, he's considerably taller than Safe Save, has now gone in at slip, and Safe Save's gone into the gully.
Because he does like that late card.
Yeah, well, I say it was played really well. Here's Broad in again, bowls to Taylor. That's full. It's worked away into the leg side. I think they'll just settle for the single. Indeed, they will. Fielded by Sales coming in from deep mid-wicket. That's the end of a productive over for Gloucestershire and for Jack Taylor. He's 54. Brother Matt is 6. Gloucestershire 212 for 7, leading by 6 runs. And we've had 35 minutes play. A couple of wickets down this morning. Van Buren for 44, Zaman Akhtar for 2. Both wickets for Justin Broad.
And the Taylor brothers looking to get this lead up to a stage where either they pull out, or who knows, maybe it comes to a natural conclusion. But
50 or 60 would be handy.
Yeah, I think that was the number that was floated last night, certainly by Mark Lane. This is on driven by Jack Taylor down to long on. Whilst they've run the first one hard, there's absolutely no chance of a second, and Jack Taylor looks slightly disappointed. I think he was hoping for the gap wide of long on, seeing that the ball wasn't there to launch. He was hoping that he was going to be able to take 2 at least, and maybe then Northamptonshire start to reconsider the field if there are some 2s about. But Northamptonshire get basically what they wanted in terms of Jack Taylor off strike. But it is great fun to see Jack Taylor back in red ball cricket, but playing in a sort of a white ball mode. There is an intelligent drop and run from Matt Taylor, and that gets a round of applause from the spectators that have made their way in today as well. Just dropped it short of extra cover, who looked as if he was saving the single, but Matt Taylor realised that he could sprint through, so he gets his brother back on strike. 214 for 7. Harrison to Jack Taylor, backs away and clatters this one through extra cover. This will be at least a couple of runs, might even be 4. It will be 4. Whitehouse on the chase from long off, couldn't get there. It's a long corner of the ground towards the club offices, but as soon as he'd beaten short extra cover, it was clear that Jack Taylor was going to at least retain the strike. And that really was one of the areas that, especially with Harrison turning the ball away from him, you felt that's one of the pockets that Jack Taylor will feel that he can score in still, as they've tried to take away a lot of that leg side. The other thing is long on is a little bit wider now, so if he goes dead straight, he may not have to absolutely middle it. 218 for 7, Harrison not bowling there. He just lost his run. I don't think that was anything to do with trying to see what Jack Taylor was doing, because he does tend to stay pretty still, really, does Taylor. He's not somebody that comes down and hits. He steps and hits and doesn't get hold of it, and probably actually a good thing that he didn't get hold of it, because he ends up picking out deep mid-wicket. A couple of bounces out to that fielder, so another single moves Jack Taylor on to 60. 219 for 7. was an odd quirk, really, that Jack Taylor's last championship innings was 98, and then he didn't play for over 2 years until last week. Harrison bowls, and God grief, that's a toe end, I think, from Matt Taylor. He's trying to play a slog sweep because mid-wicket's up for him, but against the turn, it's not an easy shot because Harrison is getting some turn and ends up attempting to slog sweep it and picking out the bowler. So this is maybe almost a free hit here for Matt Taylor, and that's how he's viewing it. Down the pitch he goes, and, well, he is going to get a single in the end, so they decide to come through for that one. Taylor, last ball of the over, Matt Taylor that is, having a bit of a swing, and again doesn't get hold of it really, so it's a single. 220 for 7, lead is 14.
Umpires are, I think, going to have a look at the ball. Maybe that whack into the car park and then into the hedge might have done a little bit of damage. I don't know if they're going to get the handcuffs out. They're having a little look at it. Yes, I think the executive briefcase is being called for. Right. So we are going to get a change of ball. This one's 61 overs old. Meanwhile, I think we may be going to get some little left arm spin from the far end. I think that Zabe is going to come on. Zabe, Northamptonshire standout bowler in the T20 semi-final against Hampshire at Edgbaston at the weekend. 4 overs, 3 for 18. Bowled really well. Hasn't bowled a lot in Championship cricket this year. When he has, got 10 wickets at 27, the best of 3 for 70. But obviously with Calvin Harrison being in the side for most of the year, Rob Keogh as well, he hasn't really had a lot of opportunity for a long bowl. But they're going to give him a go here. Had a little bit of a golden arm period at the start of the season, first couple of games when he picked up some very handy wickets. He's having a consultation with his acting captain, Lewis McManus, leading Northamptonshire on the field with Luke Proctor still off injured. And Zabe now having a chat with Ben Sanderson, who's now sort of acting senior pro, I suppose. Ricardo Vasconcelos troops off the field, having come on with the briefcase of balls, which is one of which has been selected by the umpires. So Matt Taylor will be on strike. He's 8 off 10. Jack Taylor 60 off 57. 220 for 7. The lead is 14. It is gloomy, overcast. Can't see any sort of dampness in the air looking down at the black sight screen at the far end of the ground, which is usually quite a good indication.
At least the forecast is for eventually this
getting better.
Cloud to lift a little bit. We might even get some sunshine later on, which is maybe more when we might need it.
Here is Zabe then to start his bowling efforts, and that's a late cut from Matt Taylor down towards third man. It's a long chase down there for Nirvan Ramesh, who sends in his return, and they come back for 2. 8 for Matt Taylor, 222 for 7. And in fact, looking over to our left, the west, where the weather's coming from, it does look a bit brighter. So that's an encouraging sign. Down the pitch comes Matt Taylor, clips that next ball from Zabe out to mid-wicket, where Ben Whitehouse fields. Eventually
they will get Nirvan Ramesh a shirt that fits him.
Yeah, it does look a little large. It rather as the case with Yuzi Chahal, which looked like a dress when he was playing for Northamptonshire. Dropped down to backward point, Ramesh fields and rolls around in the dirt at the end of an old wicket, rather like Wicksteed Park puddle jumping championships that we have every year in Kettering. When small children roll around in mud puddles. Taylor, Matt goes to 11. 223 for 7
in that part of the world.
Indeed we do.
There's the Concord Championships.
It's a big one coming up soon.
Yeah.
At Southwark. Yeah. Used to be at Ashton on the village green at Ashton, but no longer. Now this is an extraordinary bit of field placing.
A straight hit.
A straight. It's back over the bowler's head. It's straight behind the bowler on the boundary as Zabe comes in. It's swung out to long on all along the floor. They're not going to take the single. Jack Taylor looking, I think, to go aerial again. And And it just went all along the floor. So they've got long on back, long off back, fairly wide. And splitting the difference, they've got a man in front of the sight screen at the far end. Here's Zabin, bowls full and driven down to long on for a single by Jack Taylor without any great timing. He goes to 61. 224 for 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 men on the boundary for Matt Taylor. Zay bowls to him, goes aerial, it's up in the air, and that's gone well over the top of long on for 6. That's a big hit. That's gone, well, there's 2 or 3 rows back, I think, in the grey seats down in front of the flats down at the far end. The umpires will now have to have a look at that ball as well, because that's now at a scuff in the concrete. 230 for 7. Matt Taylor just setting himself, swung through it, lovely clean hit, and into the seats. 230 for 7, end of the over. Jack is 61, Matt is 17, and this fraternal partnership has now added 39 for the 8th wicket.
If you play at Bristol long enough, you tend to find that you, especially when the bowling's from that Ashley Down Road end, a lot of batters who have that swinging arc through a wide-ish long on. I think it was dubbed Klinger Corner for a while. You would so often target that area as the playing area, because of the building of those flats, has got substantially shorter over the years than what it used to be. Calvin Harrison starting a new over, drops it a little bit short, but Jack Taylor can't get hold of it, gets some bat on that, but straight into his pad, so there's no run. And even Jack Taylor, who you'd think could be as fluent as anybody out there, is showing that it is not easy to time the ball. Harrison bowls, that's thunderously hit, smashes it back into the stumps, and it deflects off towards long on. They're going to come through for a second run. There's still one bail on there, and Harrison, I'm not sure what he's done. He's knocked out the stump from the ground, and there's still a bail on the other 2 stumps. You only need one bail on, and it's still. Well, he didn't. I don't know, was he thinking he had to remove the stump, but he didn't, because there was still a bail on.
Yeah, that's right. I think that might be it. Possibly hasn't quite got the law.
I think a lot of cricketers don't know that.
Let's cricketers don't
look.
know.
Yeah, he's taken the stump out.
Yeah.
You didn't need to, Calvin. There's still a bail on. So they do come back for 2. And I wonder if the batters almost thought, well, he's going to have to remove the stump. That takes some time. Just come back for the second anyway. They've made it. 232 for 7. Harrison bowls as an attempted lap sweep from Taylor. Harrison thought he'd bowled him round his legs, but he didn't. It's almost the one shot that's on, and I don't think I've ever seen Jack Taylor play that shot before. Now I have, and he didn't hit it. I was thinking last over the one option might be that little paddle. Harrison bowls, and this is hit straight into the ground by Taylor as he gives himself huge amounts of room, his back feet heading towards the return crease. Harrison's kept him pretty quiet this over, only 2 runs off it. Harrison bowls, he's going for the paddle sweep again as Taylor, and he's been bowled this time. So Jack Taylor goes for 63, swings at the air in frustration, and the partnership between the Taylor brothers is over. Or has he hit his own wicket?
Bowled.
Have a look.
Bowled on the board.
I think the umpire was asking him whether it was bowled or whether he knocked his own stumps over, because Jack Taylor was motioning about exactly what happened. So I'm not sure exactly, but he's gone back to paddle, and Harrison's got the ball just to turn enough, and I think it's bowled rather than him knocking his own stumps over. But anyway, it's the wicket for Northamptonshire that really will potentially cut this lead that Gloucestershire have tried to build up quickly. Have a look at the reverse angle there. Yeah, no, it's definitely bowled. It's not a hit wicket. So Harrison strikes. Gloucestershire 232 for 8. It's quite funny how we can make so much about bonus points. We're 18 runs away from another bonus point, but all of a sudden nobody cares about it.
No, it's strange, isn't it?
Spend so long obsessing over every point.
Well, we talk about Darren Lehman being an opponent of draws. He's also a fervent opponent of bonus points. If he had his way, they would be scrapped immediately. Now, this is interesting. Paul Baldwin is striding down towards square leg and is now having to walk all the way back again, because that is not the end of the over.
He had the ball as well.
There's still a ball to go. So
he had the ball with him off at square leg.
Calvin Harrison standing there with nothing to bowl with.
That's normally where somebody just runs in and shadow bowls.
Well, we said yesterday counting to 6 is always helpful in this game. Well, there's another instance. Here's Harrison in and bowls to Shaw, and that's turned down the leg side. More runs to add to the total. What it came off, I'm not sure. It's gone down to deep fine leg by, I think, is going to be signalled by Paul Baldwin. The pre-signal is there. So it must have flicked off his elbow.
Is that really a shot?
Well, not much of one. To be fair, I think it turned quite a lot, so I'm prepared to give Josh Shaw the benefit of the doubt. It's gone through for 2 leg buys off his elbow, I believe. Now the umpires are having a word with the batters whether they. Oh yes, I think when Josh Shaw set off, he might just have had a little run down the pitch for a little while, accidentally, I'm sure. End of the over, 234 for 8. Matt Taylor is 17. Josh Shaw still looking for his first run. Batters continuing to confer. Safe Zabe will continue to bowl. And I don't know, I thought it was going to get it looked as though it was getting a bit brighter, but I think I might have peaked too soon there. It's not actually. It looked very friendly over to our left.
Zabe bowling very wide, and there's not really a great deal that Matt Taylor can do about that. If he's deciding to go over extra cover. Don't worry, we have ended up swapping ends, but that's okay. We can continue this way.
You carry on.
That's all right. 235 for 8. Matt Taylor's on to 18 with a single. So now we'll see whether they've got more of a number in mind, or if Gloucestershire are just going to continue to throw the bat. They probably, I imagine, would do the latter. Zabe bowls to Shaw, who tries to strike that one out of the ground, misses it completely, and he's been bowled. So a second ball duck for Shaw. Safe Zabe has a wicket, which he doesn't celebrate at all. And it's 235 for 9, so it's going to happen quickly, one way or the other. And at the moment, it looks like being the other for Gloucestershire. It's not easy just to go out and try and smash it from ball one. We've seen it be tricky to start on this surface, full stop.
That's like a line from the Goon Show. Suddenly, nothing happened, but it happened quickly. Shaw, going for naught, brings Northamptonshire another point. So
yes,
there'll be high feasting back home at the moment. The open top bus will be ordered. Northamptonshire have a bowling point here at Bristol. Ajit Singh Dale comes to the crease.
Well, it's a bit like that line that Anthony Gibson quite likes using from Macbeth. If 'tis to be done,
best done quickly.
Well, yes, exactly.
Yes. Well, I tell you, I can't believe I'm quoting that particular play. My late father would have been horrified. He was so superstitious about the Scottish play.
Yeah.
He would not have been happy to hear me quoting it, but anyway, there we go.
Well, I started it, and I didn't even say the Scottish play either, but then I'm not really very superstitious. Singh Dale facing, he will fancy some fun. Zabe to him, reverse sweep first ball, and he got a full toss, and he's in it for 4. It's not going especially quickly down to the boundary, but it will make it. And Ajit Singh Dale, ever entertaining with bat in hand. I don't think Safe Zabe expected that, but he gave him a juicy full toss to try and hit it. So gave him a bit of a gift, to be honest. First ball, 239 for 9.
Biggest cheer of the day by far, I would suggest. Possibly Jack Taylor's 50, but that has brought the crowd, such as it is, very much to life.
We'll miss Ajit Singh Dale's batting. Zabe bowls to him, and he plays an extraordinary flappy swing at that, and he'll get a single for it down to long on. There's a shot at the stumps that hits from the deep, and for a moment, as Harrison launched that throw in, I thought they might even try and go through for a cheeky extra run, but that's an extraordinary follow-through from Sing Dale. My money was on the helicopter shot because that is his favourite. He brought it out at Grace Road and hit it for 4, but reverse sweep first ball. So he's 5 off 2. He's got a better strike rate even than Matt Taylor, who's now facing and drags that one into the onside to the cow corner. And we'll just take a single, so 241 for 9. 9 runs until a potential bonus point. It's getting very nervy as Sing Dale faces 1 ball in this over to survive? No. Reverse sweep, and that's got to be out, yeah. LBW. As soon as he missed that one, that was very straight. So Safe Zabe has wrapped up the innings as Ajit Sing Dale is LBW for 5, the last to go. Gloucestershire have been bowled out by 241. And that means they have a lead of 35, which is probably a little bit short of what they might have hoped for, but they have got themselves a lead, having started the day behind. And now it's just going to be about seeing if they can bowl Northamptonshire out in double quick time. They're going to need to, and they will have, I think we'll take 2 overs off that. So there'll be 82 overs remaining in the day's play, and that's 82 overs to both bowl Northamptonshire out and chase down whatever runs they're set.
Now, interestingly, as you often see, when the last wicket falls, the opening batters hair off to get themselves kitted out. Lewis McManus doing so, obviously opened in the first innings, but of course Luke Proctor, having been off the field, presumably can't open. Will have to bat a bit lower, or may not even be properly fit to bat. So Rob Keogh haired off, so it may be that we'll see Rob Keogh opening the second innings for Northamptonshire. We shall see. But that will be starting in, round about 8 minutes' time or thereabouts.
Yes, so in the end, Justin Broad 3 for 84, a couple of wickets each for Safe Zabe and Ben Whitehouse, although, again, it sort of feels as though, despite a little bit of damage to those figures this morning, that you couldn't help but still be impressed by Ben Sanderson, as ever. 1 for 44 from his 17 overs he ended up with, but still you sort of feel that he was actually the pick of the bowlers, even if the figures don't necessarily suggest it. Obviously, really encouraging from Gloucestershire's point of view to see Jack Taylor go out there and get these runs, 63 from 64, proving that he can still be a serious weapon in red ball cricket when called upon. Otherwise, 40s and 30s from Buren Bracey and Ollie Price, the other contributors to that innings. So we'll have a brief break, but I will just tell you that Surrey have lost a second wicket at the Oval, where Dom Sibley caught McCann bowled Hutton for 25, so Pope and Folkes at the crease, with Surrey needing 204 to win, and now 8 wickets in hand. So there's plenty of listening on the BBC Sport website and the app, but we hope you'll join us in a few minutes' time as Northamptonshire start their second innings.
232 for 8, currently leading that one by 38 runs. In the big one, at the Oval, Nottinghamshire 231, Surrey 173. Nottinghamshire were then bowled out for 256. Surrey currently 113 for 2, still needing 202 runs. Somerset 454 for 8 declared. Hampshire 172 and following on, they're 53 for 2. Middlesex 211, Lancashire 153 for 1, Lancashire trailing by 58 runs. Glamorgan 259, Derbyshire 17 without loss, no play so far today. And also the same situation at Kent, where Leicestershire 459 for 7, Kent 17 without loss. Please welcome back to the pitch your two umpires, James Treadwell and Paul Baldwin. Please welcome James Bracey and the Gloucestershire team. Two opening batters for Northamptonshire. Number 15, Lewis McManus, and number 21, Rob Keogh.
Well, the Northamptonshire opening pair, and it is a different opening pair as has been alluded to before. Rob Keogh indeed opening the batting with Lewis McManus in this second innings for Northamptonshire, as they will first off look to erase the 35-run deficit that they have on first innings and then set off into the clear, they will hope. And speaking of which, it's just got that little bit brighter. The murk has lifted a little, and still the floodlights on, but Singdale running in from the pavilion and bowling to Keogh, and that is just defended away into the offside for no run. Radders and I having a bit of a chat during the interval about how Northamptonshire will approach this innings. I mean, there's one way of looking at it in terms of thinking, well, there's let's say there's 80 overs because there's still another change of innings to happen. In theory, the sides could agree and say, well, we're just going to play a 40-over game of cricket. But whether that will happen, it happens less and less, really, these sorts of agreements. Singdale bowls to Keogh and shouldering arms, letting it go.
My guess, for what it's worth, and I have absolutely no information from downstairs, I would have thought they would bat till lunch, which is, an hour or so, and just see where they are. I mean, if Singdale and Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw and others get amongst the wickets in Northamptonshire are 40 for 4, then they're going to have to play it rather differently to if they have a decent little session here and go in at 60 for none or 60 for 1. I think they'll just see where they are at lunch.
A third slipper's gone in place. The Singdale bowls an outswinger, and Keogh can't quite guide this one away through square on the offside as backward point comes across, so there is no run.
Hasn't opened the batting much, Rob Keogh, but I was just thinking back. I was doing some notes on him last night, funnily enough, and his very first team appearance, which was in the old CB40 competition back in 2010, was his first 11 debut for Northamptonshire.
Well, we could have a CB40 throwback here. You never know.
He opened the batting in that game on his first 11 debut.
Singdale bowls to him, down leg side, flicked away to find leg for a single. So Northamptonshire are underway, one without loss.
Opened the batting with Rob Newton in that game against Yorkshire. And when I was looking at that game last night, I was thinking, well, wouldn't it be nice if Darren Lehman was playing in that one, but he wasn't, unfortunately. But Adam Lythe was in the Yorkshire side in that game, still playing, of course, Johnny Bairstow.
You've got Adam Lythe and coach.
Yeah, that's right.
For Yorkshire,
Anthony McGrath. Adil Rashid was playing.
Singdale charges up and out and bowls to McManus for the first time this innings, and there's a firm-looking defence from McManus, who made 44 in the first innings. It was a battling 44, 3 boundaries in that 44, which I guess shows you it was nudges for ones, twos, steady accumulation.
In the Northamptonshire side in that game, it was Rob Keogh's first 11 debut. Lee Daggett, we were talking about earlier, as Northamptonshire's physio now, he was playing. And of course David Sales, father of James, so he's played first 11 cricket with 2 generations.
Singdale bowls down leg side, and McManus will get underway with a turn to fine leg as well. So 2 singles from the opening over, and
yes,
Northamptonshire 2 without loss.
Yes, the scorecard in front of me has Jack Brooks keeping wicket, which I think we can fairly safely say is a misprint, because David Murphy, the man above him, would have been keeping wicket, but Andrew Hall, captain of Northamptonshire, that one. Rob White, of course, is on the first class umpires list, was in that game. Alex Wakely.
James Middlebrook.
And James Middlebrook also on the first class umpires list, yeah. Tom Brett, who's now helping to run cricket at Bedford School. He's gone back to Bedford after starting there and then having a spell at Stamford School, well known to BBC Radio Northampton listeners because he's been one of our summarisers for T20 cricket, plays for Staffordshire in the national counties, and just won another league title, yet another league title with Findon Dolben, won the Northamptonshire League 4th year running. Here is Matt Taylor running in from the Ashley Down road end. 3 slips in place, bowls to McManus, who's up on his toes, working it out into the leg side, rolls up to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So we have 50 minutes or so until lunch, and as Ed said, it is definitely getting a bit brighter now over from the west, where the weather has been coming from. I think it's more southwest, isn't it? It's coming sort of slightly over our left shoulder here, but either way it is definitely getting a little bit brighter. Here's Taylor in, bowls to McManus, who covers up, pushes it up to mid-off, and there is no run. See the umpires in that game. One of them was Rob Bailey, of course, is still on the panel. That was, say, 15 years ago.
It was a TV game as well.
TV game, yes, with Peter Hartley as the TV umpire. Must have covered it. I have to say, I have no recollection of the game at all, but I suppose that's perhaps not surprising. Here's Taylor in, bowls to McManus short, and McManus pulls, and that I think has gone all the way for 6 down into the car park. It is indeed the arms raised aloft by umpire Paul Baldwin, and that has gone down the other side of the shed bar. A member of the ground staff with a really good arm, that's excellent stuff, has chucked it back over the boundary to Ajit Singh Dale, and of course it will actually, he's rolled it onto the umpire because the umpire's going to have just a little look at it. But, well, again, McManus into position really quickly and played the shot as though he was, to use the great Arlott phrase, knocking a thistle top off with a walking stick.
He loved his walking sticks, didn't
Yes.
he? I was always metaphors seem to include walking sticks.
Well, we've now got deep backward square on the boundary and long leg on the boundary. Northamptonshire 8 for no wicket, still trailing by 27. Taylor round the wicket, bowls to McManus, plays defensively out to the offside, thinks about a single, it's not there, as Joe Phillips comes up from backward point. So Northamptonshire starting their second innings 35 runs behind, at around about 11:35 on day 4, 80 odd overs in play.
Even just psychologically, Gloucestershire would love a wicket before Northamptonshire get
clear the arrears
into the
yeah.
lead. It's always something that just helps use a fielding side, I guess.
3 slips. Wait as Matt Taylor is in bowls to McManus. Again, drives up to mid-off. There's not a run there. Having said it's brightening up, it is still fairly gloomy, and the shadows still being cast by the fielders out there with the floodlights on.
Sort of brighter in the distance than it is right overhead at the moment.
Well, hopefully it's coming this way. Ben Charlesworth at first slip, where he held that perler in the first innings to dismiss James Sales. Ollie Price at second, Miles Hammond at third, Taylor in bowls, and McManus again to a ball just short of a length, running it down to Phillips at backward point. That's the end of the over. 8 for no wicket. Keogh is 1, McManus is 7, including that pull for 6, and the deficit is 27. And the game, I mean, as we said, there's plenty of juice left in this one. I just have a feeling, Ed, that without an agreement, we could still have a really interesting day's play if we don't lose any time, and I think that's fairly crucial. But if the forecast's right, then hopefully we won't.
Singdale running away from us, bowls left alone by Keogh. Gloucestershire are going to have to bowl Northamptonshire out for something around what they did in the first innings. I think if it's much more than that, it's hard to see, or even not much sooner than that, it's hard to see what can be achieved here. Well, James Treadwell is already having a few words with Ajit Singdale about where he's following through. Although, I mean, to be honest, again, it's almost more, seeing as Gloucestershire are going to have to bat last, it's almost more concern you'd have thought for them, given Calvin Harrison, etc. Defended back to Singdale. Again, he wants to put his boot to the ball, but I'm not sure he really knows exactly what he wants to do with it. Some really quite suspect footwork going on from Singdale in his follow-through in this game. There's no run. Score remains 8 without loss.
I mean, the good news is, looking at the radar, there's no rain in the vicinity. We're not in Maesteg, where I think they're getting some rain at the moment, but it's a little way away.
That's a relief to all.
Absolutely. So I think we're okay. It's only the light, really.
Singdale in now, and having a fish at that one is Keogh, and immediately withdrawing his bat away from it and going, bad, don't do that. It was an involuntary move of the hands towards the ball, and we haven't, I guess, quite seen, it's only in the third over, the maximum amount that this ball will do even, but there is plenty out there, and that is why we're still thinking there could be even some sort of a natural conclusion to this game without agreements and charging along. Singdale has speared that one a little towards leg stump, and just a fine flick round the corner for 4 for Keogh. No chance for Josh Shaw down at fine leg, much finer than that. Just got the perfect amount of bat on it. It was a little tap you could hear through the effects microphone. That's all you need. So 12 without loss. Keogh on to 5, and Singdale and Taylor, the two bowlers who did the majority of the damage both at Grace Road and to a certain extent up front in the Northamptonshire first innings as well, continuing away, and that's a good comeback from Singdale on a length outside the off stump, and again Keogh having a little bit of a dabble with it, but probably not quite as close to it that time as the ball a couple of deliveries ago. 2 for 44 in the end for Singdale. He did get the last wicket to fall and Justin Broad, but it was a potent combination that he formed with Matt Taylor, who got the wickets earlier on. Matt Taylor removing the top 3 in the first innings, all bowled. Singdale into Keogh, gets bat on ball this time and just taps it away into the covers. So 12 without loss. Northamptonshire after 3 overs. Not just the game at the Oval going on, there's a few more games underway, more so in the first division than the second division. There's still no play at Grace Road or at Derby. So Glamorgan moving ever closer to cementing their position. No play at Edgbaston or at Hove either. But Hampshire in a desperate fight for survival, not just in terms of the match against Somerset, but in terms of Division 1 as a whole. They're 53 for 2 in the 44th over at Taunton.
Proper cricket.
Craig Overton is just bowling the first over of seam for Somerset. 19 overs of Leach, 21 of Vaughan, who's got both the wickets this innings, and Goldsworthy's bowled 3 overs, and they've just turned to pace. Still trailing Somerset by 229 runs, Hampshire.
Matt Taylor from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling to bowling to McManus rather, who works that away into the leg side. Straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run, fielded there by Jack Taylor.
It's been a rotten time of it for Durham up at Chestley Street. They put Worcestershire into bat. They then batted, Worcestershire did, for 174 overs before declaring overnight. I'm sure much to everybody's relief up at Chestley Street. 591 for 9 declared, and Durham are thinking, well, let's charge off for some bonus points. They're 61 for 2.
Taylor in and bowls to McManus, drives pleasantly, a good stop at mid-off, saved certainly 2 or 3 runs, and there is no run.
So Durham with a draw and some bonus points, and if Hampshire do lose, as they're probably, despite the resistance that Gubbins and Albert are showing, they're probably still favourites to do, then I haven't exactly worked out the mathematics, but there's only 6 points between them, so surely Hampshire only got 2 points as well, because they didn't even get a third bowling point, so Hampshire would go into the bottom 2, I think.
Taylor round the wicket, bowls to McManus, who again is coming right across his stumps, working it into the leg side to Jack Taylor at mid-wicket. I think I'm right in saying, Ed, that if Derbyshire and Glamorgan is drawn and Leicestershire and Kent is a draw, then I think Leicestershire are certain to be Division 2 champions. I was saying on BBC Radio Northampton this morning, from a very partisan point of view, it would be nice if they get that rather than getting it at Northampton and celebrating the fact at Wantage Road. Here's Taylor in, bowls, and again turned into the leg side by McManus. Can't get it past Taylor at mid-wicket, who's having a busy time in there, Jack Taylor, but doing his brother a favour or two by stopping the single. Yes, it would be helpful if that was sorted out before Leicestershire arrive at Wantage Road on Wednesday. But
so there's 25 points between them going in, and then, as you say,
I think it would also,
Leicestershire have got maximum batting points.
I think it would also mean that Glamorgan are pretty well certain to be up. Whether that would just be a point or two needed in the last round, but I think it looked to be.
Yeah, so the gap was 27. Derbyshire have only closed it by 2 on bonus points so far.
Matt Taylor round the wicket, big appeal for LBW. Maybe did a little bit too much coming round the wicket. It nipped back at McManus, hit him fairly high, might have been going down, not out anyway, says umpire Baldwin. Have a little look at the replay. Taylor coming round the wicket, hit him outside the line, maybe a bit high as well. Other than that...
Here we go, there's the shot from... I think outside the line, almost more so than height, because it didn't bounce as much as it looked as if it had done first off, because I thought height to start with.
Yeah, but I think it hit him outside the line. But a decent shout. Matt Taylor in again, bowls to McManus. This time he drives and will get runs as it goes past point. They've completed 1, they come back for 2. Takes McManus up to 8, Northamptonshire to 14, 9, beg his pardon. Northamptonshire up to 14 for no wickets, so they are still 21 runs behind with 40 minutes or so to go until lunch. And every possibility, if the forecast is right, that we will certainly go deep into this afternoon. You never quite know what the light's going to be like at sort of 5 o'clock, but I mean, we were playing on the second day at what, 6?
Yeah.
So
gone 6, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was gone 6.
And the forecast is for the clouds certainly to get lighter, and maybe even some sunshine. Singdale bowls down leg side. It's going to be 4 more. I don't think, was there anything on that? No, there wasn't. 4 byes as James Bracey staring off sullenly towards Singdale. I'm not quite sure what was said there, other than can you please bowl it? Can you please bowl it at the stumps or offside, other side, please?
If looks could kill, James Bracey was not a happy bunny there.
18 without loss.
I was wondering initially whether he thought it had just flicked off the pad and whether the umpire was the object of his ire, but I'm not entirely sure it was.
Anyway, Bracey's now said, well, if you're going to bowl there, I'm going to put a leg slip in.
Yeah.
So now, presumably, who won't bowl there? 18 without loss. I must say, I've really enjoyed watching James Bracey's captaincy the last couple of games. He's such a different character out on the field to Cameron Bancroft. Singdale bowls to him, edged, and I think in the end that was a chance at third slip. It's gone off for a single as Charlesworth chases it back. It's Hammond at third slip. Keogh got squared up. It was one of those really awkward ones to start with for as a slip cordon, because whenever you get that almost half leading edge, actually maybe it did fall short. Anyway, Hammond diving after it, trying to react.
It was a beauty from Singdale, though.
Yeah, it's not an easy ball to play for Keogh. He does get up the other end. 19 for no wicket. Singdale bowls, bowled him! Top of off stump, hit by Singdale. McManus has gone, and Gloucestershire have a first wicket. Ajit Singdale bowling McManus for 9, and it was a beauty. The previous ball, that one, well, as it's turned out, even better. It did force McManus to play down the line of middle. It's just done enough at pace as well, and top of off stump pegged back. 19 for 1, and Gloucestershire have got that wicket that they would have been after before Northamptonshire go into the lead.
Cardiff Vasconcelos has gone out with a drink for Rob Keogh, who must be absolutely parched. He's been out there for 20 minutes, I reckon, without any refreshment. So, yeah, and Rob Keogh's just giving the little hand gesture to Vasconcelos to suggest that it is nibbling around a little bit, as we can see ourselves. Brings Calvin Harrison out at number 3. That was, well, couple of high-class deliveries from Ajit Singdale. Could well have picked up Keogh the ball before, squared him up, found the edge. Didn't quite carry, I think, to Hammond at third slip, but got down the other end and then producing another beauty to get Lewis McManus. And yeah, Northamptonshire effectively then minus 16 for 1. As Harrison comes out, having not had a long stay in the first innings. Matt Taylor picked up 2 wickets in 4 balls, and he played on, didn't he, for 4.
So Ajit Singdale will know that this is his last bowl on this ground as a Gloucestershire player, and he's certainly opening the throttle, I think it's fair to say. So 3 slips and a leg slip. Singdale into Harrison, who's forward and defending. A little bit of a hurry up there, but he's played it well. Didn't look like getting past. Picked up at mid-on by Matt Taylor.
I was thinking when Ajit Singdale was batting in his own slightly idiosyncratic way, when he's up at Lancashire, he'll be aiming for the tram station, won't he? He'll be aiming to land it on the is it the Bury to Altrincham line,
yes,
at the back of Old Trafford.
The trams certainly go to I was about to say if you could hit one into Altrincham off the top of the tram. Singdale in and driven fluently by Harrison through the gap in the covers for 4. So that sends a little bit of a message back to Ajit Singdale. It's been an eventful over. 9 runs off it plus the wicket, and there's still a ball to come, but nothing wrong with that from Calvin Harrison. Gloucestershire won't be desperately disappointed to see Harrison willing to drive, but I wouldn't have expected a second ball for him to hit one quite like that. Just didn't really seem to hit it too hard, but absolutely raced to the cover boundary. Singdale to complete the 5th over of the innings. Into Harrison, he bowls all that. John Jaggs back into Harrison, off the thigh pad and into the onside for no run. So we've seen some pretty exaggerated seam movement that over from Singdale, which at his pace, it is a different proposition to if you're nibbling it about at 70. And whilst we may not be seeing swing at its most pronounced quite yet, if there's going to be that amount of movement off the pitch, then there's plenty there. 23 for 1, still behind by 12, Northamptonshire.
Just slightly getting towards potentially the danger period when that lacquer starts to come off, and we've seen it so much this year that it's, I don't know, 15 overs in, it does start to go, and will, in certain conditions and in the hands of skilled practitioners, it will do plenty. Here is Matt Taylor round the wicket, bowls to Rob Keogh, who is forward solidly enough, plays it back down the pitch. Talking of Lancashire, as we were a moment or two ago, they're just about to overtake Middlesex at Old Trafford, a game that's, again, you would imagine destined for a draw, but Lancashire could pick up some bonus points. They're 208 for 1, replying to Middlesex's 211 all out.
That's what people expected Lancashire to be doing on a regular basis.
Every game,
they've just not done it at all.
Here's Matt Taylor round the wicket, bowls to Keogh, takes a step down the pitch and works it out into the leg side. More work for Graham Van Buren at mid-wicket. Yeah, Keaton Jennings 61 not out, and Josh Bohannon has raced on to 73 off 60. 2 sixes and 11 fours. It's nice to see he does that against teams other than Northamptonshire. He's got a ridiculous record against Northamptonshire with, I think he's made something like 4 of his first 7 Championship hundreds were against.
Right, okay.
Well,
he got a huge double 100 against Gloucestershire back in 2022.
There's a liking for the Steelbacks attack. Here is Matt Taylor in again, bowls short, and Rob Keogh ducks underneath it. Goes through to James Bracey.
Quite sure what they were laughing about there, Taylor and Keogh. It was almost as though Taylor's said, well, I didn't actually mean to do that, but Keogh seemed to... I think it was because it wasn't the most threatening bumper you've ever seen, but Keogh did seem to somehow see it late.
I think he was a bit surprised by it. I don't know. I mean, Rob Keogh is obviously involved with the Northamptonshire PCA rep, or one. I think he shares it with Luke Proctor these days. I'm not sure whether Matt Taylor's involved with that, but often you do find... and it's quite a nice thing, really, that you have the sort of relationship between players at different counties. They obviously see quite a lot of each other.
I think Elliot will correct me if I'm wrong. Hammond and Payne PCA reps at the moment, are they? I think they're sharing it, those two.
Yeah, it's Keogh and Proctor, I think, for Northamptonshire. Ben Charlesworth at first slip, Ollie Price at second, Miles Hammond at third. As Taylor in his third over bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Keogh, coming in on the angle with Taylor bowling round the wicket, but a pretty comfortable lead for Rob Keogh. Daggett down below us in a very fetching pair of orange trainers. I don't know if he's harnessing his inner Blackpool supporter or something, but a chat with Greg Smith, who actually both have played for Kislingbury Temperance in the Northamptonshire League this year. Matt Taylor in again, bowls and squeezed by Keogh down to backward point. It could be run out here. Oh, he is run out. Direct hit. Played it down to backward point and set off for a single. Calvin Harrison was going nowhere. He was a long way down, and if the throw hit the stumps, he was going to be out. It did hit the stumps, and he is out. And Northamptonshire have had just the start they didn't want. They're 23 for 2, and Zaman Akhtar in the act runs out Rob Keogh for 6. 23 for 2, Northamptonshire still 12 runs behind. Terrific bit of fielding, awful bit of running.
That is an exceptional throw from Akhtar. It was almost as if he was speculatively throwing it, really, because as you say, it was across his body, it wasn't one of those sidearm flings across his body. He was throwing it very much over arm, but whilst he had plenty of stump to aim at, it's not really a throw that anybody's practicing. There was never a single there. He's barely even got a third of the way down as Keogh, and then he's not made it back. So as the rain definitely starts to fall now,
it does, yes.
I thought I saw a few drops even before that last delivery, but it's incredibly light, and the umpires seem to be thinking that it's not going to last very long at all, and they are going to keep the players out there. But what a fine bit of fielding from Zaman Akhtar. As I say, you don't really practice that throw. It's just natural athleticism coming through. And how many times do you see the throw miss the stumps when it's an easier throw?
He was throwing on the move, off balance. That is a terrific bit of fielding. But as I say, there was never a run there, and Calvin Harrison can't really be blamed for standing his ground. But Rob Keogh had come a long way down. He must have come 6-7 yards down, had to slam the anchors on and go back, and obviously if the throw hit, he was going to be out. Given up. He knew that if the throw had hit, he was going to be out, and indeed it did. So James Sales coming in at number 4. Important little period now, 27 minutes or so before lunch, assuming we stay on for that time. Northamptonshire lose a couple more here. Here's Taylor in, bowls down the leg side. Good pace from Matt Taylor. Sales gets inside the line and manages to get glove, bat and everything else out of harm's way. But Gloucestershire, a bit of bubble out there now. You can't blame them. Maiden for Matt Taylor. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8. Northamptonshire 23 for 2. They are still 12 runs behind.
He played it well, did Sales, that last delivery, because that could easily have been a little glove, but ensured that didn't happen. But yeah, I mean, it's almost... Forget the throw, it's almost straight to Zaman Akhtar at backward point. He's only had to move a couple of steps to his left to pick it up, but the tricky part was the position that he threw it from and how he had to throw it, because he didn't really have any more time to set his feet any better, and yet, well, you'd have him in your coconut shy team. Here comes Singdale, bowls, and Harrison jabs at that one outside the off stump and misses at it. He went very hard at that ball with a back foot punch attempt, and there are now 4 slips in place awaiting an outside edge. It would come quickly at them. They're having to stand pretty close, having seen the edge of Keogh, I think maybe just fall short of Miles Hammond at third slip. It was hard to tell, but anyway, they have to stand pretty close. So a edge off the back foot like that from Harrison will fly, but Singdale bowls, striking Harrison on the pad, but it's too high and going down leg side a fancy, so not out. But this is a really awkward face for Harrison here. The ball's doing plenty off the pitch. Singdale is bowling rapidly, and Northamptonshire are under a bit of pressure given that they've lost 2 wickets and are still behind by 12. The rain, I think, has now blown through, and we're getting another slightly brighter spell, so the umpires obviously saw that was following on behind the darker cloud that we can't see in our position here. Singdale bowls a beauty which passes the edge of Calvin Harrison, and I bet he's just thinking, I wish that didn't do quite so much. So it was on the sort of line that he started the ball to McManus as well, but actually this time it has... Let's see, has that gone off the pitch or swung? Maybe a bit of both, it's hard to tell, but it certainly has gone off the pitch, that's for sure. There was a little bit of swing as well. Certainly was a small amount after it's past the bat. Singdale's bowling quickly, so you're not going to get as much swing, but even just a small amount could be potentially deadly. Singdale bowls forward Harrison, and defending the ball out to cover point, and there's no run.
And unless my roomy old eyes deceive me, I think the sun's coming out.
There's a shadow being cast that's not
the
4-pointed. It's yeah. Wow, well, that happened quickly.
It's 2021 all over again. 3 days of well, actually, it wasn't 3 days of gloom, because it was the second day was actually quite pleasant here, but sun coming out on the last day.
Singdale in now, bowls, strays down leg, and Harrison misses the flick round the corner, and Bracey must be thinking again about, should I put that fourth slip into a leg slip, but he's not going to.
Well, the house is over towards the Memorial Stadium, over to our left. You can see the floodlights there in the stand. There's a little bit of sunshine, so they're probably sunbathing now in their gardens. Down
be out on that cricket watching balcony that they built on that house on the Kennington Avenue over there.
Perfect.
Above the ice cream van. Singdale in now, bowls, cuts back in on Harrison, who was sort of jumping a little bit as he played that ball, but was able to keep his balance enough still to block it away. So it's a maiden over from Singdale. I'm not sure he's going to want to be removed from the attack before lunch the way he's going. 23 for 2, Northamptonshire after 7 overs. Gloucestershire hunting further quick breakthroughs. Both sides know it's got to happen quickly, one way or the other, but Northamptonshire are, I guess, having lost a couple of early wickets, as you say, you almost can't go charging off, because if you end up 40 odd for 4 at lunch, then what do you do? You know, you've agreed then to keep going for it, and you basically lost the game in 20 overs.
That's
so
why I said I think they'll just wait and see where they are at lunch and presumably reassess then. Here is Taylor. Round the wicket, bowls to Sales, who drives back a little bit away from his body, as it was in the first innings, but this time he makes good contact. It runs out through point for a couple of runs. So that chases back towards the mound stand, but they're through for 2, so James Sales is off the mark. Northamptonshire 25 for 2, still 10 runs behind, with 74 overs to go after this one. Less, of course, potential change of innings, and indeed the sunshine now over just the other side of the Memorial Stadium. You can see it's bathing the houses there, just at the tree line. Pina coladas will be out this afternoon. Forward goes Sales, gets, I think, a little inside edge on that. There was an appeal from Matt Taylor, but not with any great conviction. It certainly nipped back in, and I think it got a little inside edge, but either way, umpire Paul Baldwin says not out. Ollie Price, second slip, practices a little lob wedge to the green.
I'm surprised it's not Miles Hammond, or they'll be talking to each other, I'm sure, at second and third slip.
Yeah. We've got tea time booked for tomorrow?
Probably.
Yeah. Here's Taylor. In again, bowls to Sales, drives beautifully through mid-off, and that, I think, will run all the way for 4, and indeed it will. Mid-off is in this position you see so much at the moment, which is sort of hybrid, somewhere between extra cover and mid-off. It's fairly wide, and as a result there is a large and inviting gap, which James Sales managed to find. He goes to 6, and Northamptonshire to 29 for 2, 6 runs behind. 20 minutes to go till lunch. Forecast at the moment, the forecasters have done well. They've got this just about spot on, apart from the little bit of drizzle this morning that we had, which wasn't forecast to the best of my knowledge, but it is certainly brightening up a bit.
They did have 10% at midday, so I suppose we've been a bit unlucky to catch anything.
Here's Taylor round the wicket again. Bowls to Sales, beats him outside the off stump. And Sales pushes forward. Very nice, says one of the fielders out there, and he's not wrong. Good stuff from these two, putting pressure on Northamptonshire, as Ed was saying. They would not want to, well, they wouldn't want to lose 1 wicket, certainly wouldn't want to lose 2 before the arrears are cleared, and definitely don't want to lose another one before lunch, because they are still in the red. 6 runs behind. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Sales, up on his toes to a ball back of a length, in behind it, pushes it out into the offside, and there is no run.
Sun was briefly shining on just one of the apartment blocks, and I'm always terrible at remembering which one the one furthest on the left is that we can see from here. I think that one might be the Jessup.
Oh right, okay.
But perhaps it's in celebration of the fact that they seem to have taken a few deliveries off Gilbert Jessop's
Oh yes,
record
Well, it's
fastest 100
fascinating.
for England.
Really looking forward to reading the new book about that, about his 1902 innings at the Oval. Now the sun is out properly now as Taylor is in round the wicket bowls to Sales, who on drives up to mid-on. There is no run, and that stroke of James Sales is so much like his father. It's uncanny. That sort of the slight hint of the flamingo about it. It just reminds me so much of David. Anyway, dot ball, end of the over. 29 for 2. Sales is 6. Harrison is yet to get off the mark. Oh, sorry, he's got 4, hasn't he? He's got the 4 through the covers. I was looking at the wrong, looking at the partnership, which is indeed 6. So 29 for 2. The deficit is 6. And Ajit Singh Dale, in the middle of a really testing spell from this pavilion end, will continue.
In pretty much bright sunshine, although you can still see the shadows of the clouds sort of dappling the outfield as Singh Dale is in and bowls, coming back in towards Harrison, but he covers up and defends well out to backward point. Still the 4 slips. Fielder down at fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, wide mid-off, and that backward point fielder, understandably Gloucestershire with no thoughts really other than attacking. The over rate actually has come onto the board. It wasn't there to start with, or I would have mentioned it, but it is at -2 as it was the last session break. In the first innings, Singh Dale bowls a fuller delivery, whipped away down to fine leg, and that'll be 4 runs for Calvin Harrison. The deficit will be 2. And Harrison seeing an opportunity to have a bit of a swing. It wasn't the gentle deflection that we saw from Keogh, for example, down in that area. Put a bit more in that one. He's actually rehearsing the shot as though he was hoping to send it high and over mid-wicket
Yes.
for maybe even half a dozen, but that would have been quite some hit. I think he'd be quite content with the 4, which will move the score up to 33 for 2. Seem to have had some difficulty finding the ball again, but was fished out of the empty seats and back in the hands of Singh Dale. Runs in and bowls, too much width and short as well, and Harrison cuts it away for 4 runs. So a 2-run deficit is turned into a 2-run lead in one fell swoop. Harrison on to 12.
Surrey have lost another wicket at the Oval. 149 for 3. Now chasing another 166 to win. Ben Foakes has gone for 19. Another wicket for Josh Tongue. He's taken 2 of the 3, but Ollie Pope is still there. 38 not out.
Well, they do bat a fair way down as they usually do, but perhaps not quite as far as some incarnations of that Surrey side. Singh Dale bowls straying onto the pads, turned away to short mid-wicket, and then unfortunately in his enthusiasm to try and field that ball, Zaman Akhtar has deflected the ball away from Matt Taylor, who would have stopped it at mid-on. And because of what they've seen already from Akhtar, actually if they've just set off there probably would have been one, but I don't want to take him on again, or really take anybody on after a run out. So another flurry of scoring makes it 38 for 2 in Sales. We'll face up to Singh Dale. Is it for the first time? In a way, he's certainly being very deliberate about surveying the field and brushing a few things away from the crease. Steadies himself and faces up. Singh Dale into him, bowls, and Sales runs that one away out to cover, who is now in place. So they've taken the 4th slip out and put the fielder into cover. Josh Shaw doing a little bit of bowling down at fine leg, so they may think then about a couple of overs of him before the session break. Just under 15 minutes away. Singh Dale to complete this over. Bowls to Sales, and Sales forward slightly tentatively, although he got a good amount of bat on it. Plays it to mid-wicket. So 38 for 2. Lead is 3. Hampshire also losing a third wicket at Taunton. Archie Vaughan's got all 3 Hampshire wickets. Toby Albert, LBW, for 10. Nick Gubbins 13 off 96 balls, and Ben Brown's joined him on 3 off 19.
Lovely.
It feels, I don't know, especially because they're just going to be blocking and they're bowling spin. You're basically going to have to face about 110 overs or something that way. You're having to face so many more overs anyway, and it just, well, who knows? Maybe they'll do it, but it just feels as though you're basically waiting for the one that gets you.
They're going to do it the hard way if they do.
So it reminds me of that innings that Hashim Amla played for Surrey against Hampshire a couple of years back, when he batted all day for about 36. Trying to do the same there.
We are indeed going to have Josh Shaw coming in for a little burst before lunch from the Ashley Down Road end. Starts off with a short ball that's pulled away by Calvin Harrison for 4. There's a deep fine leg and a backward square, and it's gone straight between the two of them for 4. 42 for 2. Calvin Harrison goes to 17. Yes, that book by Simon Wilde, Chasing Jessup, which I'm very much looking forward to reading, sort of exploring all the different accounts of that match, because in those days the scorers didn't tend to count balls in the same way, obviously, that they do now. Bill Ferguson was one of the first to do that, who scored a lot of those early tours, both Australia in England and England in Australia. Shaw in again, bowls and forward goes Harrison, pushes it out to extra cover, and there is no run. So it's rather like the Percy Fender 100 at Northampton in 1920, where there's lots of different versions of it, and the late Richard Streeton, in his brilliant biography of Fender, worked very hard to try and get a definitive number of balls and didn't manage it, not least because the one existing scorebook for that match, which is the Northamptonshire one, the Surrey scorebooks of that era were put out for salvage during the Second World War, so no longer in existence. Here's Shaw, in and bowls and tucked away by Calvin Harrison for a single, out to wide mid-on. Harrison goes to 18, Northamptonshire to 43 for 2, leading by 8. And the Northamptonshire scorebook, although it's an absolute work of art, Leo Bullimer, the scorer, had this beautiful copper plate writing, but it doesn't add up, which, when you think, is not a great surprise when you think they scored pushing 400 runs in a session at one point. It's perhaps no great surprise that it doesn't add up, but here's Shaw in, bowls and doesn't let go in the end. I think one or two of the bowlers have had issues that far end, just where the foot's landing. Yes. The ball has slipped out of. No, it's sawdust.
No matter how much sawdust they put down, you sort of feel as though the sawdust itself ends up slipping over it. Just for a moment, I did wonder, because there was a slightly amusing moment at Old Trafford earlier this season when Josh Shaw, on the final day, that was when Gloucestershire were pushing for the wickets to try and force an unlikely victory. Shaw steamed in, as he does, with fire and brimstone, and then bowled a ball which landed about a foot in front of him, and it bounced. So the only surprise was that it only bounced twice before reaching, I think it might have been Josh Bohannon. Quite an amusing moment.
Well, he's running in again, reloaded, and in and bowls, and James Sales just drops it into the leg side. Again, fielded at mid-on, going out towards mid-wicket, and it's an easy single for Sales. He goes to 7, and Northamptonshire to 44 for 2. But it's that Jessup 100, obviously, so often in the sort of Bazball era, we've had players getting close.
Yeah, well, it was under threat again this summer.
To the accepted record. So it'd be very interesting to see what Simon Wilde has unearthed. Here's Shaw in again, bowls to Harrison, and almost identical to the previous ball from Sales, just drops it into the onside, out towards wide mid-on, and they come through for a single. 45 for 2. Harrison goes to 19. But I know Richard Streeton, with the late Laurie Newell, who was Northamptonshire statistician in the 80s, or late 70s and 80s, and they worked incredibly hard to try and work out how many balls it is, and they got it within a few, but couldn't be absolutely certain. Here's Shaw in again, bowls to Sales, plays it back down the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over, 45 for 2 Northamptonshire, so 10 runs to the good. Harrison has made 19, Sales has made 7, and we've got 2, possibly 3 overs to go before lunch.
It's a handy run rate, 4.5 and over, and we've lost those 2 wickets around it, so whether there's the attitude, I'm not sure. And it's really that. I think they're just playing the deliveries as they come, but still runs are important.
Oh yeah.
I want to just go full on Hampshire style and completely shut up shop, because they can make their lives a lot easier, and who knows, even still give themselves a chance of winning by scoring. Singdale in and bowls, cutting back into Harrison, but a little bit short to really cause issues. Harrison just runs up to mid-on. I
do wonder, Ed, whether the thought in Northampton's mind, we were talking earlier about, setting up a game. Northampton will be aware that they're a seamer down. Luke Proctor is unlikely, you would think, unlikely to bowl again in this match. Ben Sanderson this morning, I don't know if he's feeling a bit unwell, but he didn't really look like his usual self, so maybe that's just feeding into the thinking a little bit.
Singdale to Harrison, who drives in the air, and it's wide of cover. Didn't come off the middle of the bat, and it won't quite get to that short cover boundary as Jack Taylor will pull it in just a pace or so shy of the boundary. 2 runs for Harrison, who continues to play his shots here, 21 off 19 balls.
If they got a fit and firing Proctor and Sanderson, who you would think, if they're bowling well, are both going to find this surface pretty much to their liking, might be different. But if they're basically looking at a half, not fully fit Sanderson, Ben Whitehouse and Justin Broad, plus the spinners, slightly different, I think.
Singdale into Harrison, who deflects that one to backward point, and there is no run. Surrey 4 down. Ooh, the oval. Ollie Pope out. McCann bowled James.
So Lyndon James 41. Is having a serious game, isn't he, there with bat and ball?
He had a very good game at New Road as well. As Nottinghamshire threatened to make a hash of that chase, and I think it was Lyndon James who really saw them through to that victory there, which pulled them within that 1 point of Surrey going into this round. Harrison on strike and inside edges that one to square leg, maybe inside edge onto his, well, judging by the way he's bending that right knee, it might have inside edged it onto that knee. Ends up again safely out into that onside. So they're still not halfway there, Surrey, at 156 for 4, needing 159 to win. Again, yes, you've got Ryan Patel coming in at 6, but somebody at some point is going to have to play a serious knock there for Surrey, or Nottinghamshire move into the driver's seat. Singdale in, bowls well left there by Harrison, because I'll give you a go at that one. It's not too much good that can come of it from his perspective. Durham recovering a little at Chesley Street as they look to get as many points in the day as they can. 102 for 2, Emilio Gay on 56 and David Beddingham on 22. They may almost as well have a go, really, because you can't lose the game. Those bonus points could be so critical. As driving at that one is Harrison and missing it. An away swinger from Singdale, started wide and got wider, and Harrison was tempted, but no outside edge through to James Bracey. That it might just squeeze 2 more in. Be close. 47 for 2 at the end of 11 overs, so effectively, if you like, 12 for 2.
Might depend if the 2 batters fancy another one. If they don't, then we may have bootlaces and all sorts, you never know. But it is going to be Josh Shaw to continue from the Ashley Down Road end, with a little bit of sort of watery sunshine now, but we have had some proper sunshine in the last 20 minutes or so, which is very welcome. 3 slips in, Shaw in and bowls, and clipped away by Sales through square leg for 4. Just getting a little bit straight there, Josh Shaw, and Sales whipping it away just behind square on the leg side, the general direction of the burger stall. That brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire. So Northamptonshire 51 for 2, 16 runs ahead. Incidentally, if you thought I got my figures wrong about that 414 runs in a session, it was right. 1920 Percy Fender. Just got the figures in front of me. Here's Shaw in bowls short and caught Sales unawares. Goes on the back foot and it goes off the splice in the air. It hung in the air and Shaw, thinking for a split second they might be on for a caught and bowl, but in the end it dropped safely. But Shaw just surprising James Sales. He was looking to try and shovel it round the corner and just got squared up a little bit. Well bowled, Josh Shaw.
So he was trying to take it on, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And then suddenly it got big on him and he had to hope he pulled out of the shot in time, which he just about did.
Shaw in again, bowls to Sales, and Sales turns it into the leg side. Good bit of fielding, which by Joe Phillips at mid-wicket cuts off any chance of a run. Yeah, Surrey in that game were 160 for 4 at lunch and 574 for 5 at tea, with Fender 113 not out, 5 sixes and 16 fours after 42 minutes batting. And it was and Northampton were bowling. It wasn't feed-it runs. They were just not very good. Here's Shaw in again, bowls and a lovely punch off the back foot, but hard into the ground and fielded by Zaman Akhtar at backward point. And there is no run. So yeah, 135 minutes, but what they're still not sure is how many balls it actually comes out at. Between 40 and 46, I think, was the conclusion that Dick Streeton and Laurie Newell came up with. Here's Shaw in again. On the back foot goes Sales. Plays it up to mid-on, no run. So what we have, one ball to go in the over. 12:28, so I think we'll definitely have one more.
Some breaking news. Derbyshire and Glamorgan have drawn. No play possible today, which means Glamorgan take the 8 points for the draw plus the 1 batting point that they got. So 9 more added to their total. They're basically there.
Yeah, here's Shaw in bowls, and that's a beauty. Beats Sales outside the off stump. And yeah, Gloucestershire sprinting round. It always amuses me when sides do this. You see it so often. They sprint round to try and get another over in. It absolutely makes no difference whether they're in position or not.
They're just trying to hurry up the umpires.
Yeah, it is only down to the umpire and whether he is in his position, which indeed umpire James Treadwell is in position, so we will get another over. But it's lovely, isn't it? We'll see that. And I'm sure you're right. It's just to try and get the umpire maybe to walk in a little bit more quickly. But
the keeper just shouts off to the umpire, come on, Treaders, or whatever. So, last over before lunch. Singdale in and bowls and flashing and missing again. Harrison, he's being drawn into these drives by the away swingers from Singdale. Second time in 2 deliveries across 2 overs that Harrison has driven at it.
I can think of 1 or 2 umpires who I won't name, but if there is any chance of them not having another over and getting to lunch a little bit earlier, then I think they would take it with alacrity.
Singdale to Harrison, in and bowls and whipped away through mid-wicket for 4. Singdale just maybe getting a bit greedy in terms of in swing to follow away swing, and Harrison gets the meat of the bat on that one, and that has whistled away to the mid-wicket boundary. So 55 for 2, lead on to 20. So Glamorgan on to 189 points. It means Derbyshire are guaranteed to be in Division 2 next year, but it doesn't quite mean that Glamorgan are promoted. So the gap between Gloucestershire and Glamorgan is 43. So obviously that's gone. but I think Middlesex may technically, whilst it's obviously not going to happen, as Singdale bowls pushed away into the covers by Harrison for no run. I'm not sure if technically can Middlesex do anything about
Middlesex,
that.
They haven't got any batting points.
No,
they've got one bowling point. They've got Lancashire 237 for 3. So the most Middlesex could get out of that game if they bowled Lancashire out and somehow managed to win would be 169.
Right, which would keep them within 20 of Glamorgan.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the only eventuality, I think. Oh, bowled him! Driving again, Harrison, and a thick inside edge has seen middle stump uprooted, and it's the perfect end to the session for Gloucestershire here, as Harrison goes for 25, and the drive eventually gets him in trouble, but thinking more the outside edge, but in the end it's the inside edge, a drag onto the stumps. Harrison bowled for 25, and Northamptonshire at lunch, as that will be lunch at 12:32, 55 for 3, leading by 20 runs.
Yeah, well, as we've said, it was obvious the way Calvin Harrison was looking to counter the swing. He's cross with himself, you can see him as he walks off, but he tried that stroke any number of times with Ajit Singdale swinging the ball around at pace. It's been a really good spell from him. He's been rewarded with a couple of wickets, and his figures up there on the board: 6.4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 25, certainly don't flatter him. He's been excellent, and Northamptonshire, well, they've got to be careful here. They are in effect 20 for 3, still a lot of overs left in the game. And as we said first thing, there is juice left in this game, and it could be a very, very interesting couple of sessions.
A number of times I've seen over his Gloucestershire career, just absolutely countless times. I can remember a spell he bowled to Adam Lyth, where Lyth inside edged him, I think 5 times in a spell, and it didn't hit the stumps. I've never seen a bowler be inside edge so much and not have it hit the stumps, and here in his last home game for Gloucestershire he finally gets one to come off the inside edge and go onto the stumps. But 55 for 3 then, Northamptonshire, as Radis says, effectively 20 for 3. You will not want to miss the afternoon session. Well, I'd have thought you wouldn't want to miss the afternoon session despite the excitement that's going on elsewhere. Do join us in around about 40 minutes time for the second session of play on this final day of the County Championship season at Bristol.
BBC commentators Ed Seaborn and Melissa Story will be here on the 12th of January at 7:30, and Vikram Banerjee, the ex-Gloucestershire bowler who is now the managing director of the 100, will be here at 7:30 p.m. on the 9th of February. Andy Moles, Warwickshire, and international head coach, he'll be coming here on the 9th of March at 7:30, and the membership's just £25 with a £2 joining fee. Further details, you can either pop into the Gloucestershire County Cricket Club office, or you can drop an email to David Oates at dj.oates09, that's O-A-T-E-S, 09@gmail.com. Scores around the country. Unfortunately, there's been no play in the game this morning between Essex and Warwickshire. Essex 325 for 5. That's the first innings of that game. Worcestershire 591 for 9. Durham 109 for 2. Still trailing by 482 runs. Fortunately, there's been no play between Yorkshire and Sussex down at home. Sussex leading that one by 38 runs, 232 for 8 compared to Yorkshire's 194. In the big one, Surrey are still needing 152 runs, but they're 4 wickets down. Ollie Pope's just down. Nottinghamshire 231 and 256. Surrey 173 and 163 for 4. Somerset have got Hampshire 82 for 3. So Hampshire still trailing by 200 runs. Somerset 454 for 8 declared. Hampshire 172 and 82 for 3. Middlesex 211, Lancashire 239 for 3. Lancashire leading that one by 28 runs. Glamorgan 259 all out. Derbyshire 17 without loss. That has finished. Match drawn. And finally, no play between Leicestershire and Kent. Leicestershire 459 for 7 declared. Kent 17 without loss. Just a reminder that the Thatcher's Bar and Cafe is open for refreshments. And the Legends Bar as well, which is behind the Marker Lane stand at the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. They'll be serving refreshments throughout the day. There's also a burger unit situated in the car park. And Paolo's ice cream van is also over there as well today. The maximum order at any time for alcoholic drinks in the Thatcher's Bar or the Legends Bar is 4. And please remember that all catering units are cashless. In partnership with Adidas, the official club shop is located at the Neville Road end of the ground within the club reception. Our end of season sale is now on with up to 80% off selected lines. Visit the team for unbeatable value. Gloucestershire County Cricket Club merchandise, memorabilia and other branded items. welcome back for the afternoon session our two umpires, Paul Baldwin and James Treadwell. And please welcome back to the field James Bracey and the Gloucestershire team. Come on, boy. And for Northamptonshire, resuming on 11 not out after lunch, number 5, James Sales. And the new batter, number 18, Safe Save. Bowling from the Bristol Pavilion end, with just 2 balls to complete his 7th over the innings. Sponsored by Shepherd Funeral Services. Number 39, Ajit Singh Dale.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bristol Seat Unique Stadium as Northamptonshire resume on 55 for 3 in their second innings, leading by 20 runs. The new batter, Safe Zabe, out to the middle, always, given his form especially this year, a key wicket for Gloucestershire to try and take. There are 2 balls remaining in this Ajit Singh Dale over that was started before lunch, and his first ball after lunch is a good delivery which Safe Zabe curtain rails the bat away from, but it nips away off the middle of the surface and is taken by James Bracey behind the stump. So the lead 20 for Northamptonshire, and James Sales on 11 at the non-strikers end. Safe Zabe just facing his first ball after Calvin Harrison dragged a wide delivery from Singh Dale onto his middle stump to give the bowler his second wicket. Gloucestershire their third. There are 69 overs remaining in the day after this one as Singh Dale bowls a tasty bouncer which Zabe does duck, but a slightly awkward duck, but he's negotiated it successfully. So that completes the over that was carried over. I wonder whether Singh Dale will continue or not. It's 7 overs. Okay, it was what, 6.4, but that was a fairly lengthy spell anyway, and he was hurried through it at the back end as Gloucestershire tried to get the extra over in, and from their point of view, thank goodness they did get that in. It was only by about 20 seconds, but they did manage it, and it produced that wicket of Harrison. Ed Seaborn and Andrew Radd, your commentary team, as we see whether this day bubbles up into something rather exciting.
Could well do if we get a full afternoon's play. There is a little bit of drizzly rain about on the radar, but it's fine at the moment. And here's Josh Shaw running in to bowl his third over from the Ashley Down Road end. Bowls to James Sales, who's on the back foot, dropping it out into the covers. Jack Taylor fielding at extra, and there is no run. Safe Zabe, as Ed was saying, in prime form this season, 1,268 runs in the Championship, 6 centuries, made 76 in the first innings, averaging around about 67, 68 in Championship cricket this year. With a game to go, of course, after this one. 2 slips in place as Shaw runs into bowl to Sales, and again he's on the back foot, and once again he's playing it out into the covers where Jack Taylor fields. Northamptonshire having lost the wickets of Lewis McManus for 9, Rob Keogh up to open the innings in place of Luke Proctor, who hasn't been on the field since the close of play on the second day, wasn't seen yesterday and wasn't on the field this morning. He has a quad injury, so he will have to bat down the order instead of his usual position opening. Here's Shaw in again, bowls to Sales, this time works it into the leg side, fielded by Miles Hammond, in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. We actually had the covers on during lunchtime. We had a little flurry of rain blew across the ground. The pitch covers were brought on by the ground staff. They also brought the covers on the big tarpaulins to cover the run-ups, but by the time they got those out, it had stopped.
Well, I think did they not get one on at the Ashley Down Road end, and then they were just about to drag the other one on, and then it lightened off, and in the same way as it did earlier on. As soon as it stopped raining, the sun started to peep through. Which
he's doing now as Shaw comes in, bowls to Sales, and Sales seems to have plenty of time to rock onto the back foot, push that out into the covers. Zaman Akhtar, who produced that remarkable piece of fielding to run out Rob Keogh for 6, although the piece of fielding was as remarkable as the run was poor. Let's leave it at that.
And then also just, as it does, the effect that has on the belief of a fielding side, you just start to feel it might be your day.
It was not a great bit of cricket from Northamptonshire, a very good bit of cricket from Zaman Akhtar. Here's Shaw in, outside the off stump, left alone by James Sales. Sales out for 6 in the first innings, 2 Josh Shaw, driving at one that a little bit wide. Maybe didn't have to play at it, but as we were saying at that stage of the game, if there was a scoring opportunity, if he had width, it's probably fair enough going after it. It was a very good catch by Ben Charlesworth. That first slip, he is there now. Goes down as Shaw. Runs in and bowls to Sales, and again Sales in behind that. Pushing it up to mid-wicket, Hammond fields, and that's the end of Josh Shaw's first over of the afternoon. Northamptonshire 55 for 3, haven't scored a run since lunch. Josh Shaw 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 11. James Sales is 11, save Sabe, still looking for his first run.
It's probably a little bit shorter in that over than Shaw would like to be, whilst he did cause James Sales some discomfort with a shorter ball that popped up off the shoulder of the bat and landed short of him. In general, probably would want to be a little bit fuller than that, but first over just settling in after the lunch break, and Singdale it is to continue, so his lengthy spell either side of lunch will be an even longer one. Matt Taylor may well switch ends as he did in the first innings, I think, and bowl from the pavilion end, but Singdale for now down the leg side off the glove of Bracey, and that'll go down for 4. He tried his best to get something on that Bracey and either catch it, stop it, or even deflect it down to Shaw at fine leg, but unable, given Singdale had speared that one in and it continued to move a little bit further away from him as well. And 4 runs onto the total into the byes column, so 59 for 3. Bracey just gathering himself again, seems to be okay as far as the fingertips are concerned, and back in position. Singdale bowls straying onto the pads of Zabe. He'll flick it away to get off the mark through backward square, so 60 for 3. Zabe top scoring in the first innings for Northamptonshire with his 76, before eventually being caught behind off the bowling of Akhtar. 1 wicket for Zaman Akhtar in the first innings. And, I mean, of course, all the talk was adding another century on 700, but 76 on this pitch.
Yeah.
Singdale bowls defending Sales, back to Singdale, who again gets his foot to it, but I just have no idea what he's trying to achieve with that. He's not flicking it up. He ends up almost heeling it with his foot facing sideways, perpendicular to the strip. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there.
I don't think when he gets up to Manchester, either City or United will be in any great hurry to sign him.
3 slips in place. Singdale to Sales, and that's a lovely delivery, which just from a bowling point of view appealingly shapes away from James Sales. Very much that one, I think, swing rather than seam, or at least swing was the primary cause for Sales to be drawn into that shot. Not finding the outside edge, but ball starting to reach that point where it will be at its swingiest. 60 for 3. Singdale into Sales, and that is left alone in exaggerated fashion. He holds the pose for a few moments afterwards.
I was just looking at social media post by Hugh Turberville, editor of the Cricketer magazine. Makes, I think, quite a salient point, bearing in mind that pretty well all of the matches have been weather affected. So this year's September programme, not the greatest advert for having a series of county championship playoffs, which of course is one of the brilliant wheezes that is being presented to us.
One of the many
issues
with that particular suggestion, for my money, as Sales turns this one to deep backward square for a single. So Sales will keep the strike on 12, Northamptonshire 61 for 3, leading by 26. But that is certainly one of the first things that was written when that proposal came through. And of course, I guess the idea is that it's this sort of fudge between 12 and 14 try and, as much as anything else, is that fudge between 12 and 14 to try and appease both the PCA
and members, when it's not going to appease anybody, I don't think. But anyway, we shall see. Greater minds, Ed, will be, I'm sure, bending their thoughts to find a solution that nobody at all is happy with. Here's Sales facing Josh Shaw, and that's fired away down the leg side, and it's gone for 4 byes. And I have to say, if I was James Bracey, I'd be not massively chuffed about that, because it's got to be a wide, hasn't it? It's very, very wide. It's gone down the leg side.
Sort of flinched. It seemed to go sideways as it bounced, but it was way down.
Well, it's 4 runs onto the total, but it goes against James Bracey, and I don't think there's any way, without the aid of powerful springs, he could have got anywhere near that. Anyway, 65 for 3. Shaw is in, bowls much better ball, and Sales on the back foot, plays it out into the covers. Bright sunshine now here in Bristol, and indeed blue sky overhead. A bit more than required to knit a pair of sailor's trousers, my nan always used to say. But it's very pleasant, and we had a pleasant day weather-wise on the second day, on Tuesday here. Pretty much as was forecast actually at the start of the week, that it was going to be alternate days, wasn't it? Here's Shaw in and bowls to Sales, and Sales is forward this time. Works it into the leg side. Hammond fields at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So we had a blank day on Monday when it was blowing a hoolie and rain as well. Nice day Tuesday. Got rather more cricket yesterday than we thought we would. We got almost a full session yesterday morning, and a very interesting session it was too. And then this morning, although it was a bit drizzly to start with, underway on time, and so far we've had a full day. Here's Shaw in and bowls to Sales, who is drawn into playing at that one. He pulled the bat inside the line, but I fancy he did so after it had gone past the bat, and it was heading into the gloves of James Bracey.
It's more like the length as well, for the first time really in these first couple of overs from Shaw. Even the straighter delivery after correcting from the ball, which was fired down leg side. Probably still a little bit on the shorter side.
Shaw in again, bowls to Sales, and this time it is a little bit wider outside the off stump, and Sales is not drawn into playing it. Lets it go, he stays on. 12, Northamptonshire 65 for 3, so 30 runs to the good. Hampshire 83 for 3 off 60 overs at Taunton in Division 1, so Hampshire still 199 behind. I saw a message from our colleague Anthony Gibson saying this will not be easy. Well, I think he's probably right. Here's Shaw, and again it's down the leg side, and again it's going to go down for 4 byes, signalled by umpire Baldwin. And again, I feel for James Bracey, but well, it's a couple of deliveries now.
That's even wider than the first one, actually, in terms of where it pitched.
Yes, no, absolutely.
That is absolutely a wide.
It was clearly an effort, sort of an effort ball, because you'd see him dig it in, and it just sailed down the leg side, and
made an over.
Yes, and I don't think James Bracey will be leading the applause somehow. 69 for 3 at the end of the over. Northamptonshire, well, gifted a dozen runs, which is always handy. They lead by 34.
Surprised we didn't have an announcement for that.
Well, yeah, absolutely, yes.
Singdale over the wicket, bowls to Zabe, and that's turned away to deep square for 1 run, 70 for 3. Please keep your eye on the ball at all times. Down to our left on those picnic benches, because they seem to be in the firing line at the moment.
I'd love to have seen James Bracey's comment, or his sort of gesture as we saw the other afternoon when he sort of spread his arms out. What was that all about?
Actually, the other thing is, because the boards are at quite an angle. When I was at Radlett this season for a 50-over game, they actually announced via the PA, please do watch the ball as it can tip up off the advertising boards, left alone by Sales wide of the off stump. Yeah,
it reminds me of my home club back in Northamptonshire, Oundle Town, Milton Road, where we have what's known as Winch's Wall. It's a wall that runs around the ground, and there's quite a big drop down the other side into the road, known as Winch's Wall, because R.F. Winch, who was a master at Oundle School and played for Oundle Town and Northamptonshire, once went vaulting over it and broke his ankle, dropping into the road below. There is a point to this story. I'll come to it after this ball.
Singdale in and bowls, and Sales, pardon me, plenty of time to play that one. Just defensively picked up at mid-on.
And occasionally they put the advertising boards out for the local sponsors, and those that do it have to be told not to put them at an angle, because of course as soon as the ball makes contact it just sails over the wall, and then it wastes so much time because somebody has to go out of the gate, run right the way around the ground into the road, which the ball of course then probably sailed halfway down to Benefield, so you have to be careful with those.
Deep square is just dropping back Jack Taylor towards the boundary.
Yeah, they did this in the previous over, didn't they, with a couple of balls to go. They dropped a man back, and then it was sort of the double bluff.
Singdale in now. Bowls! Oh, how's that missed? That is the tightest of tight leaves from James Sales, and you can tell even he's a little bit sheepish about having let that one go, because it wasn't the full-on shouldering of arms. The bat was almost out to his side as he left it alone, just thinking... It was almost as if he was bracing for impact. Slightly. Let's have another look at that. Oh.
Well left. Ooh. I think that's probably what Sabe came down the pitch to say to him.
Yeah. Great lead.
Well left, Jumbie.
Well, it doesn't actually look quite as close from that angle somehow, but
comfortable lead.
Sales certainly. You could see from his expression what he thought of it. Singdale bowls a harmless, short, wide delivery that loops through to the gloves of James Bracey. Of course, Gloucestershire had a game at Guildford this season where they've built this massive sort of what do you call it? Well, it's more of a fence than a wall, really, but it's high and it prevents the ball from disappearing off onto the road that runs immediately next to the ground, which I'm pretty sure I don't remember you used to be there. I don't know how old that is. Singdale bowls a shorter delivery, and that's well played by Sales. Gets up onto his toes and allows the ball just to meet the bat, and deflected for 2 runs towards the deep third boundary. So 2 more to Northamptonshire, 72 for 3.
I've been to Woodbridge Road for some years. Northamptonshire haven't.
Well, I'm afraid I wasn't there.
Right.
As you.
No, it's
we're still travelling around the country in the month of August. I suppose I was, but not. Not following Gloucestershire around so much.
Well, it was We went up to Sedbergh, of course, Northamptonshire at the start of the One Day Cup, which is a very long way to go to watch it rain. Lovely ground. I mean, I wanted to go because everyone tells me it's probably the most picturesque venue on the county circuit at the moment, and I wouldn't argue with that. It is quite beautiful, and it's probably even nicer when the sun shines, but unfortunately the rain just kept barrelling in, and not a ball was bowled, which is a great shame. But the scenery was very nice, and of course, needless to say, within, I don't know, 20 minutes of the game being abandoned, the sun was out, and it was a lovely drive down the Lancashire coast after that. But anyway, here's Shaw bowling to the left-handed Zabe outside the off-stump. Zabe leaves it alone, goes through to James Bracey. But other than that, Northamptonshire's only other outground in the 50-over cup was at Rugby School, which I have to say was one of the best organised. You know, it's always important with outgrounds that a bit of thought is given to how to make it work. Of course, Cheltenham have got it absolutely, off pat because it's been such a regular and much cherished part of the county game for many years. As Shaw bowls wide outside the off stump and flayed away down through backward point by Safe Zabe for 4. Suspect he was actually trying to play that a little bit squarer. But anyway, it's quite safe, and it runs down to a wide third man for 4. Takes Safe Zabe up to 6, and Northamptonshire to 76 for 3. But it was so well organised in point of view, seating, spectator accommodation, media facilities, catering, which was really well organised with using the second field at Rugby for all of the catering outlets, so it wasn't queues past people trying to watch the cricket. Here's Shaw in bowls, and Zabe covers up defensively, pushes it up to mid-off, and there is no run. I just thought it was a really well organised event. The weather was helped, of course, because it was absolutely glorious, and they played 3 games there, didn't they, Warwickshire? And although Northamptonshire came a fairly distant second, it was still a very enjoyable day. It was quite nice talking to Adi Sharma in the nets beforehand. He said, last time I played here last season I was playing for Stowe School against Rugby School, and he's playing for Northamptonshire against Warwickshire. Round the wicket comes Shaw, turned away by Zabe, out to mid-wicket and misfield by Joe Phillips, doesn't pick it up cleanly, and as a result what should have been a dot is a 1.
It's just been a little bit untidy since lunch from Gloucestershire, which is, I don't know whether it's a case of, from the bowling point of view, trying a little bit too hard in some cases, but it's been surprising given what we've seen before lunch. There's just been a few lapses in terms of the bowling lines and lengths,
but the thing is, Ed, there's still so much cricket left to play. 64 overs after this one. Here's Shaw in again, bowls to Sales, short, and Sales has chipped that up in the air. He's going to be caught at deep square. He is caught at deep square, and the short ball, which they were thinking about trying Sales out with at the other end, has proved his undoing. Spooned it up in the air, caught by Miles Hammond down there at deep square. Sales goes for 14, and Northamptonshire 77 for 4, effectively 42 for 4. And there is still a lot of time left in this match, and Gloucestershire will possibly just be thinking now, we've got a chance, we've got a serious chance of winning this game.
Yeah, very much so, and that has to be deeply disappointing from a Northamptonshire perspective, because there were just a few cracks there in the Gloucestershire bowling. It was nothing like as consistent after lunch as it was before lunch, and then just that little momentary lapse that can sometimes just again add, in the same way as we're talking about the run out that Zaman Akhtar affected, the opposite can happen with the odd misfield, just lowering that intensity and adding to a bit of frustration. And then just as Northamptonshire, it felt as though had a good opportunity there to really knuckle down for 20 minutes, half an hour, and get the game going in their direction, put the pressure on Gloucestershire. There's then a moment there which which could have been avoided. And
yeah, I think...
especially with Safe Zabe having come out to the middle as well, you've got somebody there that you'd think there's a rock that you could build the rest of the innings around. And
it's just a bit of a soft dismissal, wasn't it, to be honest? So they clearly fancied themselves with a short ball against James Sales, and a couple of times with him taking strike to Sing Dale, they dropped a man back. Now a couple of times they just did it as I think it's the double bluff, but that time he just shoveled it really obligingly down the throat of deep backward square. And Justin Broad is at the crease facing Shaw down the leg side, and Broad trying to tickle it down to fine leg, doesn't manage to get any bat on it. But Josh Shaw has picked up the wicket of James Sales for the second time in the match. Northamptonshire are 77 for 4. Zabe is 7. Justin Broad facing just the one ball, yet to get off the mark. Northamptonshire effectively 42 for 4, with 64 overs left in the match. And the sun out.
Guess basking in it, the Gloucestershire spectators down there. I thought for a moment that lady was waving to the big screen, but of course it's just the scoreboard up there for the championship match. They just happen to be pointing over in that direction. But anyway, we've got a change of bowling. Now Sajit Singh Dale's spell effectively all in one go, with Lunch interrupting it. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 31. That is ended, and Matt Taylor, as in the first innings, will switch to bowl at the pavilion end.
At the Oval, Surrey 5 down, 193 for 5, and Ryan Patel has gone to Lyndon James for 6. It's now Dan Lawrence, who's 33 not out. Tom Curran's just gone in.
Well, that's going to happen quickly one way or the other,
yes.
You think, with those two at the crease.
Yep.
Matt Taylor into Zabe, left arm over, bowls a low full toss, and that's flicked away, and Zabe has maybe missed out there just for the single to deep square leg. Certainly swung from Taylor, so maybe that was why Zabe just thought, let's watch this a bit carefully and not try and leather it out of the ground.
Bristol Pavilion End, sponsored by the Kensington Courtyard, number 36, Matt Taylor.
Right. That ball doesn't count, by the way.
It's official
again,
now.
The first one, I'm sorry, because it wasn't announced, so they'll have to return, I think, Zabe to the striker's end. 78 for 4. The leaders on to 43, and Justin Broad with this open stance waits for Taylor, who will come round the wicket to him and bowl, and that's let go by Justin Broad. Taylor wasting no time in coming around. He started off over the wicket in his first spell with a new ball, but I think he does feel that he gets more swing when he bowls round the wicket, and whilst it's certainly something that... What on earth is going on there? So I just suddenly looked at the screen and seen somebody drinking a cup of tea in close-up. What on earth is happening? Taylor into Broad down the leg side, and Gloucestershire, at least a couple of fielders thought maybe there was something on that. Hammond and Price getting very excited at second and third slip. Nothing really from Bracey, and absolutely nothing from Matt Taylor. Well, that would really have been a bonus wicket if got something on that. Just almost fending at it down the leg side, but he's got a head of steam up as Matt Taylor. He's not bowling slowly.
Picking the mud out of his spikes.
Oh, he needs that device that
yes,
Tommy Borman had
right, yeah.
a couple of days ago. Almost stands in the pile of sawdust as he starts his run. In and bowls to Broad, who's driving out in front of himself, almost lunging at it to try and play it away. It ends up going out into the onside for no run. A score which has caught my eye all of a sudden at Hove, where Sussex just about scrambled to a batting point to make 250 in reply to Yorkshire's 194. They've lost even more play there than we have here, but Yorkshire in their second innings are 6 for 3 trailing by 50, and all 3 wickets to the left-arm spin of James Coles, Lyth, Bean and Agarwal.
That's
pretty good.
Yeah.
Taylor bowls, wide delivery, doesn't do anything, and Broad has nothing to do with it.
There's a bit going on, isn't there? The games they're actually playing.
Yes.
It's almost like it's just a hint of the Keystone Cops about some of it, isn't it? With the game almost going at double speed, but
except at Taunton,
except
it's
at
going,
Taunton,
going
at half speed. Yeah, it's like the old 16 RPM records that you used to get occasionally, slower than the 33s. 16 at one, 78s at the others, isn't it?
Deep square dropping back for the last ball of the over. As Taylor bowls to Broad, who's forward and defending into the onside. They get 1, and there was just suddenly a thought from Broad a few steps down. Actually, might be able to turn it into 2, but it was too late by then, so they've had to pull out. But Broad gets underway with a single. 2 from the Matt Taylor comeback over, and maybe just that reintroduction of Taylor, who probably is Gloucestershire's most consistent in terms of line and length. That might just get them back in terms of full-on consistency. Well, it's the ground staff. There we go. I've finally deciphered what's going on here.
2 sugars.
Yeah. Well, well-deserved cup of tea. It's been a long season for the ground staff, and you know, again, we mentioned it a couple of days ago. The cricket that we've seen at Bristol, Gloucestershire haven't always won it, but we've been treated to some absolutely cracking games here this season.
Including this one. This has possibilities as Shaw goes outside the off stump, left alone by Justin Broad.
I mean, forget just Championship cricket, where again you go through the games. Okay, the first game against Glamorgan, whilst Gloucestershire were pushing and had Glamorgan following on, the pitch was fairly low and slow, but then they'd had basically no time to prepare that one because of what had come before. Thriller against Leicestershire, they won by 2 wickets. The win against Kent, which is a fantastic game. The Derbyshire match here as well.
Shaw bustling in, bowls to Broad, who's hit on the pad, drops down on the onside. Miles Hammond fields and then does a pirouette as he was trying to work out where to throw it to. In the end, he doesn't throw it, he keeps hold of it, and the umpire, Paul Baldwin, signals a leg by. 1 more onto the total. Northamptonshire to 80 for 4, 45 runs ahead. 6 wickets in hand. Captain Luke Proctor hasn't batted yet. Presumably will be handicapped to an extent by this quad injury. Might even see a runner, which is always good for chaos, isn't it? Around the wicket comes Shaw to save Zabe, and Zabe turns it away on the leg side. Down to long leg, where it's fielded down there by Zaman Akhtar. 1 more to safe Zabe. He goes to 9, and Northamptonshire to 81 for 4. Safe Zabe is now closing in on 1,300 championship runs. Ben Duckett, who was the last before him to make 4 figures in a championship season for Northamptonshire, made 1,338 in 2016, so they need 60 odd to go past that. Here's Shaw in again, clipped away by Justin Broad in front of square on the leg side for a single. Broad doubles his score to 2, 82 for 4. These two shared a long partnership of 298 unbroken down at Canterbury. Both got big hundreds. Kookaburra game on a very slow pitch, a game that Northamptonshire in the end came close to winning, couldn't quite wrap it up. Shaw round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, who drives nicely to point, but Graham Van Buren, busy as ever, makes ground to his left to field, and there is no run. Plenty of blue sky in evidence now, including, importantly, where the weather's coming from over to our left, so hopefully it is now set fair for the afternoon. A little bit wet stuff in the radar, but it's quite a way away, so hopefully it'll find a way around us. Here's Shaw in again, bowls to Zabe, covers up, pushes it up towards mid-wicket. And that is the end of another Josh Shaw over. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18. Northamptonshire 82 for 4, leading by 47 runs now. 4 wickets down. Zabe is 9, Broad is 2.
Should also say congratulations to Leicestershire, who, because they have called off that game between Leicestershire and Kent, and the Glamorgan Derbyshire game has also been called off. Leicestershire, who are 29 points ahead of Glamorgan, have therefore clinched the Division 2 title. So Gloucestershire were there last week, where Leicestershire clinched promotion, and this week they've clinched the Division 2 title. Taylor bowls to Broad, who turns that one into the onside. There's another mix-up, and Broad's getting back there. I think there probably was a single, but it was in that intermediate area where whose call is it?
Well, yeah, but at 82 for 4.
Well, in the end they averted the crisis, but
yeah, we've already seen one not particularly impressive piece of running that cost Northamptonshire a wicket. Don't really need another one. James Bracey might disagree, of course.
Broad facing and driving into the ground. It'll be fielded out at cover, and there won't be a run. Yeah, going back to the summary of the Bristolian season, that game against Derbyshire actually was I think almost, even though it ended up as a draw, almost my favourite, because Gloucestershire overturning that deficit of 211 on first innings, just absolutely nowhere, bowled out for 187 on the first day. Taylor bowls back of a length, and Broad will find a single as he just steps across it and turns it down to fine leg. 83 for 4, the lead on to 48. Big hundreds from Bancroft and Van Buren in the second innings to set Derbyshire 311 to win, and they were 177 without loss. Just, I think, after tea even on the final day, and then it was Ben Aitchison who was sent out at number 10 ahead of Jack Morley by Mickey Arthur just to go out and block it. They decided it was too much risk against Van Buren, especially with the ball. As an in-swinger from Taylor's driven up to mid-on, they'll take on Singdale, being the right-arm thrower. That was a better decision in terms of a single, and Zabe moves on to 10, 84 for 4. A good sliding stop from Singdale as well, just to make sure that the ball didn't get past. And you think in terms of T20 cricket here, we've seen a couple of games where Gloucestershire nearly chased down, I think it was 207 in that first game against Kent. Then the game against Middlesex was another really exciting, high-scoring game. Okay, on a used pitch, but it was a different sort of drama as Taylor bowls to Broad, who angles this one to backward point for no run. Different sort of drama in the Pink for Sid game, as Gloucestershire nearly messed up a very low chase, and then David Payne ending up hitting the last ball of that game very poignantly over long on for a huge 6. And of course it was that first day of that Derbyshire Championship match which followed soon afterwards, where we learnt of the passing of Sid Lawrence, and there has been a little bit of a year of that as well for the club in general, as Taylor bowls full and wide and steered away into the covers for no run to complete the over. 84 for 4. But then also thinking about the T20 International that was held here after so much angst about what would the weather be like, and Gloucestershire finally getting assigned an international in the middle of the summer rather than right at the end of September. And we've seen what's happened with those internationals again this year that have been played in September, with the unsatisfactory match, really, in inverted commas, at Cardiff in the first game of that men's series against South Africa, and then the game completely washed out at Trent Bridge. Had a thrilling game in the T20 here against the West Indies. 25 sixes hit by the two teams in that match. And then One Day Cup, some more cracking games. Glamorgan, Gloucestershire, the victories there. Hampshire with a record chase. It's been good fare here this season.
Shaw in, bowls to Zabe, who edges just in front of second slip. It's a good stop by Ollie Price, diving to his left. Certainly saved 3 runs. They come through for a single. Takes save Zabe up to 11 and Northamptonshire to 85 for 4. Yes, I think the whole of English cricket was so deeply saddened by the passing of Sid Lawrence. I had the pleasure of actually sharing commentary with him quite a few years ago here in a knockout cup match, and he was just a delight to work with, as you would imagine. Pulled away by Justin Broad down to deep square, deep fine leg in fact, as Jack Taylor comes in from the boundary to field. One more to Broad. He goes to 4. Northamptonshire to 86 for 4. And certainly the image of James Bracey taking up the T20 trophy to Sid Lawrence at Edgbaston is one that I'm sure will be one of the abiding images of English domestic cricket for some years.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if, you know, without exaggerating at all, every time you see that image, it is lump to the throat time.
Absolutely. Shaw in, bowls to Zabe, drives pleasantly in the gap between backward point and cover, and they come through for another single. Good rotation of the strike. These two have batted a lot together this year. I mentioned the partnership down at Canterbury, but they've had some other important partnerships. They do say they enjoy batting together. Did ask them after one particularly long partnership where Justin Broad had been employing the sweep, well, to very good effect, let's say, as Shaw is in, bowls to him, and he's tucking that away down behind square on the leg side. Actually, that's a good ball from Shaw. It nipped back in, and Broad, I think, in the end, getting it off a thickish inside edge, but safely enough down behind square. It's one more run to Broad. He goes to 588 for 4. Asked Justin Broad if he'd been learning the intricacies of the sweep from Saif Zabe, who tends to play orthodox and reverse sweep with equal facility. And Saif said, no, he's been teaching me. But they do enjoy batting together, these two, and Northamptonshire could do with a partnership from them here. Still 60 overs left in the day. Shaw bowls short and Zabe ducks underneath it. I was thinking about, just when you were talking about cricket here at Bristol, I suppose my favourite championship match of the season, I'd probably have to say the win over Lancashire, because it's always, we don't beat them very often, so it was nice to turn them over at Wantage Road, and a game that Northamptonshire looked to be heading out of until Ben Sanderson came in and played that extraordinary innings of 65, including 50 off 22 balls, which was possibly the champagne moment of the season. Round the wicket comes Shaw, driven by Zabe, who's watching just to see if it goes past mid-off. It doesn't. It got past Josh Shaw. That is the end of another Shaw over. 1 for 22, 88 for 4, with Saif Zabe on 12. Justin Broad is on 5. Northamptonshire's lead is 53, and there are 60 overs remaining. But the one I enjoyed very much was the one down at Canterbury. As I say, the Northamptonshire, there were so many similarities to what I think was the best championship match I ever saw, which is the Notts game in '95, with Kent getting a decent score and Northamptonshire just saying, well, the only chance we've got is to go past it, and well past it, and they got over 700. And in the end, as we were saying, I think a couple of days ago, put Kent under real pressure at the back end and had them 8 down, couldn't quite finish it off, but it was a really interesting game and a terrific climax in that last session. It had a lot of really good things in for those that love proper championship cricket.
Taylor round the wicket, bowls to Broad, and that's dabbed away just defensively up to mid-on, where Shaw is fielding. Graham van Buren has taken up what had been Shaw's position down at fine leg and does appear to be going through some stretches down there, so it may be that we are not far off the first look at spin in this second innings for Gloucestershire. Van Buren taking 3 wickets in the first innings. Gloucestershire's over rate, actually, not quite sure how that's happened, but it went from -2 to -1 at lunch, so they're not too far behind, actually. Taylor bowls to Broad, and that's tucked away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But thinking about that game against Kent as well again, it's an odd thing to say that the draw against Derbyshire was almost actually my favourite over the Kent game, because that one, I think the drama over the 4 days of the Derbyshire game, because Gloucestershire was so far short in their first innings, and then Derbyshire charging off into the distance and lost something like their last 6 wickets for 30 or 40 runs, as they looked as though they were building a sort of, looked at, well, here we go, innings defeat coming here, and then it ended up as that on the final day, as that's let go by Broad. I think that almost made that game better than the Kent game, which was a bit of a slow burner, really. 4:24 played 5:16, and really it wasn't until the end of the third day when we started to think that we might have a game on our hands, as
coin a phrase,
Kent in the end were bowled out for 253. But it was what was so much fun about that game as well, having Cameron Green here, and he certainly did make his mark on this season for Gloucestershire. As there's an edges there, no, not out, says the umpire. I think it may have deflected off pad. It looked as though there was a deflection from Justin Broad, but it may have just been thigh pad. Taylor bowling round the wicket, straightening one that, let's have a look, did that, yeah, I don't know,
might just deflect the pad.
Maybe nothing, I'm not sure. Anyway, Taylor sort of inquired, but it was behind the stumps that the real excitement came from. But anyway, not out, but it was another fabulous piece of bowling from Matt Taylor, who, I mean, I have to say, you do often get some visiting commentators who think, well, why is he bowling round the wicket? But actually, if you watch more of him, you see why. Taylor in now bowls, and that's tucked away to square leg this time. Broad will get himself a single and get off strike. 90, I know 89 for 4. The ball's already moved. Lead is 54.
Well, he was the most threatening bowler for Gloucestershire in the first innings, and probably just because you made the point before lunch, he's just so consistent. He doesn't bowl, Josh Shaw and Ajit Singh Dale have had their moments in this innings, but they've also, bowled a few loose balls that have been able to be put away. Doesn't give you much, does he, Matt Taylor? Gives you very, very little.
Well, it's good to see him in this sort of form. He's probably hadn't taken the wickets that he'd have wanted to in the championship matches that he has played. Not that it's been easy for anybody to take wickets with the Kookaburra ball by any means. Taylor over the wicket bowls, back of a length and dabbed away. Very fine by Zabe, so fine that he's not going to get a run for it because it's gone to around about where first slip would be. So 89 for 4, lead is 54. But going back to that Kent game, it really felt as if it was getting away from Kent almost in the field before they then lost a few wickets that evening, and there was the most vocal support for a championship match that I think I've seen in my time doing this anyway. I mean, I think I first started doing this when there were no crowds allowed in at all, and that sort of thing that was just so desperately missed. A large section of vocal Gloucestershire supporters down to our left who were cheering on every Cameron Green run and chanting his name, huge beaming smile as he took off his helmet and raised his bat towards them, and he said in an interview at the end of the day, I've never had my name chanted before at a cricket ground.
Graham Van Buren, first spin of the innings, starts off from the Ashley Down road end with the ball on leg stump. Turn round the corner to the man on the 45, Ajit Singh Dale, by Justin Broad, who picks up another run. He goes to 7, Northamptonshire for 90 for 4, leading by 55. Seems as though every time the Northamptonshire Brains Trust goes round, they pick up another body. They're now up to 4. As Van Buren is nudged into the leg side by Saif Zabe for another single. Zabe to 13, 91 for 4. It's now Darren Lehman, Glenn Chappell, Lewis McManus and Calvin Harrison having a wander around the boundary. Just a slip in. 3 saving 1 on the offside and the onside. And next ball from Van Buren, forcing Justin Broad onto the back foot. There is a deep mid-wicket out roughly on the line of the ice cream van. Deep cover as well. Sun trying to break through again. As Van Buren round the wicket, bowls to Broad, who slaps that away through the covers, but he's only going to get a single. As I mentioned, there is a man back sweeping on the cover boundary, so 1 more to Justin Broad. He goes to 8, Northamptonshire to 92 for 4. And the game between these two sides at Northampton was also an intriguing game on the final day. Unfortunately, the weather had the last say in what could have been a very, very interesting last session. That turns from Van Buren. It beats Bracey, and with great presence of mind, Miles Hammond sticks down a hand to prevent it hitting the helmet. Because otherwise, I think Northamptonshire might have benefited to the tune of 5 penalty runs. As it is, Hammond managed to intercept. So now,
I thought Ollie Price was going to go and stand just to protect the helmet,
yes,
but not quite.
It's rare to see James Bracey not take one cleanly. Slip on a leg slip. And for Zabe, as Van Buren bowls to him, and a little bit of turn and bounce, but Zabe just rides the turn, knocks it into the leg side for 1, and keeps the strike. Zabe to 14, and Northamptonshire to 93 for 4. There you go, you see, absolutely transfixed, those of you watching the
there are some fingernails being chewed there.
They are. It's obviously getting really excited. It's interestingly poised match here, with Northamptonshire 93 for 4, 58 runs ahead, 58 overs left in the day, although I say potentially you'd have to knock a couple of those off, and that assumes we get the full measure in. But I say at the moment the weather is absolutely fine, no problems at all.
Taylor still not entirely pleased with what he's feeling underfoot, whether that be as he's taking some mud with him as he's running in, or what's going on when he's actually getting to the crease. He's there now and bowls, and that's a good ball which just threatens to come back in at the last minute, but Zabe is forward to get bat on it and defended away out into the covers. But it's that sort of late movement that will excite Matt Taylor. Well, I did say things would happen quickly one way or the other at the Oval, and Surrey have already got that target down to just 84 runs required to win, still 5 wickets in hand. Dan Lawrence 48 from 45 and Tom Curran 23 from 25. That was always going to be the way that they were going to look at it, and it's amazing how the psychology changes when it's under 100 to win. Taylor bowls a wide ball which is well driven by Zabe. Gosh, he's timed that. I thought he'd just placed it into the gap, which he had, but absolutely sped away. And the only saving grace there for Gloucestershire is that the gaggle of Northamptonshire playing and support staff have made their way right to that point and were able to lob the ball back in for Zaman Akhtar. So 4 runs, but it'll help them as far as the over rate's concerned as well. 97 for 4.
I was always happy to help. Always obliging.
Well,
I mean, Tom Curran, he went that long period, didn't he, without playing a red ball match. Came to Northampton and got 100 before lunch.
Wasn't it? Yep. Taylor in now and pushed away for no run by Zabe into the covers. And of course he played that huge part in that game, extraordinary game last year between Somerset and Surrey at Taunton. Ended up on the losing side, but Curran taking on Jack Leach on a spinning pitch and hitting him for something like 7 or 8 sixes, I think it was, straight down the ground. And he sort of thought, well, if Surrey had actually brought that attitude to the 4th innings, then maybe they would actually have killed the title chase then. But as it was, Somerset were able to do that themselves at Old Trafford. Lead is 62 as Taylor bowls to Zabe, and there's an on drive not out of the middle of the bat, fielded at mid-on.
That was 2022, wasn't it? And he played it was astonishing innings. He just hit everything and made 100 before lunch. and very few had done that for Surrey, going back, as far as you like. And it took a brilliant catch by Luke Proctor to get him out. And then Northamptonshire managed to save the match through 100 from Safe Sabe, and those points pretty much guaranteed Northamptonshire's safety that season, staying in Div 1.
Taylor bowls all life there. Bounces and moves away from Zabe, who is obviously seeing the ball pretty well, because he just dropped his hands on it and didn't get particularly close to it. There have been a lot of batters there having some sort of last minute panic and having a go at it, but Zabe, nothing to do with it. But that really has bounced, that one. We are seeing occasional bit of misbehaving from a surface which has had a lot of rain around it the last few days. As this is played square on the offside by Zabe, and there is no run to end another Matt Taylor over. So the lead 62, 97 for 4. The score here. Hampshire still 3 down at Taunton in the 72nd over at 93 for 3. Gubbins and Brown still there. Vaughan's bowled 32 overs, Leach 29, and I'm not saying that this will happen. They have actually now gone to some seam, but it was almost the case a little bit when they couldn't bowl Worcestershire out in the first game of the season, where they over bowled their spinners so much that I think they just tired a bit. And the idea that you can just keep bowling spin for 40, 50 overs a day, never mind the fact that they bowled yesterday as well. But spinners do tire.
Of course they do, but doesn't it prove, Ed? We've just been talking about the 2 matches there, both obviously important games in Division 1, and you couldn't have 2 more contrasting ways of approaching the game. You've got Surrey, they're obviously looking to be aggressive and try and get up to that victory target as Van Buren bowls, turned round the corner by Broad. Can't get it past Ben Charlesworth, who now finds himself at backward square. And Hampshire blocking for dear life down at Taunton. It's just the joys of 4-day cricket, isn't it? There's so many ways of getting what you want, achieving your objectives. Next ball brings Broad forward, pushes it out square on the offside, and there is no run. Brains Trust have now lost Calvin Harrison somewhere en route and have acquired Lee Daggett. It's very exciting, this. He joins the Brains Trust. Slip in, Miles Hammond. Van Buren round the wicket, bowls to Broad short, and Broad going onto the back foot and whipping it out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Fielded down there by Daz Ahmed, isn't it? I think is on the field.
Yes, Dariush Ahmed out at deep square. Has been in the squads for the last couple of games. I'd imagine he would at least be in the frame for a potential Lord's debut. You never know. He was an MCC young cricketer, I believe, so that would be a fitting place for him to do it.
Wouldn't it just? 98 for 4. Zabe back on strike, goes for the orthodox sweep, nails it, and it's going down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Brings up the 100 for Northamptonshire, 102 for 4. Takes Safe Sabe up to 15. So Northamptonshire's lead now 67. As we say, Safe Sabe is a very accomplished sweeper, either orthodox or reverse. We're saying about that game at the Surrey Catch at Northampton a few years ago with Safe Sabe getting that match-saving 100. Van Buren over the wicket, bowling to Zabe, who stretches right forward, pushes it out into the offside. There's just a little bit of interest in a potential single, but it wasn't there. Bracey's quickly to the ball from behind the stumps. And obviously Northamptonshire were just wanting to save the game, get the 8 points plus bonuses, and I say that had a big role in Northamptonshire for the first time managing to get a second successive season in Division 1. Van Buren flights that one up, and Zabe pushes forward. There's an appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Baldwin, and that's the end of the over. 102 for 4. Zabe is 15. Broad is 9. Northamptonshire leading by 67. And all the time Mark Church and I were commentating on it, I was getting messages from Alan Lamb saying, why haven't they declared? Why aren't they making a game of it? And I was just saying, Lammy, they're just really trying to save this match, get the 8 points. But I mean, it's totally alien to how he used to play the game, which was always you try and win every match. And hence I say 1995 when Northamptonshire won 12 matches, still didn't win the championship because I think Warwickshire won 14 or something that year. But he's just never give up the possibility of trying to win the game. But with 8 points for a draw, I'm afraid it's a rather different mindset. But it was funny.
Here's Matt Taylor bowling round the wicket now to Broad, who fishes for that one and misses it. That was the one that didn't come back. Didn't really do a huge amount the other way, but it doesn't have to when Taylor's bringing it in from that angle wide of the crease and round the wicket left arm.
Another slip going in. Makes sense.
Yeah, you see that and you think, well...
Miles Hammond going into 3.
If he clips the odd one through mid-wicket, I think at this stage you've just got to take that, because Gloucestershire need wickets. This has still got to happen relatively quickly for them. 4 wickets in 26 overs. They'll need to really replicate that sort of rate, at least for the rest of the innings, to have a chance. Taylor bowls to Broad, who drives and will get 4 for this. There's nobody down on the boundary at deep third, and a thick outer part of the bat from Broad, but controlled, and 4 more runs, so the lead on to 71.
The funny thing about those messages coming from the great man was that he was expressing himself in fairly direct and robust terms, and I was having to, in sort of sharing some of his thoughts with our listeners, just miss out the odd word, shall we say, to avoid us being taken off air. But great man, still very passionate about Northamptonshire cricket.
Well, it was wonderful to have a few moments with him on air earlier in the season. Both him and Darren Lehman joining us, as that's left alone wide of the off stump this time by Broad. Taylor can't draw him into a expansive drive. Through it goes behind the stumps to James Bracey.
Yes, it was. We had him a couple of times up in the box this year, and as you say, what's coming up to 50 years since he made his Northamptonshire debut back in 1978, and still lives in the county and still absolutely passionate and totally devoted to the cause.
Matt Taylor into Broad, and that's turned away to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, it's one of the great things. I'm hoping, if you're actually still listening to us, hopefully it's one of the things that you enjoy about the BBC coverage, because we are very lucky to get some of the people that we do coming along with us, and you'll be able to hear next week from Roland Butcher for 3 days, first 3 days of that Gloucestershire Middlesex game at Lords. In previous years, well, of course this year we had Bumble and Paul Allett again up at
likewise
Old Trafford, and previous years we've had Jason Gillespie on the coverage up at Headingley. Taylor bowls to Broad, edged, and between second and third slip, it'll go down for 4. Not sure again if that quite carried, but it split the 2 fielders to perfection, and it's 110 for 4.
My feeling in real time was that it didn't quite carry, but I'm not sure.
Reached that stage of the day where I need to peer very closely and at a different angle at this screen. Yeah, I think it's short.
Yeah.
And absolutely right between them, both Hammond and Price diving. He went at it fairly hard, Justin Broad, so again it underlines how tricky it is to know exactly where to stand for the slip cordon, because we've seen the odd one which has really got through, and it's going to be hitting their hands extremely hard at the distance that they're standing, but I guess they've got to give themselves a chance. Taylor bowls to Broad, no ball, and defended towards third slip in the end, but 2 more runs for Northamptonshire. This has been a very productive over for them.
Sorry,
off it.
244 for 6. Tom Curran stumped off Liam Patterson-White for 33 off 33 balls. Dan Lawrence is 50 not out, so he needs 71 to win with 4 wickets in hand.
Looks like much rests on Lawrence then. Taylor bowls, and that's played down into the ground towards square leg, and they turn down a single as Bracey will win the race to the ball. But the lead has moved on to 77, so presumably Gus Atkinson is due in next, and then Laws, Fisher and Worrell. Well, Gus Atkinson of course has a test match 100, so they won't be too concerned with him there. Tom Laws has some ability with the bat, which I think may be, well, who knows, that could be the time it's realised. I think they certainly know that there's plenty there with the bat.
I was going to say, it'd be handy time to find out, wouldn't it, really? 112 for 4 here, with Graham Van Buren to continue from the Ashley Down Road end with a slip. And now a leg gully for Safe Zabe. Under the helmet, Joe Phillips. And he's now just going in front. He's actually more or less square of the wicket, in fact, at short leg. Hammond at slip. And over the wicket comes Van Buren. Big attempted sweep from Zabe from outside off stump. Good take by James Bracey. There is a backward square, about halfway back to the boundary, and a deep square on the fence. That's short again, and Zabe cuts out into the offside. Ben Charlesworth comes round from backward point to field. One more run to Safe Zabe. He goes to 23. Northamptonshire 113 for 4. 54 overs to go after this one. This, remember, the last day of this championship match. Northamptonshire leading by 78. Forward goes Justin Broad with an almost exaggerated show of watchfulness and care. Pushes it out into the offside. Ollie Price comes in from very short extra cover to field. Van Buren round the wicket again, bowls to Broad, and again just drops a bat on it. Bracey round from behind the stumps to retrieve. This is all good for the over 8.
He's actually had just gone back to -2, I've noticed.
Van Buren in again, bowls short, cut away by Broad. It's going out to deep extra. They've completed one, that's all there will be. Takes Broad to 18. Northamptonshire to 114 for 4. For Zabe, short leg goes back in. And Van Buren over the wicket to Zabe, who sweeps. It's going to go down towards deep backward square, and it beats him. He timed that rather better than I thought he had. And that's raced away down to deep backward square for 4 to finish the over. 6 runs off that over. It takes Safe Zabe to 27. Northamptonshire to 118 for 4. So the lead now is 83. There's still plenty of overs left in the match. Zabe fetching that from outside off stump, but it's a stroke that's proved extremely productive for him in the course of the season. And these two just settled things down a little bit for Northamptonshire. They put on 41 for the 5th wicket. There's still, as we were saying, plenty of time left in the match, assuming we get the full overs in. It's just a bit more cloud around, but there's still 54 overs to go. Are we going to see a Ajit Singh Dale? I think has been off the field. I think that's why they had a substitute on. He's back on the field now.
I think Actor might be coming on to bowl. Cap has been removed by him, so we'll get some more pace from this pavilion end. Lancashire have declared at Old Trafford on 375 for 5. So leading Middlesex by 164. There is a potential for a result there, and there's a potential for a result fairly quickly by the looks of things at the Oval. Dan Lawrence, LBW Pennington for 50, and so it's up to the tail to try and get Surrey over the line, needing 69 to win. Well, is the Empire about to come crashing down? Gus Atkinson, penny for his thoughts after being out there in that test match at the Oval earlier this summer with Chris Wokes walking out with his arm in a sling, and now he's facing almost as equally a dire situation. Zaman Akhtar running in and bowling here to Broad, and that's into the ground and out to point, and there's no run.
Well, if it is going to come crashing down and you think of it in terms of Jenga, then I'd like it to be noted that Northamptonshire probably pulled one of the bricks away in the quarter-finals of the T20 by turning them over at the Oval. Yeah,
that air of, well, dare I say it when it comes to the Oval, invincibility.
Yes, very good.
It hadn't quite been there this season. They'd have had to have won it the harder way compared with previous years, as that's short and wide left alone. A few more, well, I say a few more, quite a lot more drops of rain, I think, coming across the ground now just on the wind. Would imagine that the umpires are going to take the attitude, as they have done all day, really, of actually this well, yeah, I was about to say maybe it isn't going to last too long, but looking at the radar that Ratters is showing me, looks a little bit more concerning, actually, than...
There's a bit about, isn't there?
Than it does. Just looking out of the window, we can still see plenty of blue sky, and it's brighter than it has been. The rain does continue to fall. Akhtar bowls and Broad lets it go in a fairly harmless delivery from Akhtar, but only 3 deliveries in, and having not been called upon yet with the ball. Not exactly easy conditions to bowl in either. The wind is getting up. It is just drizzling. And then, as I say, probably not quite as loose as you might be, so Akhtar just getting into the spell, in now and bowls, and a one-handed drive from Justin Broad. Won't get him any runs as the ball is picked up out in the covers for no run. I mean, it's not quite... What did you say it was called? Virga.
Virga. V-I-R-G-A.
I think it is hitting the ground, but it's not doing so with any great force. So that rain yesterday evening, that was really irritating, especially if you're a glasses wearer like me.
Yes, I know.
Akhtar in and bowls, and again Broad doesn't offer a shot, although that was a little more tempting for him than previous deliveries. Within seconds, just unable to see a thing. I just gave up, actually. Just walked back blind.
It just goes to show also, well, you have to be a little bit careful where you do interviews, because I did Ben Whitehouse last night. We said we'll get under cover because it was raining. Unfortunately, it was just next to a drain pipe, and the result of which that our people in the studio this morning said, "Oh, it sounds as though it's bucketing down there." Actually, it wasn't. Actually, it was drizzling, but it sounded that way.
Akhtar, last ball of the over, defended into his shin, I think, by Justin Broad, but it wasn't getting past that pad, and that ends the over. So it's a maiden from Akhtar to begin his spell, and they score for Northamptonshire. Remains 118 for 4, lead of 83 runs. A race against time as much as anything here, but it's compelling stuff. And whilst there's only been the one wicket since lunch, there's still enough out there for Gloucestershire, even, as we said, both with spin and with seam, that they must still believe that they can force something. And who knows, Northamptonshire, if they get this lead building up, they think actually they've got enough to put Gloucestershire under some serious pressure at the end of the day as well.
Well, the sun's back with us as Van Buren starts another over, coming over the wicket to Zabe, and that's a little bit short and a little bit of width on offer, and Zabe cracks it out to deep cover for 1. Takes safe Zabe up to 28, and Northamptonshire to 119 for 4, so leading now by 84 runs. Round the wicket comes Van Buren to the right-handed Broad, who nudges it away just in front of square on the leg side, out to deep square, also for a single. But impressed with the way these two have just rotated the strike and just kept things ticking over. Played pretty sensibly. 120 for 4. Broad is 19 off 44. He's had a few anxious moments against the seamers, but still there. Slip and a short leg for Zabe. Van Buren bowls to him, and Zabe gets the sweep out again. This time he doesn't connect. and that I think has bounced up and hit Safe Zabe on the helmet. Result being, although it was extremely slowly, it does mean, of course, that we have to go through the concussion protocol. Just having a little look at this. Yeah, it went for the sweep and it just bounced up and hit, I think, the back left corner of the helmet. So, fair enough. They're going to have just to check that everything's okay. Lee Daggett is coming on in bright sunshine, and Justin Broad is saying, well, while you're popping out, perhaps I could have a drink as well. So, the game has ground to a halt, at least for now. 2:49 for 7. It is at the Oval. Gus Atkinson has hit a 4.
Tom Laws has just hit a 4 as well, right. So the 250 is up, but it is really looking as though, especially with Josh Tongue bowling, Nottinghamshire in absolute control there now. And the other problem, I guess, is that, again, when you're in that sort of situation, you sort of want it to be done quickly so that the mind doesn't really have too much time to think. Now that there's no Lawrence or Curran out there, it feels as though, unless Atkinson really does decide to chance his arm, it's probably not going to happen that quickly. It's going to be so
attritional, isn't it?
But Dan Worrell at number 11 is an interesting character to have potentially coming out with that on the line, because in general, Worrell's best attitude is often just to go out there and swing the bat. He's played some important innings over the years. I think back to a game in the Big Bash where the Adelaide strikers were in a totally hopeless position. He came out and scored something like 46 from number 11, just having a bit of a swing, and it was often the same thing with Gloucestershire, really. He just felt he was better off almost at certain occasions coming out at 10 rather than 11, just so that he would have freedom to go out there and swing, and if it came off, it came off. So anyway, there's so many ways that can still go. 62 needed with 3 wickets in hand, but Josh Tongue, with his fame for mopping up tails, you'd have to say it's Nottinghamshire who should win that.
Chester Street, Durham 202 for 3, replying to Worcestershire's 591 for 9. Emilio Gay 96 not out. David Beddingham out for 58. Hampshire still hanging in there, 103 for 3 against Somerset off 77 overs. Marvellous. Nick Gubbins 29 not out off 175 balls.
And they say there's no staying power in the current generation of batters.
Dream time. Ben Brown 23 not out off 90. So Hampshire hanging in there now. We're ready to resume here. All is well. Over the wicket goes Van Buren. Reverse sweep comes out from Safe Zabe, and that runs away for 4. So Safe Zabe into the 30s, 32 not out to him, 124 for 4. It takes him to exactly 1,300 championship runs for the season. So I'm just keeping an eye on that Ben Duckett figure of 1338. Goes past that, then the next highest, you have to go back to 2007. David Sales made about 1380. So Zabe is thoroughly enjoying himself this year. Northamptonshire supporters thoroughly enjoying seeing him. Here's Van Buren in. He swings that away on the leg side, Zabe. It's running out towards the boundary, and it crosses the rope just in front of square. There is a man back on the boundary, but couldn't get round to it. It's Ajit Singh Dale down there. And it's another boundary to Zabe, who goes to 36. And Northamptonshire to 128 for 4, I think. I don't think the board is quite caught up yet.
It's as though he's batting in a completely...
Yeah.
Never mind on a different pitch, he's batting in a completely different situation to everybody else.
Got a bit of that this year. Van Buren in again, bowls to Zabe, who pushes it up on the onside. It's fielded there by Ollie Price at mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. I think the board has maybe just frozen for a moment. I think it's 128 for 4. Zabe is 36, Broad is 19, and Northamptonshire's lead is 93. I think he was really disappointed to get out when he did in the first innings, because I think he reckoned that 700 was there for the taking, and it took a very good bit of bowling from Salman Akhtar to get him out. But you could see he's usually just gets off when he's out. Ricardo Vasconcelos is the one that you have to sort of get a crowbar sometimes to get him away from the crease, but it took a long time to get off. Safe save.
Akhtar to Broad, and that's left alone. He's beginning to restrain himself is Justin Broad as well, and as you say, he's really complimented Zaib extremely well. They've, even through just little deflections and well-placed pushes, they've found a way to make use of the right-hand, left-hand combination. 50 partnership. I think the graphic was up on the board for a second as it was trying to catch up. Akhtar bowls defended, and it goes into the ground and lodges in Justin Broad's pad. And unlike most batters who seem to be superstitious for absolutely no reason at all, he actually does just pick the ball out of his pad and throws it to a fielder. Never mind that it hit the ground anyway, but strikes me as another one of those situations like when Calvin Harrison removed that stump unnecessarily earlier on. The players just, whether they're just not quite sure what the law is, or whether they have misremembered it completely, I don't know, but that's another one of those situations. A shorter ball from Akhtar, and he's climbed into that one as Justin Broad out through a wide long on position. The ball will make it over the boundary, rope it. May not have been absolutely out of the middle from Broad, but he's a strong individual and certainly got plenty enough of that one. And despite that wicket of James Sales, just as things looked a little bit flatter for Gloucestershire after lunch, now you have to say, well, they haven't bowled terribly, but been put under some pressure by Zaib, and now this does have that feel as though they're really hunting that wicket, wondering where it's going to come from. Next delivery just defended away.
Yeah, that 298 run partnership we're talking about between these two is actually the highest 7th wicket partnership in the Championship this year in either division. And Broad's 157 not out was the highest ever score by a number 8 for Northamptonshire.
Akhtar to Broad bowls and gets in front of his front pad there with a bit of a flick of the wrist. No run up to mid-on, who is the sole fielder on the one in that leg side, Josh Shaw. So they turn to Akhtar for a bit of a burst. Van Buren, very uncharacteristically, in 4 overs for 25 as well. They haven't seen too many batters really get after Van Buren, so they've not quite got that control from the spin that they would have hoped for yet. Akhtar bowls to Broad. Oh, it cuts him in half and goes right between bat and pad. I've no idea how it didn't hit either. And James Bracey's done extremely well to take that one as it continued to move away from him down and to his left-hand side, and that ball shows still that there is plenty there, even with this ball as it gets a little bit older. Just jagged back into Justin Broad, hopped onto the back foot, maybe didn't bounce quite as much as he hoped it would, but no wicket, and 132 for 4 at the end of that over as Tom Laws has struck a couple of boundaries for Surrey, and it's 50 to win.
Ooh, lovely. Here it's going to be Graham Van Buren to continue, starting his 5th over. Over the wicket to save Saib outside the off stump, leaves it alone, and James Bracey takes, just nips off a bail, but Saib's back foot rooted.
Bit of a rainbow up there.
There is a bit of
very
a rainbow.
faint,
yeah, somewhere,
shallow angled one.
Somewhere over it. Over to our left, short, cut away by Saib. Won't go to the boundary. There is a man back there at deep point. Ben Charlesworth sends in his return, and it's one more run to Saib. He goes to 37, Northamptonshire to 133 for 4. So the lead for Northamptonshire now, 98. Yeah, there's a bit more cloud bubbling up down to our left, and so the radar suggests there might be a bit in the area. Hopefully it'll miss us. Slip in for Justin Broad. Short extra cover as well on the drive. Round the wicket comes Van Buren outside the off stump, left alone by Broad. Van Buren also with a backward point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a deep backward square as Broad gets the sweep out and it's running down towards the boundary. It's a long chase for Miles Hammond from slip. He will catch it up about 2 yards inside the ropes. A good chase down to the boundary immediately below us, and they come back for a couple. Broad goes to 25, 135 for 4, and I'm sure it'll be announced shortly that takes Northamptonshire's lead to 100. Strong men weeping around the ground at that emotional milestone reached. Van Buren around the wicket again, bowls, and again Broad paddles it round. This time Miles Hammond says no, somebody else can get that, and it's Ben Charlesworth who goes round from deep backward square, and the result is the same for Broad. 2 more runs, he goes to 27, 137 for 4. And now just to try and block the sweep, which as we were saying Broad is fond of, Joe Phillips has come out of catching position and has now gone on the 45 to save 1. On the edge of the circle, as it were. Van Buren round the wicket again, bowls to Broad, drives through extra cover. It's a long chase for Ajit Singh Dale round the boundary. It does really well to keep it in. And it's 2 more runs to Broad. It must have been, I thought that was probably just about going to beat him to the rope, but he haired round, just managed to keep it in and keeps it to 2. Good support of the bowler. Broad goes to 29, Northamptonshire 139 for 4 at the end of the over, leading by 104. And as you say, Graham Van Buren, uncharacteristic figures, 5 overs for 32.
Yeah, they've swept him a lot, and
well, these two, that's what these two do.
Yeah,
they're both very keen on that and very adept at it.
Particularly that paddle, because he does tend to bowl quite quickly, Van Buren, so he's got a little bit to think about, I guess, as far as how he's going to combat that sweep shot. And maybe Ollie Price is jumping about at second slip, and we may see spin continue, but some off spin rather than slow left arm. Actor over the wicket to Zabe, who struck on the pad, but the ball surely pitching outside the line of leg stump before anything else, and Zabe has been felt by that one, and he's back down again. It's missed the pad, I think, and caught him on the inside of that right knee.
Ooh, that hurts.
He's not comfortable at all. So it was seemingly threatening the stumps, but pitching a long way outside leg. And then, yeah, I don't know whether it's as he's crouched a little bit, it's just
it might just have caught his
hole in the pad.
Yeah, or it might just have he's caught his stud in the ground, maybe, or studs in the ground, and just jarred it a little bit. I think he's all right.
Anyway, Actor not wasting too much time now that Zabe's ready, and he's nicked off here. He's furious with himself, but he's got him again as Zaman Actor. 139 for 5, and Zabe going for a booming drive. It was a massive flashing shot, and you did wonder whether that might just be a little bit of a break in concentration, and maybe that's what it was, or maybe he just really did feel that that was there for that shot, but not quite full enough, the feet not really
Didn't
moving.
move,
Maybe
no.
that is a sign of what happened the previous delivery, but either way, it's the pace of Actor that has created that wicket, and James Bracey with another dismissal back there, pouching a simple catch. So Northamptonshire 139 for 5, the lead 104.
It's really firm-footed, wasn't it? Didn't move his feet at all, and as you say, just gets the nick, and he is absolutely livid with himself, as he was in the first innings. Adi Sharma coming out. did notice when they had that little break when they had to have the concussion protocol. Looking down below us, Luke Proctor didn't have his pads on. He's got his whites on, but no pads on. So I thought they're probably again going to. They want to have a look at Addy Sharma, see what he can do. So I imagine he probably would go in ahead of Luke Proctor. They probably just. I would imagine Proctor would be in next, because otherwise it means exposing Sander Paul, Whitehouse and Ramesh. But the lead is 104. There are still 49 overs left after this. This game is not done and dusted yet by any means. We have, indeed, a game on our hands, I reckon. That's what I think.
Alive and kicking.
So, I was just looking at what's happening at the Oval. 267 for 7, 43. Oh, crumbs, it's getting tight.
It is, yeah. It's hard not to in these situations. I hope you forgive us if you're listening and thinking, oh, come on, concentrate on this game. But when you've got a title decider in Division 1 going on, it's hard not to keep checking that score. But Addy Sharma facing up, and 3 slips in place. There's still some pointing and positioning going on, and I think a few different inputs as to where people should field, which is another thing that does mean that the over rate when Bracey is his captain isn't quite as good as it is when Bancroft is captain, because it does tend to be more Bancroft positioning them where he wants. But Bracey also is probably somebody that does tinker more with his field than Bancroft does, so it sort of lends itself to that anyway. He's pushing fine leg back. There was a thought of maybe Phillips should go into short leg. That was dispensed with. He's going to field at mid-wicket. Actor into Sharma. Oh, big inducker. He's done well to keep that out as Addy Sharma. First ball. That is not what you want. An in-swinger at, I'm sure, well over 80 miles an hour. And he had to be right on his game first ball. Bat and pad quite close together, but it was very much bat on that to the onside of straight. Fielded by Josh Shaw. So he's got 3 deliveries left in this over to negotiate. Things have just got a little bit gloomier as well. I hope that rain stays away. It's not looking too clever to our right. Not that that's coming our way. Actor bowls to Sharma, who drives and drives it for 4 through backward point. He's hit that one very firmly, and maybe he's just going to take the attitude of, you know, not necessarily just move the score on by 20 or 30 and I've done something, but take the attitude of I'm going to be positive out there, play my game, that sort of thing. No fear. 143 for 5. He certainly did take that one on the up and square of the wicket, but gosh, did he time it. Sort of wristy drive. Quite a way to get off the mark. It's been a entertaining 2-ball stay already for him. A looping in-swinger he had to keep out, and then that shot. 108 runs the lead. Actor approaching Sharma in and bowls, and a very full ball which Sharma has to defend with the utmost caution into the offside, and Hammond jogging up from 3rd slip to pick up. Actor, whose spells have been kept relatively short, as I've been saying. He's not bowled too many spells of late, longer than about 5 overs, but certainly with that wicket getting safe Zabe again, you'd imagine they'd want to stretch him out for as long as he feels he can go for. In now and bowling, and Sharma plays that one well, just using the pace of it, deflected down towards the deep 3rd boundary. Hammond is herring off in pursuit and will get there. He is very quick, Miles Hammond, and will save 2 runs, but again nicely played by Addy Sharma, who, as you say, in this sort of situation you've got a real chance of showing your coach what you're about, and so far 6 off 4 deliveries. 145 for 5, lead 110 at the end of the over.
Yeah, he played lovely knock in the One Day Cup at 82 at the county ground against Kent, and he's got starts in Championship cricket. To say he's only his 4th game. Got a nice 30 odd at Merchant Taylor School, 33 against Middlesex. Quick fire 25 in the previous game against Glamorgan when, as I say, Safe Sabre still had to try and calm him down. It was a slightly fevered little knock, but featured one magnificent shot for 6. So 145 for 5. The lead is 110. And Shaw it is, bowling to Justin Broad, who clips that away down to deep backward square for a single. 146 for 5. Takes Broad up to 30. So a new spell for Josh Shaw from the far end, the Ashley Down Road end. So far, Josh Shaw 7 overs, 1 for 23. The wicket of James Sales just after lunch. Caught at deep square by Miles Hammond. Sun returns, bathing the ground as Shaw is in, bowls to Sharma, and Sharma onto the front foot, pushes it out to cover. And there is no run.
I wonder if that wicket has meant that Ollie Price
might not get a bowl,
because it looked as if he was about ready, and then maybe they've just decided actually we'd rather go at Adi Sharma with pace up front and not let him maybe get going against the spinners.
I'd be interested to see. I haven't seen a lot in his championship matches he's played so far. He hasn't faced a lot of spin. I'd be interested to see how he goes about it. But he's facing Josh Shaw at the moment, and that's outside the off stump and left alone by Sharma. Goes through to the keeper. I mean, from his point of view, if you get a nice little 35, 40 not out here, then he's done himself a lot of good, because there's still places, I'm sure, up for grabs in the last game against Leicestershire. Not sure if Northamptonshire might like to have a look at Stuart van der Merwe, who hasn't played in the championship match yet. Made a very favourable impression in the one-day cup. Might be back at university now, actually. He's at Leeds. Short, pulled away by Sharma, and that has gone for 6 into the car park. So Adi Sharma continues his approach in the last couple of games of going very much route 1. That was short, it sat up nicely, and with a minimum of apparent effort, he plonked it into the car park for half a dozen. Brings up the 150 for Northamptonshire.
I did wonder whether that would also be, I nearly said it, but the thought escaped me as I was thinking about Ollie Price, but whether that was exactly why they were thinking just going back to pace, and actually if they do bang it in short, he looks like somebody that will take it on, and,
no, absolutely.
and they've taken one wicket that way with Shaw, whether that's what they're thinking about trying to do.
2 slips in as Shaw comes in and bowls to Sharma outside the off stump, left alone. Well, the coaches always love a 6-1 best of all, don't they? Hit a 6 and then get off strike. Well, we didn't do that, but it was a nice leave. 117 is Northamptonshire's lead. 48 overs to go after this one. Which, as we were saying, you need to potentially knock a couple off. Horrible feeling. Over to our left, there might be a little bit of...
It's another sprinkling,
something
I think,
in the air. Yeah, it's just frustrating. Just really want to get this through and see how the game pans out. Is Shaw in, bowls wide outside the off stump, tempting Sharma to fling the bat at it, but he resists temptation on this occasion. Goes through to the keeper, and that's 152 for 5 at the end of the over. Sharma has moved quickly on to 12. Justin Broad is 30. The lead is 117. And I was going to mention also, we were talking earlier about former players. Not sure if he's listening, he might be, but Winston Davis celebrates his birthday today, 67 years old, terrific fast bowler for West Indies. Glamorgan, Northamptonshire, sadly left, of course, a tetraplegic by a tragic accident a few years ago, but he's a very courageous chap and very much part of the Northamptonshire cricketing family. And so if he is listening, we wish him a very happy birthday.
Actor races in now. Bowls to Broad, who'll play this one into the onside and sprint through for one. He's done that so well in this innings, Justin Broad. That was a quick single, but mid-wicket back a little bit, as it were, towards the edge of the circle, as would be in a white ball game. Immediately he knew that he'd taken enough pace off that ball to come through for the single. 153 for 5.
Takes him to 600 championship runs for the year, and again it's a pretty solid return. He's picked up useful wickets as well. He's just developing into a really key member of this Northamptonshire side.
Actor bowls, there's a shorter ball, and Adi Sharma has nothing to do with that. Remind me where Justin Broad was found from?
Well, he's he's born in South Africa, went to Rondebosch Boys High, obviously son of Neil Broad, the tennis player. Came over basically to sort of try his hand at trying to get a contract. Was down in Surrey, playing club cricket down there at Esher. Trialled around various counties, came to Northamptonshire, did okay, and got his chance.
Actor bowls to Sharma, and there's a forward block out into the offside for
and
no run.
It's a really interesting point, Ed, because I asked him after he got his maiden 100, which I think I was saying earlier in the match, he was absolutely chuffed to bits about. And I said the fact that that's an official warning just being given there.
Yeah, he got one in the first innings.
He did, and he's
Actor from, it was Paul Baldwin at this end, but it's the same end but different umpire now.
James Treadwell has warned him for running on. I asked him whether the fact that he hadn't come through, if you like, the orthodox academy age group academy onto a county staff.
Actor into Sharma, another short one. Has to duck even lower there, does Adi Sharma, but he's not taken on 2 in a row. They left the periscope up there.
He did, yes.
A little bit, but anyway.
And
wicket at the Oval. Atkinson is out for 11. 8 down now are Surrey, needing 38 to win.
Oh, gosh. I asked him whether that had perhaps made the success he's enjoyed that much sweeter, the fact that he'd actually had to do it the hard way, and he said absolutely yes. But he also, as I say, thanked his dad for, I think, giving him a valuable insight into professional sport mindset. And he said that's been very useful as well.
Blazing Sunshine as Actor bowls another one of those late in-swingers, which is defended by Sharma straight on the offside, and there is no run. It's amazing, just a strange sort of day. No sooner you're thinking things are looking as though they're bubbling up a little bit in terms of the cloud, and blazing sunshine. Probably got the brightest sunshine we've had all day, so certainly okay for now. Floodlights will not be turned off today, and we may well need them later on. Actor to Sharma, who's played that one beautifully. An irritating shot if you're Zaman Actor and Gloucestershire, but he's picked the gap perfectly that they created between second slip and gully, and has taken 4 runs with nobody back on the boundary. So 157 for 5, and no sooner had Gloucestershire opened the door, but Adi Sharma's come out and he's 16 off 14 balls. Lead is 122.
So the other thing that I think a lot of people will have read about Justin Broad is the fact that he's played international T20 cricket for Germany, courtesy of I think he's his maternal grandfather. But I did ask him, quite a long piece I did with him for the cricket show on BBC Radio Northampton, and he revealed that he doesn't speak any German and has never been to Germany. So he's the German international that has never actually been to Germany.
Right.
But,
of course, we've got the Italian
cricket
team who qualify for the T20 World Cup next year. I wonder if that's the case with a few of them.
Emilio Gay, of course, in that as well. Here's Shaw starting another over from the Ashley Down Road. End bowl's very full to Broad, who drives hard into the ground, fielded by Jack Taylor at backward point. But I thought that was... he just looked slightly sheepish when he was telling me that he's never actually been to Germany. But of course they don't play their home matches in Germany. It's mostly these international tournaments, isn't it, around the world. Here's Josh Shaw, and again bowls to Broad, and again hanging that outside off stump. Broad driving to Jack Taylor at backward point. And there is no run. But since he's been with Northamptonshire, and it was a good spot and a good signing, I think, by previous head coach John Sadler, who had a lot of time for him, and he finished up start of the 24 season last season, opening the batting in the Championship when Ricardo Vasconcelos wasn't playing. He's batted just about everywhere, I think, between then and now. That's nipped back into Broad. It's hit him quite high up. I think it was probably going down. Josh Shaw was quite interested, but
he's just asked height, and I think he must have been told yes, because he didn't make any other gestures.
Well, that's always a good idea. 157 for 5. The lead is 122. But he's certainly pretty much everywhere from 1 to 8, I would say, he's probably batted for Northamptonshire in various competitions, but he's obviously made a big mark in the T20 as well. Shaw in, bowls to him, and just steering that cleverly down wide of the slip cordon, just in Broad, perfectly safe, and goes down to third man for 4. There's nobody down there. Takes Broad, just using the pace of the ball well wide of second slip, and goes down to the fence. Takes Broad to 35, 161 for 5. Northamptonshire lead by 126.
Nottinghamshire 1 wicket away. Josh Tongue having struck Fisher a blow that actually went over the keeper's head for 4. Next delivery right through him, and Surrey 281 for 9, needing 34 to win, with Dan Worrell shortly coming out to join Tom Laws.
Well, good one to win from there for Surrey. Josh Shaw in and bowls to Broad outside the off stump, left well alone by Justin Broad. But he's a very likeable young man, Justin Broad, and he's one of those players that, you know, we all we watch our counties, and we're not supposed to have favourites, but there are players that you just, because of the journey that they've had, perhaps you just feel a little bit more invested, and it's always nice to see someone who's had that route in do well, which Justin Broad has this year. Outside the off stump, left alone, goes through to the keeper. 161 for 5 at the end of the over. Broad is 35. Sharma is 16. He even managed to see the funny side when we ribbed him a little bit about him winning the highly coveted Northamptonshire Media Player of the Year, which he won last year. It tends to go to somebody who perhaps isn't going to win one of the other, Championship Player of the Year, but as genuine, he's sort of contributed in all, right.
I thought it was sort of Interview of the Year. Or
no. It
something.
probably ought to be. I tell you,
good.
there'd be a few booby prizes, but no, he won that last year. We just ribbed him about it a bit, but he saw the funny side.
I think we should do that, actually.
Yeah, Media Player of the Year.
Make this happen at the Gloucestershire end of season awards. Yeah. Actor bowls, that's well down leg, and Adi Sharma can't get a touch to it.
I'll be honest, Ed,
could I present maybe a sort of a microphone cover to them or something like that?
I'll be honest, Ed. It's a relatively small electorate, but we go for quality, not quantity.
So Adi Sharma, it's pretty much an eventer ball when he's batting. Actor bowling to him, and he steps into that drive and creams it away through cover point for 4. Well, that was silky smooth from Adi Sharma, and 4 more runs onto the total. And again, it was a bit more floaty, that one from Actor, but it was quite wide, so he certainly had to be pretty careful about what he was doing there, but so he was. They've plugged that gap at cover now, so just the two in the cordon. Actor bowls, there's the short one, and he's still displaying remarkable restraint, although he does continue to leave that periscope up there, but it's a wide. Interesting, I didn't think it was quite as short as that, but anyway, it's one more run, and it's 166 for 5. So peering around, trying to see whether there's. I think again, there's
some rather.
It's in the air.
Evil-looking cloud over to our left, but it would be very nice if that just missed us. It might be giving the memorial ground a bit of a dousing in a moment or two.
Actor to Sharma, and this is defended away into the onside for no run. But he's so far been pretty selective as Adi Sharma, and as much as the drives, those little deflections through the gully area, he's got a 4 and a 2 doing that. Never mind the pull shot for 6. It's very much eye-catching when he plays his shots. Actor bowls to him, and there's a big step into that one, but a leave through to James Bracey. But when he has had a few deliveries, even the previous one from Actor, a few of them have come in late at him on the in-swing, and those are not easy deliveries to negotiate for a new batter, and he's been on those so far when he's had to keep those deliveries out. Groundsman is on his tractor over there as Actor bowls a short ball down the leg side. It seems to almost swing away from James Bracey. I didn't think it was that far down when, oh dear. Well, it's not a bye as James Bracey has not had that go far enough away from him. But I think that I think it is. The way that Actor has taken his cap there from James Treadwell, I think that Zaman Actor is done.
He's been removed from the attack.
The first and final warning was issued a couple of overs ago. James Treadwell saying, well, look, that's exactly where you've run there. And, yeah, right down the middle. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt about that whatsoever. And unfortunately, that is now guaranteed in terms of, with the ball, to be the way that Zaman Akhtar's Gloucestershire career,
here at Bristol anyway,
at least in terms of home cricket, is going to end.
That's unsatisfactory, isn't it? It's a great shame, but I'm afraid he was pretty much bang to rights.
Yes, it wasn't exactly just one step, was it?
No, it wasn't subtle.
Bristol Pavilion End, sponsored by Rothesay, 12, Graham Van Buren.
So it'll be Van Buren, as you would have heard, to bowl the one ball that remains in this Actor over. It's a drag down, although not perhaps quite as much of a drag down as it needed to be to try and get Adi Sharma out, as we saw in the first innings, and it come through for a second run as well as Ben Charlesworth gets the throw in and 2 runs taken. So the over between 2 bowlers in the end has conceded 7 runs, and in the end has seen a Gloucestershire go a bowler down, as Northamptonshire also were, with Luke Proctor's injury. 168 for 5. The lead is 133, just under 10 minutes to go until tea.
Yes, I think Northamptonshire will be breathing a little more easily now, with a lead of 133. Still plenty of time left in the game, but I just have this awful feeling that the weather may still have a say. It just seems to be closing in a little bit, and hopefully we'll be lucky. If we might be fortunate, and if there is any rain, we get it at tea time or something, and don't lose much time, if any. For now, Josh Shaw is running in towards us and bowls to Justin Broad, who drives nicely up to mid-off. Good stop by Ajit Singh Dale at wide mid-off. He just slips a little bit, I think, on one of the rather lush strips on the edge of the square, and he's now changing places with Miles Hammond, who is going to go to mid-off. Singdale's coming round to mid-wicket. Still 2 slips in, Charlesworth at first, Ollie Price at second. the third man in now as well, Van Buren. Down to our right as Shaw is in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Justin Broad. Lifts the bat out of the way and holds the pose.
Just thinking, should I, maybe next time, maybe I might, but actually...
A little chop.
He watched it
Yeah.
all the way.
Well, it's not as though there's any... I don't think there's any photographers on the ground, and even if they were, I'm not entirely sure that's probably where they would... sort of shot they would particularly want to get. Ben Charlesworth is limbering up at first slip, so maybe I'm going to see a bit of him. Here is Shaw in, bowls, nips that one back to Broad, hits him painfully, I think, on the inside of the thigh rather than anywhere any more painful than that. Yeah, Charlesworth is now definitely going through his limbering up. So last time I saw him, he was bowling sort of medium pace.
Yes, yes, indeed. Yeah, well, he's still right up there in terms of the bowling averages for the season, and it would be, from what he's done this season, it would be about his time to strike, because he's tended to be that sort of, okay, let's give you a bit of a go for a couple of overs and bring us a wicket.
Down the leg side goes Shaw, and Broad trying to clip it away, doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Bracey, who underarms the ball at the stumps, hits them, but Broad hadn't moved. Charlesworth bowled 2 overs in the first innings. He's picked up 13 championship wickets this year, averaging about 30. It's now raining quite heavily over to our left.
That's
we can
a bit more serious, that.
It's probably not too far away from us.
I fear that's what I suppose you could take an early tea, which might save a little bit of time, but even then, with tea only being 20 minutes, you're probably going to lose some.
Well, let's say let's hope we're lucky. Here is Shaw in and bowls to Broad, short and pulled away by Justin Broad out towards deep mid wicket. They'll come back for a couple. There is a man back there on the boundary, but it's an easy 2 for Broad. He goes to 37, Northamptonshire to 170 for 5, leading by 135. 44 overs to go after this one. Tea looming large on the horizon. But the weather may still have something to say. Here's Shaw in and bowls and cut away by Justin Broad. Down to third man. I mentioned Graham Van Buren had been stationed down there on the boundary and keeps it to a single. But Broad keeps the bowling. He goes to 36, and at the end of the over, 171 for 5. 136 runs the lead, and indeed we're going to see a bit of Ben Charlesworth.
Well, the pylons are disappearing over there, but I'm not sure that's exactly where the weather is coming from. So I'm not sure that we can really say that from that the likelihood is that it's going to rain. It does seem to have, a lot of it does seem to have skirted us, even if we do get some, because the picture over towards the memorial ground has already improved a little bit. Tom Laws has hit a boundary off the inside edge, huge swing and an inside edge for 4 to fine leg, and then a big thick outside edge has gone for 4 as well, so Surrey need 25 to win with the last pair at the crease. Laws sort of attempting to farm the strike, but Worrell trapped on strike for the next over. Anyway, Charlesworth, change of bowling into Broad, and Broad turns this one leg side, and there is no run. Just sometimes I think also what we've seen with Charlesworth, never mind the fact that he can get that little bit of extra swing because he's not bowling as quickly as some of the other bowlers in this Gloucestershire attack, but also sometimes just that change of pace. I'm thinking back to I think it was that Derbyshire game here. He got a couple of wickets on the pull, caught at mid-wicket with batters sort of out in front of themselves and missed timing. Defended this time by Broad, who is playing a real gem of a knock here, 38, but considering we've not seen actually that many batters even into the 30s in the match so far, and just the way that he's gone about it, it's been extremely impressive. Put a lot of his shots away that he has aimed at other times, looking to on-drive, but not really going through with the shot, so not in any great danger off the bottom part of the bat down to mid-on. It's only going to be the 1 over for now for Ben Charlesworth, but who knows, he may get a little bowl again after tea. As things get darker over the ground, but the rain seems to move further away. Charlesworth into Broad, who drives. Good looking shot, won't get a run though. Matt Taylor picks up at mid-off.
Meanwhile at Taunton, Nick Gubbins' long vigil is over. 37 off 203 balls. But a 4th wicket for Archie Vaughan. 125 for 4. Hampshire, so still a long way behind.
But they've only lost one wicket that session. Right. The new ball may have to do the trick. Oh, Charlesworth bowls, and another one of those that you think has that missed. It can't have missed by too much. James Bracey's taken the ball and continued to take it ever further down the leg side, exaggerating the angle. But I don't know that this was... Well, I don't know. I'm not sure it was quite as close as the Ajit Singh Dale one, but it certainly is that. Yeah, actually, he's left it almost on length as much as anything else. But
he has.
Anyway, it's a brave thing to do. It's Charlesworth at Bristol. You'd think leave on length, but as we've said, there's more pace and bounce in these pitches this season. Defending to complete the over is Justin Broad, so that is a maiden over from Charlesworth. It'll be the only over that he bowls before tea. But there will be just enough time to squeeze in a over of Josh Shaw. The way I said that, I was almost about to say a round of the Farmer's Songbook or something. I'm sorry, I haven't a clue, but there's just enough time to squeeze in a round of, you know.
Yes.
Sorry.
Sung to the tune of. So, Shaw it will be. To bowl his 11th over, final over of another intriguing session, and he just left thinking it's such a shame the amount of time we've lost, because this really could have been a fascinating game. There's still a bit of interest in it as Sharma just lays a bat on that dead bat, rolls down to backward point, and there is no run. 171 for 5, because if we'd had just 3 full days play, I think we probably would have had a result. And I think these look 2 fairly evenly matched sides. I think this has been the case really for a few years now, and the matches between these 2 counties have thrown up some real crackers. Short outside the off stump, and Adi Sharma, having gone through a little phase of being terribly restrained, decides to end that little period of restraint and have a flash at it, and doesn't get anything on it.
It was sort of there.
It was there,
hit, but I think
it was.
His eagerness to go after it meant that he maybe didn't get the bat on it that he might have done if he'd just played that. You know, that shot he's played a couple of times really. Just play it a bit later.
Just get it past backward point, and it's a big chase for Graham Van Buren round from third man. Here's Shaw in again, bowls very short. Now, that is not called a wide. Why that is not called a wide when the one from this end was, I've not the slightest idea.
It's a little bit surprising.
It's not. I think this is, again, it's been a bit of a theme of the season. I don't think there's been a lot of consistency. I can understand the regular, the thing about short balls being called wide, but there's not, in my opinion anyway, I don't know what your feeling is, Ed, but I don't think there's been very much consistency between different umpires into how that is adjudged and how it's enforced anyway. Perhaps he wants his cup of tea a bit sooner. Here is Shaw, bowling to Sharma, who's in behind that, just hurried a little bit, gets in behind it, rolls up towards mid-on. Singhdale comes across from mid-wicket to field, has a cheery word, I'm sure, with Justin Broad at the non-striker's end. 2 balls to go in the over and in the session. Still a bit of weather over to our left, but so far it's quite bright here. In fact, the sun's still trying to come out. Here's Shaw, bowls to Sharma outside the off stump, and that boomerang back in, but it swung just a little bit too late, for Josh Shaw's purposes. It was left alone by Addy Sharma and was taken by James Bracey down the leg side. It really did go, but Sharma with the width outside the off stump, plenty of opportunity just to leave it alone safely. So one ball left in the session, which has seen 116 runs scored for the loss of a couple of wickets.
Nottinghamshire have won.
Here's Shaw bowling that wide outside the off stump. That is the end of the over, and that is tea. So I'll let Ed expand on that in a moment, but here it's 171 for 5. That's a maiden for Josh Shaw, who finishes the session with 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36. It's 171 for 5. Northamptonshire lead by 136, with Justin Broad 38 not out and Addy Sharma 22 not out. 136 is the lead, 42 overs remaining. And what's been happening at the Oval, Ed?
Well, Josh Tongue has completed a 5-wicket haul, and the last man out, Tom Laws, who was having to play a few shots with Dan Worrell there at the other end, has just holed out to deep cover, catch completed. And Nottinghamshire have beaten Surrey by 20 runs at the Oval. That is terrific that the Championship has had. OK, maybe not in the final round, although you never know because it's not done yet.
Nope.
And certainly Somerset will feel it's not completely done yet as much as Surrey will feel that they've got to try and pull off the impossible, because Somerset have taken a 5th wicket on the stroke of tea at Taunton as well, with Ben Brown, LBW Leach for 36. So Hampshire have got 5 wickets in hand to try and bat out the evening session there. But it does mean that Nottinghamshire, who pulled within 1 of Surrey with that win over Worcestershire, and Surrey not able to force a victory in the last round, it means that Nottinghamshire will take 19 points from that game and Surrey just the 3. So a 15-point lead for Nottinghamshire going into the final round.
Well, it just goes to prove there's a bit of life left in the old county championship yet, despite the contempt with which it seems to be treated by some people in positions of authority. Anyhow, rant over.
Yes, all right. Let's go and have some tea, shall we? I could still see an exciting finish here. There are 42 overs remaining to be bowled, so you would feel to have any even outside chance, Gloucestershire will have to find a way to wrap up this innings in the next hour, maybe just about hour and a half. But the work from Broad especially, but also from Zabe and Addy Sharma, that session certainly to be applauded, because backs were certainly against the wall for Northamptonshire. We'll see whether there's any more drama left in this game after tea. Radders and myself will be back then.
umpires Paul Baldwin and James Treadwell. Give a big warm welcome to James Bracey and the Gloucestershire team. And the two Northamptonshire batters, Justin Broad, number 75, will resume on 38, not out. Along with number 10, Adi Sharma, will resume on 22, not out. Not out.
Good evening and welcome back to Bristol as the sun just about peeps out, but we have an absolutely filthy dark cloud away to our right hand side, proving that things may be a little bit dodgy in the evening session. And when it comes to what we're going to see here, well, 42 overs is the number in terms of overs remaining to be bowled in the day, so still a pretty hefty chunk of overs, but from a Gloucestershire perspective they need things to happen pretty quickly here, with the lead at 136, still 5 Northamptonshire wickets to take, and Justin Broad and Adi Sharma having formed a really important partnership here. Broad on 38, Sharma on 22, and still the possibility, albeit injured, of a obdurate character in Luke Proctor to come in next, and still some batting after that. Here comes Ajit Singh Dale bowling the first ball after tea, and that is watchfully left again by Justin Broad. And right as we were talking about Justin Broad a little bit in the tea break, and comes out of this innings again with a lot of credit so far.
He does. He seems to find a way. I think we were talking earlier about his route into professional cricket, and he's had to do it the hard way, trialling round, going to different counties before finally getting a berth at Northamptonshire, and whether it just feeds into that, the sort of mindset.
Singdale bowls, and again left by Broad.
That, you know, pretty much whatever has been thrown at him in the last couple of seasons, and as I mentioned, he finished up the beginning of last season being very new to professional cricket and opening the batting against Sussex with Ollie Robinson, Jayden Seals, etc. On a green top at Hove, and battled away pretty well. He's anything that's been thrown at him, he has proved equal to, and I think he really is, as I say, really one of the key members of this squad going forward.
Singdale bowls, away shape there, but again Broad realises he doesn't have to play a shot.
And in Championship cricket this year, I say he's gone past 600 runs, 23 wickets so far. Pretty good slip catcher as well. Obviously played a big part in the T20 with terrific innings of 67 in the first game against Yorkshire at Headingley, 61 off 39 in the final, or the semi-final against Hampshire.
Singdale in now, and Broad struck on the pad, looks a little high despite the imploring appeal from Singdale, who, having charged away and backpedalled towards his left, then gave it a bit of the jazz hands, and that still wasn't moving James Treadwell's finger.
But he has got a part in 42nd Street.
Something a little bit sort of
school
musical about it.
Chorus line.
Like, just do something with your hands so you don't have to do any dancing. Give them something that they can. Give them something that they can do. Yeah, there's an air of of desperation about what needs to happen for Gloucestershire here. Short arm shovel from Broad. That's beaten Taylor at mid-on. It will run up towards the longest boundary at wide long on. It won't quite get there. Matt Taylor has slightly and understandably stiff reach down and palming back of the ball. And he will save that one run that all that work has achieved. So Justin Broad into the 40s. And the lead up to 139. Doesn't quite feel immediately like last throw of the dice from Gloucestershire, but you feel Singdale has to make something happen here. 2 for 34 thus far, bowling to Adi Sharma, who defends with soft hands into the offside. And that completes the first over after the tea break. 174 for 5.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the reason we say that it's not quite done and dusted yet is the fact that, were this partnership to be broken soon, Luke Proctor, I'm assuming, will come out to bat, but obviously is not fit. And then you've got Ben Sanderson, who we know can bat, but was out first ball in the first inning, so he's on a king pair. And then Ben Whitehouse and Nervan Ramesh, who obviously have both in their second county championship matches and without any particularly notable pedigree with the bat. So it could all happen fairly quickly, but they need to break this partnership. As you say, these two have done a pretty good job for the visitors. Added 35 runs and done so in fairly quick time as well. 139. So Gloucestershire would need from this point 140. Charlesworth in outside the off stump, left alone by Broad. But obviously the overs now starting to tick by, and the other thing that Gloucestershire just need to be vaguely aware of course, is the over rate, because they're -2 on the board. So, although that's
whether they've taken the attitude
we're not bothered.
I think maybe there may come a point where if they realise they can't take the wickets, they just think, OK, we may as well save ourselves the 2 points, but until then, yeah.
Charlesworth in bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Justin Broad. Yeah, and it may be that there have been, and to be fair to Gloucestershire, there were 1 or 2 stoppages this afternoon. There was the safe Zabe concussion check when he just went for a little paddle sweep off Graham Van Buren. It bounced up and just clipped the helmet, but they have to go through the necessary. 1 or 2 gone into the car park, which had needed to be retrieved. So it's not, I don't think it's anything too serious, nothing that can't be rectified, as that next ball from Charlesworth is punched out into the offside by Justin Broad off the back foot, fielded there at mid-off by Josh Shaw. 1 more run to Justin Broad, he goes to 42, and Northamptonshire to 175 for 5, leading by 140. 40 overs remaining after this one. Probably a good 2.5 hours cricket. Here's Charlesworth has a big appeal and he's out. And they've got that wicket, and Adi Sharma just playing right across his front pad, and it looked a decent shout from here. And it's been given out by umpire Treadwell. And Adi Sharma's bright and breezy little contribution is over. He goes for 22. LBW to Ben Charlesworth, and Northamptonshire 175 for 6, leading by 140. Now just 4 wickets in hand.
It did look as if he had gone quite a long way across.
Yeah. No, I think we could. I was thinking immediately that's close.
Yeah. I think you'd look at that and you would hope that the umpire might have thought late movement there, but you can. I've seen it all season, and I've seen. I mean, that's just another one to add to the list. I've seen umpires all season be so aggressive when batters go across their stumps, try and clip it leg side, and if they think it's even shaving that leg stump, then it seems to be that they give it. And it's something that Gloucestershire supporters will have heard me say so many times to know that this isn't just a one-off me saying this. I keep saying it because I keep seeing it. And I just think that it certainly didn't used to be that way. Umpires just seem to be, and it's the same way as, sweep shot, finger goes up. Shouldering arms, finger goes up. Batter goes across even a fraction, even though the ball is sliding a little. I suppose up goes that finger.
The time will come, and I know it's already been people starting to float the idea that given the fact that all the games are streamed, whether there is some form of DRS, some form of review system that might be possible. I don't know how the technology would work, but
ball tracking that's almost the easier element. How reliable it'd be, I don't know.
Well, Luke Proctor has come in with a runner, James Sales, which in itself gives the opportunity for complete chaos. First ball, Charlesworth to Proctor is steered down to gully, and there is no run. Proctor batting at number 8 with a quad injury, so there must be some doubt as to whether he'll be fit in time for the game against Leicestershire, starting at Wantage Road on Wednesday. Here's Charlesworth, round the wicket, bowls to him, and he plays inside the line, and he's got a little nick on it, and he's gone. Proctor goes. Second ball. Thought he just about got the bat out of harm's way, but no, says the umpire. It's a little nick through to the keeper. Proctor has gone for naught. Court Bracey bowled Charlesworth. It's 175 for 7. The lead is 140. Unfortunately, I think it's also starting to rain.
Could see it coming. There was a little faint rainbow over towards Filton Way, and the rain again just starting to blow in on the wind. And Luke Proctor, I think he knew he'd got a little feather on that one. And Ben Charlesworth, yet again.
Yeah, he said.
It may be that, I think there are reasons why he doesn't bowl as much as others, because he has had that history of shoulder problems, and they want to manage him very carefully. But in terms of bowlers who've bowled more than, let's say now he's bowled actually 100 overs this season, the only bowlers who've got better averages than Ben Charlesworth this season for Gloucestershire, Archie Bailey, whose Gloucestershire career has now already come to an end, Marchant de Lange and Dom Goodman, who played just that one game and took 9 for 87 across 2 innings. And Ben Charlesworth continues to not just be a stand breaker, but a genuine attacking option, just with something a little bit different, just finding that bit of movement, and just sometimes maybe the mind relaxes a bit when he comes on. I don't know, but he's very much an all-rounder and wants to be an all-rounder. Whether we're going to continue playing for too long here, I don't know. The umpires are coming together. James Bracey's obviously going to say, well, come on, it's going to blow through this. We've played through this before, but the Northamptonshire players are just making the decision, not quite making the decision for the umpires, because the umpires were going off anyway. But 40 overs left, 3 wickets needed for Gloucestershire, and at the moment they would need 141 from 37 overs, assuming we're about to start the next one. So even if they took 3 wickets in the next over, that would be the equation. But it doesn't look as though that will be the equation. We will lose overs, and this is deeply frustrating for so many reasons, not least because the forecasters a matter of a couple of hours ago had less than 5% chance of rain for this hour, and here we are. They've adapted, as amazingly happens, the forecast a little bit in terms of 20-30%, but
I have to say that
there's a fair patch on that radar there, I can see, isn't there?
The radar, there is quite a wodge just to the sort of almost all round us, just to the east, the west and the south. It's going up from the southwest. Well, covers are coming on. Pitch covers already being wheeled on. The covers to cover the run-ups, the big tarpaulins, also coming out. Some of the Gloucestershire players are still out there. suggesting that we ought to really still be playing.
Singdale's almost saying to the
What do you
ground staff there, well, come on, surely you don't need to put that cover on, do you? You can I'm happy to run in and bowl without it. I'm the one that's going to be bowling here, but no, it unfortunately, it does look as if it has set in a bit. Ben Charlesworth and Zaman Akhtar down there just pointing and saying, well, it's not that heavy, you know. But
you can't fault Ajit Singhdale's passion out there, because he's almost ordering the ground staff not to bring the covers on. They are completely ignoring him, of course, because they will do what the umpires say, but he cannot believe it. I don't know about auditioning for a chorus line. He's on for King Lear at the moment, I think. His dramatic gestures, very impressive.
So there are still 6 Gloucestershire players who have not left the field. Joe Phillips walking off to Singdale, Van Buren and Ollie Price in one little pocket, Akhtar and Charlesworth standing a little further away from them. But I'm afraid to say the rain has got heavier again.
Yes, it has.
It's not... The droplets are quite fine, but it's raining fairly steadily. And for Gloucestershire, if this had happened an over before, I think there would have been a sense of, well, this probably has got away from us anyway. But
the fact that they've nipped out those two quickly.
It's so Gloucestershire over the last few years. I think that some of the times when they've been in with a chance of winning games and the rain has just not played ball, and pushing for a victory here with those 2 wickets in the over from Ben Charlesworth, and Northamptonshire 7 wickets down with Sanderson the next batter, and then just Whitehouse and Ramesh to come. But I think, to be honest, the light is pretty poor now anyway, and as it continues to rain steadily, I think even the few Gloucestershire players that just don't want to drag themselves in the field are going to have to admit to themselves that unfortunately it is raining enough that the ground staff are going to have to go for the covers at the far end in terms of the run-ups, and they may, unfortunately from a Gloucestershire perspective, even need to go for some of the side sheets before too long as well. As I say, it's not heavy, and there is a stiff breeze which could blow this through, but when Gloucestershire maybe need every over that they can to force this result, this is deeply frustrating. Sorry, somebody sent me a message with a quote from King Lear on it. I don't need that. It does seem, unfortunately, as though we're in for a little bit of a delay here. There's still plenty of cricket going on elsewhere. Just a reminder of what else has occurred in terms of this division. Derbyshire and Glamorgan drawing. Leicestershire and Kent also match drawn, meaning Leicestershire have clinched the Division 2 title, and Glamorgan are fairly close to officially clinching promotion. Middlesex 37 for 1 at Old Trafford, trailing by 127 runs, but it is Lancashire who are really the ones that are pushing for very unlikely victory, it has to be said, with the amount of time left in that game, but the frustration at Old Trafford as they've been in control of that game. And when it comes to Division 1, well, draws between Warwickshire and Essex, and then a win for Nottinghamshire by 20 runs over Surrey, which means Nottinghamshire move into pole position, not clinching the title, although it feels a bit like a decider. It certainly isn't. There's every chance that Nottinghamshire could still be overtaken in the final round, but they've beaten Surrey at the Oval by 20 runs, the first loss of the season for Surrey. But Nottinghamshire, well, they've also now ensured that they will have the tiebreaker over Surrey and Somerset, I think, as well, because they've claimed their 6th win out of 13 matches, Nottinghamshire, so they'll guarantee that at very least they'll have won the joint most number of matches, even if Somerset were to win their last 2 and will only have lost the 1. So you can hardly say they, in terms of the cricket they've played, they don't deserve their position at the moment. Sussex and Yorkshire still playing, with Yorkshire leading by 51 runs. They've recovered from that early, well, more than wobble. They were 6 for 3, weren't they? But they're now 107 for 3, leading by 51 runs. So that looks to be heading towards a draw. They're still playing at Chesley Street, where they're searching for bonus points. Durham started to rack them up now, 307 for 3, replying to Worcestershire's 591 for 9 declared. And then Somerset and Hampshire, there's still cricket there, with Hampshire 5 wickets in hand, trailing by 133 runs following on. So there's plenty of choice for you on the BBC Sport website and app as far as other commentaries are concerned. The rain does seem to have lightened off a little bit, but the cloud is still very much heavy and thick up above. There's still some rain blowing through on the wind. The umpires are actually now just coming out for a little bit of a chat with the ground staff, and actually nearly all of the Gloucestershire players haven't gone back into the dressing room, but I can't see how this is going to start in just a couple of minutes. So I think we will just close down the mics on the Gloucestershire stream and on the BBC Sport website and the app, and we promise that we will bring you more information as and when we get it. Well, that didn't seem to last too long. Much to our surprise, and possibly with a certain amount of pressure having been applied by the home side, it almost still seemed to be just about drizzling, but no, they've got the covers off immediately. The umpires had a bit of a feel for things and obviously decided that, in their opinion, the conditions were perfectly playable. There's no need to run a rope round or anything like that. The stumps are being put back in, and what I thought was going to be a delay of at least 15 minutes or so has turned out to be not anywhere near that length of time, and the rain continues to blow through quickly when we do get it, but there's anybody's guess really as to what we're going to get weather-wise for the rest of proceedings. And the other thing that will just continue to be at play is the light, because at 5 to 4, and yes, 2 overs have just been taken off the board. Thank goodness I was looking at the board at exactly that moment. 38 overs now remain to be bowled in the day's play, so we will be playing past 6 o'clock, which, given that we just about got to that stage a couple of evenings ago. I think even though there's 38 overs remaining in the day's play, there isn't really. Gloucestershire would have to, if they do get to a point where they can take these 3 remaining wickets and then chase the runs down, then they've basically got to approach it that there's, I don't know, even sort of now 32 overs left in the day's play or something like that.
Well, you've got to knock a couple off anyway. So
not 2 off for the change of innings, yeah.
So and then that takes us to 36. But Gloucestershire, they'll still fancy their chances here. As I say, you've got Ben Sanderson on a king pair.
Yeah, they can certainly change the batting order as well if they feel that that's the way to go. The likes of Jack Taylor could be used as a sort of a shot to nothing almost towards the top of the order, but we are ready to get underway again. Singdale to Broad, bowling wide of off stump, and an away swinger. Broad not drawn into playing at that, and I think even just those extra 2 overs off there, sort of, you'd imagine the Northamptonshire attitude now, at least Broad's attitude, will be, I just need to stay there, and actually overs off almost has the same effect as runs added on. So actually Broad, if he feels that that's the best way that he has of staying there, actually doesn't really need to do too much until maybe say 9 down. He's on the back foot and dropping this one down to extra cover. Gloucestershire having put square leg back and point back on the boundary, so they're quite happy for, understandably, Broad to have a single early on in the over and give the strike over to Sanderson straight away. But Ben Charlesworth, 2 wickets in an over, has just again given Gloucestershire hope. You're hoping it's not that hope that kills. Singdale in and bowls and goes through Broad, but it's not out. There was no edge on that, and the pad, even if it had been flicked, I think would have been just outside the line of off stump. But a cracker from Singdale that looked as if it was fading away, and then I think it hit the seam and straightened a bit and goes right between bat and pad of Broad. Singdale having a brief inquiry of umpire Treadwell, but it was a great delivery but unrewarded. Singdale runs in, bowls to Broad, and he will leave that one alone. And just that, again, we mentioned it with Zabe, a break in concentration, possibly as he was given a bit of a blow to the inside part of the knee or something like that. Next ball, hard hands nicked off to Saman Akhtar before he was removed from the attack for running down the middle of the pitch. But in the same way, a little break in rhythm, you would think, should only favour really the bowling side in this situation. Singdale to Broad, and again he will not be drawn into a shot with 1 ball remaining in this over. Gloucestershire in the sort of position where they don't really want to be wasting deliveries, but at the same time they would really love to have Ben Sanderson on strike for the next over. And you'd think surely Ben Charlesworth with his tail up would continue.
He's limbering up at first slip, isn't he? So I think he is definitely going to be bowling. Save
maybe one last spell from Matt Taylor to come at some point. Singdale bowls now to Broad, another very wide ball, and having brought the field up on the offside, Broad not tempted into thinking, OK, I'm going to try and crash a boundary off the last ball. He's happy to let Sanderson face, and it will indeed be Ben Charlesworth as he takes his cap off. So it's a maiden over from Singdale. The score remains 175 for 7. The lead at 140, 37 overs minimum left, but again we're right down to 34 already, even if 3 wickets fall in this one.
Well, we don't always get these things right, heaven knows, but we did say first thing this morning that it wasn't necessarily going to be the case that the sides would need to sort of concoct something. There is enough cricket left in the day, and on this surface especially, to get something close to a proper game of cricket, and we've certainly got it. It may be that there is not quite enough time to get a result, but we'll see. It's still possible. So here's Sanderson then on a king pair, facing Charlesworth outside the off stump. So left alone by Sanderson. The king pair is off the table. The pair is still very much not off the table. Sanderson, LBW to Graham Van Buren in the first innings, didn't look terribly chuffed with the decision, but I must admit I've had a look back at it a couple of times and I don't think he's got a lot of cause for complaint, personally. Here's Charlesworth in and bowls to Sanderson. That's pushing forward, just angling the bat down to backward point. Zaman Akhtar fields, and there is no run. Cloud looks a little bit higher over to our left. Radar suggests there's still a bit around in the area, but I think we've been quite lucky given how threatening the clouds looked just either side of tee. The fact that we've only lost a couple of overs. There's 2 slips in, Hammond at first, Ollie Price at second, and Charlesworth is in, bowls to Sanderson, and Sanderson is forward, pushing it up to mid-off, and there's no run. We were saying earlier, Ben Sanderson's finest hour, or indeed rather less than an hour with the bat this season. A quick fire 65 against Lancashire, 50 off 22 balls, watched by Rory Kleinveld, who holds the record for the fastest half century for Northamptonshire in first class cricket. Here's Charlesworth outside the off stump, and Sanderson looking to try and chop it away down through backward point. Goes just past the bottom edge into the gloves of James Bracey. And Rory Kleinveld's record 21 balls, and he was watching from the balcony. He's then, of course, Northamptonshire's bowling coach, since gone back to South Africa as head coach of Western Province. But I know no one would have been more delighted had the record gone than Rory. Sanderson coming right across his stumps to that next ball from Ben Charlesworth. Plays it back down the pitch. Charlesworth fields, and there is no run. Definitely looks a little bit brighter, I think. Although floodlights are on, they've been on for most of the day.
The speed that it's come through, though, I mean,
yeah.
just especially as we can't see from our position exactly what's coming.
What's happening behind us.
I always feel there might be another dark cloud behind us.
Charlesworth in, bowls down the leg side. That's a bit of a waste, and Sanderson just watches it past harmlessly down the leg side into the gloves of James Bracey, and that is the end of a maiden from Ben Charlesworth. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 1, having picked up the wickets of Adi Sharma and Luke Proctor in his first over. But Northamptonshire remain on 175 for 7, leading by 140, 36 overs remaining in the day, but you do have to knock a couple off that, so 34 remaining.
And 33 now that Singdale starts this new over, and bowling to Broad, who forces his way through the covers. This will be at least a couple. That will be the sum of it. There's a good throw in from Joe Phillips on the run and across his body, but no chance of getting Sanderson at the non-striker's end. So 2 more to Justin Broad on to 44. It was really too much of a risk. That again, it's just been a calculated, to use the word, almost workman-like innings during the tea break. Broad on to 44. Singdale in now, that's let go through behind the stumps. Good carry still through to Bracey, certainly when Singdale is bowling. And because of the conditions that the match has been played in, I suppose technically this is really still a day, or just about day 2 pitch anyway. The pitch hasn't really changed colour at all. There's still that tinge of, I described it almost, well, actually it's more sort of mint green.
Yeah.
I guess a pea green the other day. It was almost like mint green tinge to the pitch. Singdale bowls and defended by Broad back towards the bowler. And there is no run. still scored pretty quickly, Northamptonshire, although they've not set out to do so. Only just, I think, for the first time in seemingly since the very early stages, the run rate for Northamptonshire's dropped below 4. But with this ball now in its 45th over, some of that exaggerated seam movement not quite there as it was. Singdale bowls to Broad, who defends, and as he does so often, just taking that bottom hand off the bat, and even if it is still on the bat at impact, it does just ensure that, especially even to Singdale, if he does get an edge, it's going to take some catching for Charlesworth and for Price, those two in the cordon, and for James Bracey behind the stumps. Singdale in now and bowls to Broad, who does get that little gentle edge, but it's well short of second slip, and Ollie Price can't quite pluck it on the bounce, and it will go down for 4 valuable runs. 146 the lead goes up to. Nothing wrong really with that shot at all from Justin Broad. It was never going in the air, and even if it did go maybe finer than originally meant, it's worked out perfectly because it's got past that second slip fielder. And mentioned it earlier, they've got to stand close enough for the ball to carry, so there's not much time to react when the ball flies at them like that. 181 for 7. Singdale completes the over, bowls, and left alone by Broad, and he'll just hop back into his crease, as a lot of batters do, with a certain amount more care now since a certain incident in the Ashes not so long ago. And it's 181 for 7.
Noticed on Twitter or X, Al saying, Northamptonshire, are they going to declare after tea, maybe set 200 in 26 or 27 overs? May as well make a game of it, with Gloucestershire desperate for the win. Could be an entertaining session. Well, I'm not sure how desperate now Gloucestershire are for the win, really. I don't think it's going to... Well, they obviously they want to win, but they,
yes,
in terms of promotion...
I don't think desperate is yes. They both sides want to make a game of it, and Gloucestershire are playing to win, as they like to say. But in terms of them having to chuck everything away in order to win, it's not really like that.
Charlesworth in and bowls to Sanderson, who drives hard into the ground, well fielded by Charlesworth off his own bowling. Yeah, it's a nice thought, Al. I don't think... I think that one of the big issues is that, as I say, Northamptonshire are going to be a bowler down. One of their frontline bowlers, Proctor, will not be fit to bowl. And I think that will be considered when they're deciding what to do, if anything. Sanderson on the back foot this time, chops that down into the ground. Fielded by Joe Phillips, coming in from extra cover. I think the threat of rain appears to have dissipated, at least for now. Doesn't look too bad to our left, although, as Ed was saying, I think the worst of the rain is coming up sort of behind us, so it's a little bit difficult for us to see. Here's Charlesworth in bowls to Sanderson, who is forward, a little tentatively, but pushes it out into the covers. Joe Phillips fields, and there is no run. So Northamptonshire leading by 146. 34 overs to go after this. As we keep saying, you need to knock 2 off that for the change of innings. Here's Charlesworth in, and Sanderson is off the pair. Although we didn't know a great deal about it, it just squared him up a little bit. Goes off a thick outside edge, safely enough down past the slip cordon. There is a third man. So Matt Taylor sends in the return, and Sanderson is off the dreaded pair. 1 to him. Northamptonshire to 182 for 7. So it will be pushing up towards 5 and over at the moment, where the last 3 wickets to go down very quickly. But Justin Broad still there, of course. Now for Broad, Obviously trying to stop the single with a couple of balls to go. Slip in, but now Hammond has come out of the slip cordon and has gone in at short mid-wicket, so 3 saving the 1 on either side. As Charlesworth is in, clipped away by Broad, but straight to Hammond in there at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. And now Matt Taylor is coming up from third man to backward point. Yeah, backward point. It's very close to Zaman Akhtar. Might just need to spread out a little bit. Yes, they are doing now. So Zaman Akhtar in there at cover. 4 now, saving 1 on the offside as Charlesworth is in. Bowls to Broad, who hammers that. Oh, and it's misfielded by Zaman Akhtar at cover. And all that preparation to try and save the single has come to nothing, because it was hit straight at Zaman Akhtar, who didn't pick it up cleanly. And they're able to take 1 on the misfield, and it means that Broad keeps the bowling. He goes to 49 and Northamptonshire to 183 for 7, leading by 148.
Yeah, it's not easy on those used pitches. However, the importance of that stop, extremely frustrating from the Gloucestershire point of view, because as you said, they set it up and they really want Singh Dale, their quickest bowler, bowling at Sanderson, but they haven't got it. See if we can remove Broad instead. In and bowls down the leg side, and it's deflected off something maybe, or is it just movement anyway? It certainly didn't look as if he actually got his bat particularly close to it. Just kicks away at the creased as Justin Broad. Put another delivery scene off, and it just continues to be like this. Any moment you think, oh, it might be brightening up and clearing now, a few minutes later, and it's back to being pretty dark again. It's not quite at the stage where you can see the 4-pointed shadows from the floodlights, but well, you just about start to see them now. Singh Dale into Broad, and that's defended into the ground. Singh Dale will come up to pick up, and they just can't afford too many more, really any more now, Gloucestershire periods, fallow periods when it comes to wicket taking. They've got to charge through the remaining 3. So even if it does happen very quickly, 30 overs to chase 148, so the rate required will be already up at 5s, but realistically again, are we going to get all those overs in? Very unlikely. Singh Dale to Broad, who defends slightly awkwardly. Again, his bottom hand comes off that bat, and then it was almost both arms out to his side after he played that one, but he does again get bat on ball, and there is no run as Singh Dale once again seems to want to feel the ball on his foot and kick it off somewhere, but it's not really a kick. It just sort of allows the ball to hit his foot. Seems to take some pleasure in that. Singh Dale to Broad down leg side, and nothing on it again, but couple of balls left in this over. Okay, they do want to trap Sanderson on strike, but Gloucestershire really need wickets, and Broad 1 run away from a half century that he would really deserve. I mean, there's a lot of looking at conversion rates and all those sorts of things, but actually pick a situation, sometimes a 50 can be as valuable, certainly from some of the ones that we've seen this season in Kookaburra. Rounds are going to be more valuable. Broad drives to mid-off and won't get a run. Jack Taylor sprawling away to his left, and although he didn't stop it cleanly, he's done enough to stop them from coming through for that 1. So just the 1 delivery remaining. Singh Dale's having maybe some suggestions thrown at him, or at least some queries as to whether fielders should move. He's then had the ball thrown over his head, so that won't improve his mood at all. Somebody else is going to have to chase it off to the boundary. Matt Taylor will pick it up. I
just loved Ajit Singh Dale telling the ground staff not to
please don't. You don't have to do it.
Not to pull the covers on. That was just 100 great sporting moments. That was fantastic.
Final ball of this over. In he comes to Broad, and Broad clips him firmly to mid-on, but Matt Taylor secure in the fielding. And so it's a maiden over. Sanderson will be on strike, but I think Broad certainly will be much happier with Sanderson facing Charlesworth in terms of, okay, might try and farm the strike, but I'm not going to do anything too, certainly not reckless, but even try awfully hard to retain the strike, knowing that there is the lesser pace of Charlesworth, albeit he does have figures of 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 3.
I just wonder whether umpire Baldwin is just getting a little bit jumpy about something. The umpires are coming together to have a chat. Is it the ball that they're not happy with?
Yeah, I don't know whether this is Gloucestershire who've asked for this, or whether the umpires have taken it upon themselves to inspect the ball.
Well, we saw it. We saw the ball changed earlier, didn't we? But I think we had a couple of. In the game, we've had a couple of ball changes, haven't we? But for now, it's get on with it. Seems to be the call from the umpires. Here is Charlesworth in and bowls to Sanderson, and Sanderson is in behind it, playing it back down the pitch. Charlesworth fields. Hammond at slip, Ollie Price at second slip, then a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket in there fairly tight, square leg just in front. Here is Charlesworth. Bowling to Sanderson, short, swatted and caught. And it's a third wicket for Ben Charlesworth. And it's not a stroke, I think, that Ben Sanderson will look back on with any great degree of satisfaction. It was a little swat at a ball just short of a length. It looped to square leg, who took a comfortable catch. Sanderson goes for 1. Northamptonshire 183 for 8. The golden arm of Ben Charlesworth strikes again. And, well, the game is still alive. Northamptonshire leading by 148. So, as we were saying, were the innings to end in a real flurry, which is not impossible with, say, a couple of inexperienced players to come, albeit with Justin Broad still out there, Gloucestershire will be needing to score something in excess of 5 and over, but, as you were saying, Ed, with the likes of Jack Taylor, we saw the way he played this morning, Graham Van Buren, it's not out of the question.
Yep, well, you know, they would have to go at it absolutely all guns blazing. I think you would have to forget the required run rate and number of overs remaining, because even at 20 past 4 the light is teetering. I think it's teetering. I think it's teetering. Yeah, just about. It's you can just about see the floodlight shadows. They've not been they aren't as pronounced as they've been, I should say, but it's just, unless this cloud really clears, and it isn't showing any signs of doing that, it's hard even to see in an hour how this light's going to be good enough to play in, because of course Northamptonshire will not want to stay out there unless they've got a chance of taking wickets, and then it would be Northamptonshire who might say, well, you know, actually we could have a bit of a go. Say, if Gloucestershire were 20 for 3, they might, they might suddenly find themselves. That it would be almost their decision as to when the game ended then. Well, Ben Whitehouse is coming to the crease, out for 6 in the first innings in his second championship match, facing Charlesworth, and pushes that one hard into the ground. Charlesworth fields in his follow-through, and there is no run. Ben Whitehouse made 6 not out on debut against Glamorgan, 6 in the first innings here. So there's a theme in his relatively short batting career in first-class cricket. Bowled well yesterday, picked up a couple of wickets in the morning. Now facing Ben Charlesworth, and Whitehouse forward, plays it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run, still with no number or name on his shirt. We did christen him the man with no name against Glamorgan, and 1-2 pictures of Clint Eastwood were finding their way onto
onto social media. Now, they're obviously quite happy to give Whitehouse the single here. They've dropped point back on the boundary. Deep square is going out. But 3 slips in place as Charlesworth is in to bowl to Whitehouse, who's playing that calmly enough with a very straight bat up to mid-off. And there is no run. 1 ball to go in the over.
High front elbow.
It is, isn't it? Yes, he's read.
Picture of
He's
correctness.
He's read the book.
Yeah.
Coach them well at Bracebridge Heath.
Well, they certainly do. I think
They've
Mark
won the league.
Fell, who used to captain Lincolnshire, played for that club.
Last ball of the over, turned into the leg side by Whitehouse. There was an easy single there, but he doesn't want it, and that is the end of the over. 183 for 8. So applause, and well-deserved applause for Ben Charlesworth, whose figures are 5 overs, 3 for 3. 183 for 8. The lead is 148. And batters are conferring in mid-pitch. And we have 32 overs left, which obviously make that 30. It's just starting to get a little bit, might be a little bit problematic. As long as Broad's there, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned.
But Mark Fell did some coaching.
Oh, right.
My youth. Yeah. Very, very good coach. In comes Singdale and bowls down the leg side. Attempted flick from Broad, misses behind the stumps.
Well, they won the league last weekend, so Ben was telling me last night on his interview. Obviously, I'm sure he probably hasn't played in every game this year, but having a cosy chat there with actually Singdale. But no, he said he's been at that club the whole of his career, and that's just great to see, isn't it? Yeah. Somebody that's come up through one club and stayed there. Doesn't happen too often these days in the Premier League cricket.
Singdale bowls, striking him on the pad, and gone! LBW. Broad goes for 49. It seemed to straighten. Singdale's charging off somewhere towards Filton. He's going to have to come back and bowl pretty soon, but absolutely fired up by that one. 3 for 40 for Singdale. Justin Broad squared up there, defeated by a little bit of movement and straightening, as I say. And it ends a fine innings from Justin Broad, because Gloucestershire would easily be batting by now were it not for him. As it was just that question, has it straightened just enough?
That's fair enough, I think.
It looked out from our position, and James Treadwell up went that finger. So Broad goes, and now it is 10 and 11 at the crease. There would be 29 overs left in the day's play if the wicket were to fall in this over. But we have this fairly thick blanket of cloud up above, which just still, even though Gloucestershire have remarkably really given the way that things were set up, and before that Charlesworth double strike, looking as though the game was drifting, they've got themselves in with a serious shout of winning, but it's a real question as to whether they will have the opportunity to chase, or, you know, from a Northamptonshire point of view, an opportunity to take these Gloucestershire wickets, because it's not easy batting out there, as we've said, and as the scores in the game will show. 206, 183 for 9, and Gloucestershire 241.
Justin Broad better get his bowling boots on. I think he might be required in the not too distant future.
Yes, it'd probably be him taking the new ball, I guess. Yeah,
certainly. Yeah.
So there are 4 balls left in this over, and from a Gloucestershire perspective, you feel it's almost, it hasn't quite got to finish this over, but this is a golden opportunity with the number 11 Ramesh facing Singdale, who charges in, bowls a straight delivery, and Ramesh is behind that one and able to defend out into the covers and defend it very convincingly, despite the word, I'm sure, that will have been given to him by Singdale. He is enthusiastic, and he's somebody who, for so many reasons, instead of misses his batting, but he is so committed to everything that he does, and you could not fault Ajit Singh Dale for his commitment to the end of his Gloucestershire career. You can see in everything that he's doing, he is desperate to finish his tenure here off on a high note. In he comes and bowls to Ramesh. It's a shorter ball, fended off into the leg side, but it's short of Phillips. Now there's a shot at the stumps from Phillips as well, as Whitehouse makes it safely at the striker's end. I think he would have been in anyway if Phillips had hit with one stump to aim at, but Ramesh has scrambled through for a run, and it's 184 for 9.
And he wants to have another. He wants to have another
chat.
Yeah, I
mean, tell him how it's done now.
Wants to have a chat with with Ben Whitehouse. It could have gone anywhere, couldn't it?
Yeah.
It really could.
Short leg. They want the helmet. It's going to take a few more seconds, but they may feel it's necessary. 2 balls remaining in Singh Dale's over. And Whitehouse now on strike. Singh Dale bowls to him, a Yorker striking him on the pad but going down the leg side. And as much as Singh Dale, where is he going? Even Ollie Price is laughing at second slip. Where on earth Singh Dale thought he was going? The umpire might just have a little bit of a word.
That's close to a celebra appeal, isn't it? But
I think
the thing was,
there is a bit of a smile on his face now. I think there was a certain element of non-serious.
Well, I hope so. It was. I mean, it was so clearly going down the leg side,
but he's just have to be a little bit careful with excessive appealing, and I'm sure that James Treadwell and Paul Baldwin will handle that in
I'm sure.
the way that it should be. Last ball of the over. Singh Dale to Whitehouse down the leg side, clipped away. This could be 4 runs. Heading out towards the deep square leg boundary. It's going to go for 4. Beautifully timed, and Whitehouse underway with a boundary. So 4 more runs that Gloucestershire will have to get, as Singh Dale looking to spear in that Yorker, but just not quite getting the length or the line right. And it's 153, that lead now, as Northamptonshire 188 for 9. And Ben Charlesworth, who is looking for a career best, he's not taken a 4-wicket haul in first-class cricket, but I think back to that game against Kent at Canterbury, we see another look on the stream at Singh Dale charging off out of picture.
Oh, that's priceless.
Charlesworth 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 5 in that dramatic win over Kent on this ground earlier this season, and it's 5 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 3 so far, but work still to do. He's
getting a great hand at Ajit Singh Dale from the supporters, not too many of them, but down on the boundary to our left. Here is Charlesworth into bowl to Ramesh outside the off stump, and Evan Ramesh with this slightly oversized jumper lets that one go through outside the off stump. As I say, usually Chahal's one, it was like a mini dress, the one that he was wearing last year. I think they found one that fitted him slightly better this year, but only marginally different. So, coming up to 4:30, and we still have some cricket to play outside the off stump, left alone by Evan Ramesh. So, Ramesh, as we were saying yesterday, 17 years old, Northampton's third youngest championship cricketer since the war. Only Peter Willey and Saif Zaib have played since 1945 at a younger age in County Championship. Here's Charlesworth in and bowls to Ramesh outside the off stump again, left alone by the young man. Plenty of company for him out there, 3 slips. Jack Taylor's got himself in there at first because Ben Charlesworth is bowling. Yeah, Ollie Price at second.
Would be actually, particularly for the second team, Jack Taylor would stand at first slip. Has been 4th slip when they've needed one.
Miles Hammond at third. Backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, long leg. Charlesworth in, bowls. Ramesh turns it away, just behind square on the leg side, and he's going to pick up a single. One more to Ramesh. Goes to a career best 2, having made 1 not out in his only other innings against Glamorgan last week on debut. 189 for 9. I have to say, Ed, whatever happens in the last knockings of this innings, or indeed this day, as Charlesworth's in bowls to Whitehouse, forward, pushing it up to mid-off, no run. The cricket we've had, which was obviously most of day 2, a slightly bonus session yesterday and then today, we've seen some cracking cricket. It really has been well contested. The pitch, because it's done a bit, it's made a sort of element of jeopardy, which is always makes for entertaining watching. And there's still potentially a bit to go. Here's Charlesworth in bowls to Whitehouse, drives nicely away through backward point. Certainly one. They'll come back for 2. And that is Ben Whitehouse to 6, which of course is the score he's made in each of his previous 2 innings in first class cricket. 6 not out to him, 2 to Ramesh, 191 for 9. Northamptonshire leading by 156. 1 wicket remaining, and overs remaining now 30, so 28 in effect.
Yep, so that required rate starting to very much climb anyway, as it does, just even taking off 1 over at a time. Gloucestershire can't think too far ahead, although I suppose, as they do say, not that I've ever thankfully been in this position, that the openers do start to think about their innings, but assuming Phillips is opening the batting, which he may not do actually, it may be that they think, well, let's get Miles Hammond up the order, as would be in a T20, but Phillips is standing at short leg. Matt Taylor loosening up at mid-on, so it may be that Ben Charlesworth's exceptional spell is going to come to an end if another over is required. Singdale into Ramesh, it's fended off into the onside. It's short of backward square, and then Hammond can't quite keep it close enough to spring to his feet and effect a run out. He was seemingly teetering and tottering this way, and that was Miles Hammond there, as he was first of all lunging after the catch and then had to get back up and scramble to try and pick the ball up. But that's 2 balls which have floated up into that leg side off the bat of Ramesh, and neither of them have gone to hand, both one bounce and out to a fielder. Whitehouse looks a little less likely to do that, but rightly so. I think Gloucestershire has still got that short leg in place. Singdale bowls to Whitehouse, who is gone. LBW. He missed it, and it looked as if it was very straight, and Singdale has wrapped up the Northamptonshire innings. 4 for 46. His final figures, a fitting way for Singdale to sign off on his home Gloucestershire career. He will certainly be hoping that that is his last act in a Gloucestershire shirt on this field, or something extraordinary will have happened. But we now know, once that wicket graphic comes off the board, we will be able to give you the equation, which will be, as I'm looking now at this screen, I think that is right, it will be 158 from 27 overs. I think that will be, yeah. So it was 29.4, but take off the 1 in progress and an extra 2, so 158 required from 29 overs, which on a tricky surface, 5.5 and over roughly, may not be easy. But of course the big question is one of light. But applause particularly, I think, for the efforts of Singdale and also Charlesworth, as a Gloucestershire fielding side makes its way off. They have really thrown everything at this day's cricket. It remains to be seen whether it will be enough, or whether Northamptonshire can even start to get in amongst the wickets, as well as Darren Lehman has bat and baseball mitt in either hand and going through some drills for Lewis McManus, ready to keep wicket. The ground staff doing their brushing and sweeping and rolling, and Rad, as we now know, well, yeah. It's such a shame that we don't exactly know for definite that that's what the equation is going to be, because we've got this irritating extra variable of the weather, at least from a point of view of seeing a game of cricket. It may be there are Northamptonshire fans sitting there thinking, well, actually we quite like it to rain, but But
well, they'll think that until, you know, possibly Gloucestershire lose a couple of early wickets, and they say, yes, keep them out there. Yeah, I mean, we did say this morning that it wouldn't necessarily be necessary for, if we got a full day, and so far we have, it wouldn't necessarily be necessary for the teams to come up with some sort of weird concoction and bit of bargaining, bit of horse trading as to how many overs you're going to be facing and what you're going to be chasing. And that is exactly what's happened. And now, well, it's not a big crowd in, but those who've come to see the last session of the last championship match here at Bristol this season may have a very, very exciting finish. But on the other hand, as you say, the light is that sort of albatross round the neck, isn't it, a little bit? And it could still be that that the weather has the final say, but let's hope it doesn't.
Yeah, so play due to resume at 4:45. I think given that there are not too many scores and the like to update you on, we'll take a brief break, but be back in time for the run chase. The equation, in theory, just again, Gloucestershire will require 158 runs to win from a minimum of 27 overs. Join us in 7 or 8 minutes time to see what unfolds.
Please welcome back two umpires, Paul Baldwin and James Treadwell. And welcome back Lewis McManus and the Northamptonshire side. And for the glorious Gloucesters, sponsored by BIE Magnum, number 64, Ben Charlesworth. And sponsored by AES Signs, number 24, Joe Phillips.
Well, as you can hear, I think a few more spectators have actually made their way in. I believe it's half-price entry after tea, so there are a few spectators extra, certainly, who've gathered on those picnic tables down to our left-hand side, and they have come in to see whether Gloucestershire can pull off a second win of the County Championship campaign, or whether there's going to be some high drama involved in a draw, or even whether Northamptonshire can get a flow of wickets going and effect their third championship victory of the 2025 campaign. Ben Sanderson will open the bowling. Didn't look great in his couple of overs first thing this morning, but you certainly write off Ben Sanderson at your peril. No change in the opening partnership for Gloucestershire. Joe Phillips and Ben Charlesworth in the middle. An inside edge first ball from Phillips, but it's also a no ball running down to fine leg. No ball signalled by James Treadwell, so 3 runs on the board for Gloucestershire without a ball basically being bowled. So 3 without loss means it's now 155 to win from that supposed minimum of 27 overs. The cloud layer, it's still higher, a layer, but it has got a little bit higher. But it's hard to see Gloucestershire having, even in best case scenario, more than about an hour to chase this. Sanderson bowls to Charlesworth, who defends straight back up the pitch. And there's no run.
I was going to ask if Tractor had made the trip up from Taunton. There's some very voluble support coming from downstairs.
I know, I think Mr. Lee and Mr. Wilcox have made their way in down there. Mr. Wilcox with his Cameron Green shirt down there. He's one of the many involved in cheering on Gloucestershire to that victory against Kent earlier in the season. Sanderson into the left-handed Charlesworth. It's down the leg side and flicked away for his first run by Charlesworth. There's a sliding stop across to his right down at fine leg by Justin Broad. We'll keep that to a single. And Gloucestershire 4 without loss.
I think I looked at the over rate quite close to the end of the innings, and it was still down at -2, so I don't know whether that's official or not.
Yeah, there may be some recalibration, but it's hard to see it going from -2 to level, even if they do maybe find 1. Sanderson into Phillips, and Phillips has pushed at that one, and he's not got a nick to it. And this is the thing, you sort of think 5.5 and over, well, okay, that's doable, but then you add in the fact that this is a red ball, you've got Ben Sanderson bowling with it, and conditions are very much in favour of the bowlers. You've got cloud cover, you've got humidity, you've got just about all the ingredients that you would want in terms of the pitch as well, as far as making the ball move about. Sanderson into Phillips, and Phillips steers this one down along the ground to deep third and jogs through for a single. So that does make it 5 without loss. Phillips to 2, and handy, even if it's only 1 over, start from a Gloucestershire point of view. And what, assuming they get all the overs in, if Phillips were to play the role that he played in the second innings at Grace Road, where everybody else sort of batted around him. I think that's how Gloucestershire are possibly looking at this. Swung into the onside by Charlesworth. It's gone out towards the boundary. Dive and a miss from fine leg. Just had too much ground to make up as he launched himself away. Justin Broad, he just could not quite get there. It was a swing from Charlesworth, freeing up the arms, and didn't hit it in the air, but just about picked his gap between deep square and fine leg. So 9 without loss, as the light again has another little dip, and it's just going to be like this. Sanderson completing the over, and Charlesworth has gone for another huge swing into the onside. I think it's come off pad. Has it down to deep third? Yeah, it has, but the ball missing leg stump, so not much of a appeal, and they'll take him any way they can get him, Gloucestershire. So 10 runs off the opening Sanderson over. I was surprised it wasn't much of a shout for that. It was almost as though they did think that there was bat involved. But anyway, 10 with no wicket, excuse me, 148 required from 26 overs.
Yeah, the required rate 5.85, so let's say between friends, 6 and over, run a ball. We'll do it for Gloucestershire, and that's a good start. 10 off the first over, and as we mentioned earlier, Justin Broad hasn't been out of his pads that long. He's now finding himself having to take the new ball from the Ashley Down Road end. 2 slips in. Obviously no Luke Proctor for Northamptonshire. Ruled out injured. Broad immediately conceding a single as Charlesworth turns it down to long leg. Ben Whitehouse comes in off the boundary down in front of the pavilion, and they pick up a single. 11 for no wicket Gloucestershire. 147 more runs to win. At the moment, I think the light is okay. It's not great, but I don't think there's any issue with it at the moment. But as you say, what it will be like in an hour's time if we're still playing. Yeah,
I mean, they will need an hour, even if they absolutely charge. Yeah. It'll take Gloucestershire an hour to score these runs.
That would be a 10 and over job, wouldn't it? Here's Broad in bowls and beats Phillips on the inside edge. Broad pressed into service to take the new ball. The only other frontline seamer that Northamptonshire have, Ben Whitehouse, bowled one in the first innings, but only in his second county championship match. Plenty of spin options. Calvin Harrison, Rob Keogh, Nevin Ramesh and Safe Zabe. A little fiddle outside the off stump from Phillips, and again it goes through to Lewis McManus. Good line from Justin Broad. Just about sort of 5th stump maybe.
Yeah, and this is where it is a very different situation for Joe Phillips to be in his young first-class career. He's off to a flying start as far as his career's gone, but new situation.
Broad in, bowls, and Phillips pulls it, and he's caught at mid-on. Caught by Rob Keogh. It was just a little bit back of a length and tried to manufacture a shot, spooned it up in the air. Straightforward catch for Keogh. So Broad picks up a wicket. Charlesworth goes, Phillips rather, goes for 2. And Gloucestershire are 11 for 1.
Yeah, the short ball, we saw it from Charlesworth actually bowling to Sanderson, that it's not the easiest just to belt into the car park. There's variation in terms of the bounce, but also in terms of the pace that it's going to come through at. And Phillips still will be cross with himself that he's picked out the one fielder that really could have been a danger to him, because he wasn't really looking to hit it for 6. I think he was just looking to
clear
the
infield.
You know, there's a huge gap between square leg and mid-on. He was looking to hit it in front of square, but just not that far in front of square. So this is what could still happen here as Gloucestershire look to try and score quickly. Wickets can start to be lost. And you do sort of feel, though, almost there is a situation where from both sides there's a frustrating point where actually the light could still scupper both Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire.
Yeah, no, it could. It could easily do so. Well, it's Ollie Price coming to the crease. So Gloucestershire still sticking with their regular batting order. So the one that was used in the first innings. No promotion yet for Graham Van Buren or Jack Taylor. And here is Price facing his first ball from Broad, wide outside the off stump. Taken by Lewis McManus in front of Ricardo Vasconcelos, who is on the field. I think he must be on for Proctor. I can't see Arish Bashake out there, who was fielding as substitute before. So they've got Vasconcelos in his accustomed position at first slip. Harrison at second. Broad in. Bowls to Price. Goes off a thick outside edge down to third man. Whitehouse comes in off the boundary. And it's a single to get Ollie Price off the mark, and a successful over for Justin Broad. 1 over, 1 for 2. 2 overs gone. Gloucestershire are 12 for 1. Ollie Price is 1. Ben Charlesworth is 6. The man out, Joe Phillips caught Keogh bowled Broad for 2. Gloucestershire require a further 146 to win in 25 overs.
So you would think Price takes over now as the one who's probably more the one to try and anchor, if that's the word you want to use, and Charlesworth, I think, still in the frame of mind you would imagine if it's in his half he's going to have a swing at it. Sanderson bowls and beats Price, all ends up with one that just shapes away, and already Sanderson very much getting this ball talking, and it is not the case by any stretch that Gloucestershire can just assume that they're going to be able to score at 9s and 10s and take this chase as anything other than pretty close to what it is, because just can't go out there and completely chuck wickets away. Sanderson into Price, and that's worked onside, and there'll be a comfortable single there as Safe jogs across from mid-on. So Price moves on to 2, and Gloucestershire 13 for 1. In terms of real, I guess, final day excitement, it's here and Taunton that's left. Hampshire have got 4 wickets in hand to try and bat out for another 35 minutes, because they will close at 5:30 with so much spin having been bowled. And Durham, well, I think Durham will shake hands once they've scored another 22 runs for the 450. In goes Sanderson and bowls, and Charlesworth will pick up another single here, just deflecting the ball into the onside, knowing that there is only a mid-on, saving the single, and move the score on to 14 for 1. Charlesworth, who's been in really good touch for a while and should have plenty of confidence from his feats once again with the ball. Looking to, I guess you would imagine, be more of the boundary hitter in this partnership that has already produced some heroics on this ground in its time, as Price pushes that one into the covers and there is no run. Certainly Gloucestershire supporters will not forget in a hurry the remarkable run chase from Gloucestershire against Somerset last year in the group stage of the T20, when Charlesworth and Price put on something like, I should be able to remember the exact number but I can't, but it was something like 69 and 26 balls to win a game for Gloucestershire out of nowhere. Sanderson into Price, and he's edging that one, and it's going to get past second slip and beat the dive of deep third just about. He got a hand on it, I think did the fielder down there, but the ball is just nestled against the boundary rope. It was a committed effort from Justin Broad, a genuine edge from Ollie Price, but it gets past second slip, and we are already seeing actually that even with the higher pace, balls aren't really carrying through to the slips. The batters are feeling actually they can play a bit away from their body as long as they just play it softly enough. So 4 more runs, 18 for 1, 140 needed, and Price drives in flowing fashion this time, but won't get a run as it's fielded at a fairly deep mid-off position by Rob Keogh. So 18 for 1 Gloucestershire after 3 overs. losing Joe Phillips early, so not the absolute flyer that they would have been after, but equally they would also have known that the idea that you can just go out there and bully a new Duke's ball in these sorts of conditions with the floodlights on, cloud cover, Sanderson and Broad bowling, I think they'd have known that that was unlikely. They know that they've got to have the time to chase these runs down. Will they get it?
140 off 24 as Broad comes in, and there's a appeal, half an appeal, from Calvin Harrison at second slip as it's back of a length. Charlesworth trying to force it away through the offside, goes past the bat into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Broad bowling round the wicket, was bounced a little bit too much for the stroke that Charlesworth was looking to play. Broad generating a decent head of steam so far in his first over and a ball. Here's Broad in again, bowls and pushed out into the offside by Charlesworth, straight to the slender figure of Nirvan Ramesh at extra cover. Northamptonshire still going with 2 slips. Third man down on the boundary, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, deep square, deep backward square, just behind square, and long leg. Here's Broad from the Ashley Down Road end, in and bowls to Charlesworth, who drops it down on the onside off a little bit of bat and pad, and no ball called by umpire. So 2 more onto the total. That doesn't help matters for Northamptonshire. 20 for 1.
He seems to be hitting it. I mean, he got the wicket with a shorter ball, and in another situation maybe be thinking about pitching it right up, but he's hitting a really good length here, and it's sort of length where you might get a bit of variation, and if they're playing shots, wickets can be taken.
Broad in bowls, and Charlesworth trying to get inside that one and try and spear it away over extra cover. In the end, just finishes up driving it into the ground, back to the bowler. So, the no ball has gone up now. 20 for 1, that is correct. Broad going quite wide of the crease.
Yeah, I was going to say, I assumed it was a front foot no ball rather than a back foot one. It did look as if the back foot was within the return crease.
That one, Charlesworth, I say, trying to give himself room to hit through the offside. Just jamming it into the ground as Broad is in bowls to Charlesworth. Swings it away down to long leg. Should be just a single. And that is indeed the case. Ben Whitehouse again just looking up at where the lights are to make sure that he's not throwing it into Lewis McManus out of the lights. But 1 more to Charlesworth. He goes to 8. Gloucestershire to 21 for 1, needing another 137 to win. Broad running in again over the wicket to the right-handed Price, and Price drives out to point. Good fielding by Adi Sharma, moving away to his right. Cuts off any chance of a single. Sharma in there at backward point. Nirvan Ramesh at extra cover. Ben Sanderson at mid-off. Rob Keogh at mid-on, where he held the catch to dismiss Joe Phillips. James Sales down on the boundary at deep square. Safe save down below us at long leg. Here's Broad in again, long strides and pushed up to mid-on by Ollie Price, but that's a dot ball and another really good over from Justin Broad. 2 overs, 1 for 5. Rather overshadowing at the moment his more experienced teammate Ben Sanderson, who's bowled 2 overs for 15. It's 21 for 1, and we've had 4 of the 27 overs slated for the innings. Means that Gloucestershire, not Derbyshire, they're not playing. Gloucestershire need another 137 to win in the remaining 23.
Well, I must say, I had my money in terms of how the games seem to go when we cover them, either being absolute crackers or we only seem to play on one day for various reasons. I had my money on it being the latter. Charlesworth swings it high in the air, he's miscued it. Fielder running back from backward point won't get there. It'll land between Whitehouse running back and then Ramesh on the deep third boundary, so Charlesworth gets away with it again. It's just not that easy to middle these big shots on this surface. There's enough variation that you can just bowl it into the middle of it, and okay, you might middle one, but you sort of never really feel quite in on a surface like this, I don't think. But Charlesworth takes 2 off the edge, and it's 23 for 1, 135 required. Sanderson bowls, and Charlesworth tries to club this one leg side and misses it completely, cannons into his thigh pad, going down the leg side. Charlesworth really trying to move this on, as the light has got an awful lot better, but it's going to be one of those where, because there are these small gaps in the pretty uniform blanket of cloud, where it's just frustratingly, as so often with September County Championship cricket, it can go from being playable to unplayable in the space of only a few minutes. Sanderson to Charlesworth, who tries to swing across the line, misses it completely, and he's probably got to be thinking, I can't swing any harder. Certainly wasn't cheated, as they say in the States.
Well, Ben Sanderson's had a good deal of success as a death bowler in T20 this year. Been quite outstanding.
He doesn't really need his Yorkers with this pitch, really, and it's just a length ball, swing across the line from Charlesworth, trying to fetch a short ball over to the onside, and it was getting further away from him. If any shot could be played at that, it was the cut shot.
And we've got some sunshine.
And they've taken out cover and moved that fielder to deep mid-wicket. So 3 on the boundary as it's down the leg side, glanced away, just off pad according to the umpire. I'm not sure that Ben Charlesworth, from his look towards the umpire, felt that came off his pad, but it won't matter a great deal in the grand scheme of things. It is 4 runs onto the total. Well, I don't know, it did look like pad, but in any case it's 4 runs, and Charlesworth able, whether through luck or judgment, depending on what it hit, was able to play it away from that leg side field. The plan was pretty clear, with Sanderson putting those 3 back on the leg side boundary and leaving cover open. He's happy for him to back away and try and access the offside, but a little glance able to bring 4. 27 for 1. Sanderson bowls, it's wide of the off stump, and another enormous swing from Charlesworth. He was looking straight down the ground that time rather than over to the leg side, but another swing and a miss, and Price down for a bit of a word with Charlesworth, because and this is the irritating thing from the batter's point of view as well, because they're constantly making calculations about what rate they actually need to go at, because you can score at 6s. You know, they've got 6 off the over if you knew that was all that they needed, and there's singles everywhere, but you sort of feel more's needed. Sanderson bowls to Charlesworth, who gets a bit squared up there and wasn't really looking for mid-off, but he's able to get bat on ball. Sanderson giving him a few suggestions about his technique, I think, and 5 overs have gone, and Gloucestershire are 27 for 1, so just going at marginally under the required rate at the start of the innings, and marginally under the required rate full stop. It's 131 needed from 22 overs, and at the moment, but it is just the moment, the light's fine.
It is. It's a little bit of sunshine over to our left, over towards the Memorial Stadium, where we were saying this morning they're possibly going to be basking in the sunshine. Well, I think that's probably about what they're going to be doing now. Light is fine. In fact, it's as good as it's been for most of the day. 2 slips in, Broad, slightly angled approach, running in from the Ashley Down Road end. In and bowls to Ollie Price, who gets a thick inside edge, down on the leg side. Should be only 1. James Sales comes in off the boundary, and it is just the 1 run to Price. He goes to 7, Gloucestershire to 28 for 1. Need another 130 to win. If you're just joining us at the back end of what has been a remarkable day, Gloucestershire, or Northamptonshire's second innings going from, well, bowled out for 192, leaving Gloucestershire needing 158 to win in 27. Round the wicket goes Broad, clipped away by Charlesworth, and that's going to run away for 4, I think. Two fielders in pursuit. Neither of them will catch up with it. And that was just in at the legs of Ben Charlesworth, who whipped it away through mid-wicket for 4. 32 for 1 Gloucestershire. Charlesworth goes to 14. Northamptonshire bowled out, of course, in their first innings for 206. Gloucestershire 158 for 5 overnight. Last 5 wickets, heading 83 runs, 241 all out. Northamptonshire then bowled out for 192, as I mentioned, setting up this run chase. Here's Broad in again, bowls to Charlesworth, drive back past the bowler. Keogh comes round from mid-off to cut off the stroke. It could otherwise, Keogh hadn't got there, rolled away for 4 up to the Ashley Down Road end, but it didn't. 33 for 1. Charlesworth to 15. Sunshine now, as the field changes over for the right-handed Ollie Price. Broad, 6 runs have come off the first 3 balls, and that's pretty much what Gloucestershire need. Here's Broad in again, bowls to Price, lovely looking on drive, up to mid-on, can't get it past Keogh. Dot ball.
You can see the difference between a couple of those on drives that Price played in the first innings. Some of the pace has, as usually happens, gone out of the pitch, so you're going to have to really give it some elbow if you want to get forward with that shot.
Here's Broad in again, bowls, and that's outside the off stump. Little forcing shot, attempted forcing shot from Price, and it goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Lewis McManus, Northampton's acting captain. Still Luke Proctor not fit to take the field, batted with a runner but was only out there for 2 balls. I thought he was caught behind off Ben Charlesworth for naught. So James Sales, who was out as his runner, was decidedly underemployed. Is Broad in, bowls driven by Price up to mid-off. Good bit of fielding by Ben Sanderson, but they're still through for a single. So decent comeback from Broad, who'd gone for 6 off his first 3 balls, just went for 1 off the last 3. But nevertheless, it's 7 off the over, which is fine for Gloucestershire's requirements. 34 for 1 off 6. They need another 124 to win off 21 overs.
Of course, no limit to the number of overs that anybody can bowl. You just wonder what the thinking is with regards to deployment, because of course no Proctor to bowl as an extra seamer. At some point they may have to go to the less experienced Whitehouse, although he certainly proved his worth in the first innings.
It's a big ask though, isn't it?
It is. It's a very different situation to be bowling in. Sanderson into Price, a length ball, it's played up to mid-on, it's going to be a quick single here. Sabe with the throw across his body. I think Price would have just about made that. It did look as if it was a well-judged single when they set off for it, and I think even had Sabe executed one of the toughest throws, they would have been a cross-body throw with 1 stump to aim at. And also the other thing, I think that made that an easier single, was that Price was a long way down the pitch when he played the ball, so a little bit of a head start. 35 for 1. Easy as 1, 2, 3. Gloucestershire will hope it is. The requirement. Sanderson to Charlesworth, who is beaten again and hopping across the crease and back off towards square leg in frustration, as Sanderson, as he's done with so many batters, not just from Gloucestershire over the years, but from many a county, seems to be causing Charlesworth fits, even though they are scoring at basically what they need off Ben Sanderson. But he's beaten him already 5 or 6 times. It has to be said most of the time when he's been going for a rather more attacking shot than that one. Sanderson to the crease, he bowls a full delivery, and that's pushed away to mid-off. Again, Keogh deep enough that Charlesworth can sprint through for the 1. Northamptonshire, I suppose, have to content themselves with the odd sharp single like that to try and save boundaries, because they need to build pressure on Gloucestershire as far as needing boundaries, and then that's when wickets can be taken. 36 for 1. So again, just a fraction behind in terms of current versus required rate. Sanderson to Price, steps across his stumps and then just dabs the ball gently into the offside. Cover comes up to field, but I guess they will think, even though there's, what's that, 20 overs left after this, they'll think at some point they'll get a look at either spin or potentially less experienced seam. So this, assuming that we get the overs in, you have to keep saying that, but this is what Gloucestershire are hoping will be the trickiest period, so they may fall a bit behind, but we'll hope to catch up. Sanderson wide of the crease bowls, and a big drive from Price that ends up going through Ford square leg, but he does take a single. I was looking for that on drive again as that elbow came up, and he was looking to angle it maybe towards mid-wicket or wide long on. Ends up going squarer, but they do take another run off. 121 required from 20.1 overs, so even I can do that one. Field scatters on the leg side again. Even Safe Zabe's pretty deep at mid-on, so there's one just about everywhere. Sanderson bowls to Charlesworth, who nibbles it wide of second slip and takes another single down to Ramesh on the boundary. So 4 singles off the over. It's not been the flurry of boundary hitting that some Gloucestershire supporters might be clamouring for at this stage, but 120 required from that minimum of 20 overs, and Charlesworth and Price trying to build some sort of a partnership. Quick scoring to come in the form of Hammond and Bracey, Van Buren, Jack Taylor, but these two have a very important job to do to, at the very least, lay the platform.
Well, Broad it's going to be to continue from the Ashley Down Road end. 3 overs, 1 for 12 so far. Round the wicket comes Broad, bowls to Charlesworth, turns it away out to the leg side. Certainly one, should be a comfortable 2, and is a comfortable 2 as Adi Sharma runs round from deep square. So 2 more to Charlesworth. He goes to 19. Gloucestershire 40 for 1. 118 more runs required. Yes, you would think probably Calvin Harrison would be the go-to as the first of the spinners used. It is a question of whether Northamptonshire decide to go with Ben Whitehouse. As you say, Eddie bowled well in the first innings, but very different set of circumstances. Broad in, bowls to Charlesworth, who has smashed that away back past the bowler. It's running up towards the boundary at the Ashley Down Road end. Big dive from Ben Sanderson, can't stop it.
I think it hit Ollie Price on the back.
It hit something on the way through. I think it did hit his partner. Ouch. Oh yes.
Yeah.
It
or
hit
on
him
the side, the small of the back.
Just in the sort of in the kidneys. Anyway, it's run away for 4. It's a good shot from Ben Charlesworth. Hit it hard, and Ollie Price, well, he hit it hard enough that Ollie Price couldn't get out of the way. Oh yes.
I think he's hit it into the ground and then on to Price, and it's still gone for 4.
44 for 1, Gloucestershire. Charlesworth 22 of 24. Here's Broad in and bowls to Charlesworth, wide outside the off stump, very wide. Taken by McManus in front of Calvin Harrison, who's now the only slip in place. So 114 more runs needed by Gloucestershire. And Broad's going so wide of the crease on that particular occasion. Coming round the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth. Here's Broad. In again, bowls to Charlesworth, forces it away off the back foot, certainly a single, only just a single as there's a sprawling stop by Nevan Ramesh at extra cover. 1 more to Charlesworth, 24 to him, 45 for 1. 113 more runs required. Northamptonshire's support team, Darren Lehman, Glenn Chappell and Greg Smith, who was standing at the far end of the ground and I think was struggling to see what was going on because the sun was right in their eyes. Sun's just gone in a little bit now, but it's still fine. Here's Broad in, bowls, and that beats Price outside the off stump. Broad immediately goes, just grips the back of his knee. That's not what Northamptonshire need. With already one bowler down. He's in a bit of trouble there, Justin Broad, by the look of it. It's just maybe just jarred his knee. A few of the bowlers have been having issues where they've been landing at that far end at the Ashley Down Road end. Now, Calvin Harrison is starting to just gently warm up, so maybe he'll be into the attack soon. Here's Broad bowling to Price, who drives out into the covers. A chase here for Ramesh. It's going out towards the boundary. Ramesh will reel it in, but it's a couple of runs and Broad is in trouble. He's down on the floor, and I think, is it cramp? He's not in a good way. Lee Daggett, Northamptonshire physio, is trotting out, and Justin Broad is now sitting on the floor, and this is not good news for Northamptonshire. 47 for 1 the total. Charlesworth is 24. Price is 12. That was the end of the over. So there are 19 overs to go. Gloucestershire require another 111 to win. At Broad, it's just going through a few little bending and stretching exercises, as suggested by Lee Daggett. If he has to go off, then, well, we're already seeing
that does look more like
Calvin Harris. Looks quite cramped, doesn't it?
Treatment, doesn't it?
Well, he's been
doing
out
that
there
if he thought there was a problem with his knee.
Yeah, well, I say he had a decent bowl in the first Gloucestershire innings. Bowled 19 overs and was bowling this morning, most of this morning. Wasn't very long before he was out in the middle batting, and was out there for, faced 103 balls for his 49. And we did say when he got out right at the end, he's going to have to get his bowling boots on fairly soon, and he's had to do that, and he's opening the bowling. Now the problem with this, although clearly he's in a spot of bother, is that the light, the sun has now disappeared, and light is getting a little bit gloomy again. Charlesworth and Ollie Price having a little liquid refreshment, but again, it's one of those where umpires at some point are going to have to say you're going to stay on, or
Yes, exactly. Decisions got to be made here, one way or the other.
Again, the Northamptonshire listeners will be fed up with me saying this, but you do see it a lot now where people go down, whether it's batters or fielders or whatever. The physio comes on and they're out there for a long time deciding what to do, and I'm sure when I first started reporting the game, very often people would just, if there was any doubt, they would go off. Now the default setting seems to be, if there's any doubt, you stay on. Now Broad is jogging down to long leg, which was his fielding position. Arush Sheikh came on and brought the drinks, is now trotting off the field, so I don't think he's going to be going off Justin Broad. No, he's all right. Maybe just a little bit of cramp, hopefully nothing more serious than that. But that was the end of the over. 47 for 1, 8 gone.
So Sanderson to continue into Charlesworth, who drives, gets it past backward point. They'll probably be able to come back for a second run here. Yeah, they will. Ramesh gets the throw in, and as he's done so often, overshoots Lewis McManus, but doesn't matter. There's good backing up work done from James Sales, running in off the boundary, which is important to do.
He doesn't know his own strength.
Doesn't. 49 for 1, 109 required. So there's only play now here and at Taunton. Hampshire 8 down with, by the looks of things, 9 minutes to go. Stop me if you've heard this before. A game at Taunton in September with everybody round the bat and Jack Leach bowling.
Oh dear.
Hampshire trying to survive. Sanderson bowls to Charlesworth, an in-swinger, which is played back down the pitch. Sanderson probably could have fielded that in his follow-through, but he realises there's no run available up to mid-off. So here, 109 required from a minimum of 18.4 overs. And again, you talked about the difference in terms of finishes that Championship cricket can provide. A side in Hampshire who batted for 122.5 overs in this second innings, following on, trying desperately to battle to survive to stay in the first division. And here, Gloucestershire trying to score quickly to win a game as well. Pushed into the offside for a run by Charlesworth, who is seemingly given up on the idea of enormous swings into the car park and has decided that actually, at least for now, Gloucestershire are going to have to manoeuvre their way to this total and hope against hope that the September weather doesn't beat them. At the moment, that's how it seems, but we've seen twists and turns before. 108 required. Sanderson 2. Price charges down the pitch and then is beaten by one that lifts and moves away from him. Came down the pitch with serious intentions of clattering the ball away to Dolly Price, but ended up being done by another good canny piece of bowling from Ben Sanderson. And again, it underlines how tricky scoring boundaries and sixes will be, has been. Sanderson bowls and Price has hit this one up in the air. Mid-off running back, and he's got enough on it to clear mid-off. It wasn't a pretty shot from Ollie Price. It spoons over the head of Rob Keogh running back. And again, they're able to come through for 2 runs. That was that sort of almost hockey slap shot from Ollie Price that he has brought out to such good effect in T20 cricket especially. But it's tricky to get hold of Ben Sanderson, as you say. He's a terrific operator across all periods of a game in whatever form of cricket you like. Sanderson bowls backing away as Price, and he's whipped that back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and then it will get over the boundary for 4 more runs. A strange looking shot from Price. It was like a wristy flick, but straight back over the bowler's head, but it brings him 4 runs, and the requirement now down to 102, and he did it from a full set of stumps outside his leg stump as well. A bizarre shot, but well, he absolutely, there's certainly no question he meant it, but you don't see a shot like that too often. 56 for 1.
Well, something tells me that Gloucestershire faithful down below us are not worried about aesthetics at this stage. As long as bat meets ball, which it did in that occasion, they'll be quite happy, and why not? 56 for 1. 102 runs required, 18 overs to go, and Gloucestershire making decent progress here now. Change of bowling. Broad, who has been clearly struggling with, we think, a bit of cramp. He looks to be moving a bit better now, just holding his knee from time to time. Well, here's a test. Young Ben Whitehouse in his 2nd county championship match, hopping on the spot, running into bowl from the Ashley Down road end, round the wicket, bowls and pushed forward by Ben Charlesworth, and he's going to get a single down to Sales at backward point. 1 more run. 57 for 1. Gloucestershire need 101 to win. I was just reading a piece in the Guardian online. The final round of county championship matches next week will take place with some counties in the dark over what's at stake after a decision on the format for next year was deferred until the end of the season. Guardian has learned that a vote on the structure for next season has been delayed on integrity grounds. Come back to that in a second. Here's Whitehouse in bowls to Ollie Price, who has a big swing and a miss outside off stump through to Lewis McManus. Integrity grounds because of concerns that counties in Division 1 at risk of relegation could field weakened teams if that threat is suddenly removed. There's also a feeling among the professional game group, it says, who are running the process, that postponement will give them the best chance of securing the 12 votes required to introduce a new structure next season. Amid ongoing confusion, online secret ballot forms are to be issued next week, but the deadline for voting has not been confirmed. Whitehouse is in, bowls to Price, drops it down into the offside, comes through for a sharp single, gets there comfortably. Fielded by Vasconcelos, coming in from extra cover. 58 for 1, 100 exactly required. Nervin Ramesh now starting to limber up at extra cover, going through some extraordinary looking exercises that would have me in bed for a week if I tried that. But they're saying no announcement will be made until the season has concluded. Here's Whitehouse, round the wicket, bowls down the leg side, and Charlesworth trying to get a little tickle on that, down to fine leg, doesn't do so.
I must admit at this stage, my brain isn't quite able to focus on more than what's out there. I'm a bit frazzled by this, but in any case, I think that was what was rumoured, wasn't it, in terms of the fact that no decision could be taken this year, and as it's got so late, I think that's absolutely right.
Round the wicket comes Whitehouse, cracked away by Charlesworth, bit of width, little bit short, and Ben Charlesworth flaying that away through cover for 4, and it brings up the 50 partnership between these two for the second wicket. 62 for 1, Charlesworth 26 off 27. Gloucestershire need another 96 to win.
That's another vital partnership between these two Oxfordshire youngsters. I'm hoping it takes them a bit further, and in terms of the scoring rate potentially now as well, but there was a tempting gap on that offside once the width was offered, and yeah, now they're going to attempt to plug it a little bit, give Whitehouse some protection square of the wicket, although interestingly bringing deep third up as well whilst dropping backward point onto the boundary.
We'll be painting the fielding circles on next. 62 for 1. Here's Whitehouse in, bowls to Charlesworth, punches that out to deep cover. Sales fields, just a single. Charlesworth to 33. Keeps the bowling, and that's the end of the over. So Ben Whitehouse going for 7. And what a test this is for him. 63 for 1 at the end of the over. 95 more runs required by Gloucestershire. 17 overs remaining. Getting news by the look of it that Kent have been deducted 6 points, which means that, well, Northamptonshire will not finish bottom. So not quite sure how to feel about that, but that is that confirmed, but that seems to be what is happening. We're told Kent have been docked 6 points, but we'll wait for confirmation of that.
Ben Sanderson running in over the wicket to Charlesworth, who edges and is gone, caught behind. He's walking off. There's not much celebration from Northamptonshire, but that is an enormous wicket in terms of the Gloucestershire run chase, as Ben Charlesworth, who's been in good form, has been scoring quickly. Looking back to that innings in the second innings at Grace Road last week, where he was the one that really started to push that rate on. You know he's got the ability to bat at so many different tempos, or tempi, if that's the right word, I think, anyway, but it is Charlesworth who has gone for 33, and Gloucestershire is 63 for 2, as the sun comes back out at Bristol, which is, you would think at this stage, with 95 required to win and 8 wickets in hand, better news from a Gloucestershire point of view, but they've lost Charlesworth, who will be given a rightful warm send-off from the Gloucestershire crowd, because he has been absolutely all over what Gloucestershire have done today. Charlesworth with 4th day heroics with the ball when it comes to cricket here at Bristol. 3 for 6, which, when you consider he took 3 for 5 in that game against Kent that Gloucestershire won earlier this season, somebody who sometimes sort of overlooked when it comes to the Gloucestershire bowling attack, but really proving his worth there. He's got Gloucestershire off to a decent start here with the bat, but now it's going to be up to others to finish the job off if Gloucestershire are able to do so. There's a lot of blue sky about, it has to be said, but again, slightly tortuous in this box in that we can't see exactly what's coming. You just never know. There could be a big filthy dark cloud behind us and we'd have no idea at all. Miles Hammond is the new batter.
Hammond it is. So Gloucestershire, as we say, so far just kept to their normal batting order. Sanderson will bowl to the left-handed Hammond, so one left-hander replacing another down the leg side, and that's going to run away for 4 somethings runs. That was not the delivery that Ben Sanderson would have been looking to bowl. It was on leg stump. All Miles Hammond had to do was get something on it, and it was going to run away for 4, and he got bat on it. And indeed, it is a boundary. So, 67 for 2. 91 more runs required.
Handshakes at Taunton. Hampshire have survived by the absolute skin of their teeth. Well, I suppose not by the absolute skin of their teeth, but there wasn't much of the actual tooth in there.
No.
8 wickets down at the end of their second innings following on.
Sanderson in bowls, again on leg stump, and again turned away through the leg side by Miles Hammond for a single out to deep mid-wicket. Salesfields, bright sunshine now, but obviously the sun low in the sky this time of the evening and streaming in. Makes life slightly difficult for anybody fielding at the far end of the ground.
So I think that makes the championship a 2-horse race now going into the final round.
Did I see that Notts have been docked a point for over 8?
I'm not sure about that.
Sort of, I'd have seen that somewhere. It's Sanderson in bowls and paddled away by Price, running down towards the boundary. It should be just a couple of runs, and indeed it is. Down to long leg. Price goes to 21. 70 for 2. So Gloucestershire now needing 88 more runs to win off 98 balls. Don't usually find ourselves doing that sort of calculation in championship cricket, but that's where we are now. Limited overs scenario, but obviously with championship playing regulations. Here's Sanderson running in again to bowl to Price, who punches it off the back foot, and it's only half stopped there at backward point by James Sales, and what should have been a dot is a single. 71 for 2, Price to 22. That will improve Ben Sanderson's mood very little.
Yes, he's not had a day that it would be wise, I think, to stick a microphone in front of his face after.
I think I may look elsewhere, whatever happens, unless he gets 7 for or something. But well, here is Sanderson casting long shadows as he's in and bowls to Hammond, and that's much more like the Ben Sanderson that Northamptonshire supporters would expect, with an absolute beauty that beats Hammond through to the keeper. End of the over. 71 for 2 off 11. So Gloucestershire need a further 87 to win off the remaining 16 overs. So 87 off 96.
So that would be the last hour for what that's worth, but we're not going to get any extra overs in, surely.
I don't think Northamptonshire will probably be, at the moment anyway,
exactly,
will probably be keen to...
You never know.
To bowl too many more.
Collapse, and all of a sudden at 6:30 it's Calvin Harrison and Nirvan Ramesh bowling at either end. But it's certainly going to be Harrison now, though, because after just 1 over of Whitehouse, whether this is a switch of ends possibly for Whitehouse or not, but Harrison will bowl from the Ashley Down road end to the shorter straight boundary. But again, whether it's because of slowing the scoring rate or wickets to win the game, Northamptonshire need wickets, because at the moment Gloucestershire are more than keeping up with the required rate. And again, it is in general, and I can only say in general, a clearing picture at Bristol. There is much more blue, albeit hazy blue, than there is darkness up above now. Harrison with his leg breaks bowling to Ollie Price on 22. Again, you would feel that if anybody's going to take a big risk against Harrison, it might be Miles Hammond, because he's got that ball turning into him. Harrison bowls to Price, who's just forward and blocking first delivery. It was a quick delivery to start off with from Calvin Harrison, who fired that one in. That was certainly the quickest delivery I think I've seen him bowl in this match, and he tried to York Price first ball, Harrison bowls to him. There's a sweep shot from Price. It comes out very quickly as usual. It's pretty well watched by James Sales out at deep square leg, because whilst it's nothing like as bare as it was, the outfield, there's still, especially in that area, there's always the case that you've got to watch it pretty carefully. There's been covers in that area over the course of the season and the like, so it's not always the smoothest right on that boundary in front of the car park.
Well, of course, Harrison very much part of Nottinghamshire's white ball side, indeed has played in the 100, so he's used to this sort of situation.
So Hammond doing that sort of preparation routine where he really tries to get his wrists nice and loose. It sort of looks as if he's shaking with fear, but it's not quite like that. Harrison round the wicket, bowls to him, and a quicker delivery is worked into the onside. Hammond sets off briskly for the first. Price turns but doesn't go in quickly enough off that boundary. Is that Ramesh who's fielded that one as well?
No, that's Vasson Salos.
I did wonder. The figure looked a little bit.
No, Ramesh is at
different.
backward point now.
So just the single then to Hammond, on to 6. Gloucestershire need 85 more to win. Harrison to Price, reverse sweep, and he's got it away towards the backward point boundary, and it crosses the boundary for 4. Well placed by Ollie Price, and sweeping and reverse sweeping, very much what you know Price is going to do as a bowler, which I suspect is partly why Harrison decided to go for that quick Yorker first ball, but that time took it off about middle stump. But in this situation, you certainly don't blame Price for going for it, and you certainly don't when he hits it for 4. 77 for 2, so 81 required from 15.2 overs. Harrison to Price, quicker delivery, and he has to just check his ambition and defend that ball into the ground as we welcome in listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra to, at the moment, a sunny Bristol for what has been a dramatic day once again between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire, as seems to be prescribed on a regular basis for myself, Ed Seaborn, and Andrew Radd covering this game on behalf of BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire and Northampton. As in goes Harrison bowls, and that's turned into the onside by Ollie Price. They're coming through for 1. Hammond wants to come back for a second, but they decide against it as the throw is well got in by long on. So 7 runs off the over from Harrison. Gloucestershire require to win this match 80 from 15 overs. Gloucestershire starting this game with a mathematical chance of promotion, but firstly the weather really meaning, as we lost all of day 1 and nearly all of day 3, that Gloucestershire weren't going to be able to get the bonus points they required to stay alive. So it's just become a matter of trying to win the game that's out there. Gloucestershire batted on this morning, tried to get themselves a little bit of a lead, which they did manage courtesy of Jack Taylor, who made 63 from only 64 balls, playing his second championship match for over 2 years. And they built that lead up. Some drama in the Northamptonshire innings as well has got us to this position.
Here's Ben Sanderson in from the pavilion end, bowls to Price, who's playing defensively back down the pitch. Yes, Northamptonshire bowled out for 192 with useful runs from Justin Broad, who held out there a long time, 49 off 103. Safe save, very much the man in form, 37, but not much else. Gloucestershire just kept chipping away. Luke Proctor, Northamptonshire's captain, had to bat down the order. He hadn't been on the field since day 1 because of a quad injury, so he's not out there at the moment. Lewis McManus is captaining the side, and he's standing up to Ben Sanderson. Sanderson bowling to Price, who runs that down to deep third for a single. Takes Price up to 29 and Gloucestershire to 79 for 2. So they're halfway there. 79 for 2, 79 more runs required. They have 14 overs to go after this.
No.
There's
Bon Jovi from the crowd.
There's some singing coming from down below us. We've had a handbell already, but it's not the most melodious singing I've ever heard. Now, McManus is standing back with Sanderson bowling to Hammond, and Hammond just punches that one out into the offside, a ball back of a length. Fielded by Vasconcelos, is on as substitute for Luke Proctor. Bright sunshine at the moment. Sun obviously low in the sky. But he did say first thing this morning when there was a lot of discussion about how the game might pan out. If we had a full day today on this surface, it wasn't necessarily going to be a case of the teams trying to concoct something, and as it is, the game has just taken its natural course. Sanderson in bowls down the leg side, a very good take by Lewis McManus, with Hammond trying to pick it up over the leg side into the car park. Didn't manage to make contact. Problem as far as the light is concerned, that as soon as just a cloud comes over it, suddenly of course starts to go a wee bit murky. We were off for bad light last night. I think at the moment it's fine. Gloucestershire at the moment obviously will be quite happy to stay out there. 79 for 2. Here's Sanderson running away from us. Bowls to Hammond, and that's a good ball from Sanderson. Forces Hammond to play defensively up to mid-off where safe Zabe fields. And there is no run. Sanderson has bowled unchanged from this end. He's in his 7th over, 1 for 39. Wicket of Ben Charlesworth for 33 after Joe Phillips had gone early. Caught at mid-on off Justin Broad for 2. Sanderson turning down below us. Running into bowl to Miles Hammond. And Hammond nudges that away into the leg side. Certainly one. That should be all there is. And indeed that is the case as James Sales comes round to field. So that's the end of another over from Ben Sanderson. The end of his 7th. Will, I wonder, there be a change at this pavilion end? 7 overs, 1 for 40, but Gloucestershire at the end of that over are 80 for 2. They require 78 more runs to win in the remaining 14 overs. And consultation now between Lewis McManus and Ricardo Vasconcelos, of course, isn't actually playing in the match, but is out there as substitute, and of course as a former Northamptonshire captain, presumably McManus eager to get his input.
No Luke Proctor available for Northamptonshire to bowl. He did bat, but
briefly
ended up being out for a second ball duck. Ben Charlesworth, more final day heroics with the ball, 3 for 6 from his 6 overs as Harrison bowls to Hammond. There's turn there out of the rough, and Hammond ends up not being able to do very much with that other than just get bat on it and play it down into the onside. So we've seen, well, actually there was one ball that Harrison bowled this morning that pitched on about off stump and turned absolutely square, so that McManus had to go lurching away to his right one-handed to take it. So there's turn out there, there's movement, and it's making this Gloucestershire chase a little tricky as flicking away, Hammond through the onside. He might have found enough space on there to come back for 2. No, they decide against it. If they'd gone straight away, probably would still have been close, but as soon as there was hesitation, it was a very much ill-advised turn and then a couple of steps and they get back into their respective creases. So in terms of runs and balls, it's 77 to win from 82 deliveries. Northamptonshire will not exactly hurry whilst Harrison is bowling. Another reverse sweep comes out from Price and he picks out backward point, who's now there along with a short third. So there are 2 fielders on that Price reverse sweep, but they are sort of saying to him, okay, if you want a reverse sweep, then you can get a boundary for it, but actually we think with the bounce and the turn in this surface that actually may bring a wicket as well. Harrison bowls, he's gone for the paddle sweep as Price and ends up getting struck by the looks of things from what he's rubbing his left shoulder. So there won't be any need for the physio, but you can see why Price has done that, because it's more of a long leg really than a fine leg, and the reverse sweep almost taken away from him.
And it looks as though Nervan Ramesh is going to get a bowl soon. Just had the word, I think, from Lewis McManus.
There's the paddle from Price. He's got plenty of bat on that. It'll spin down towards the fine leg boundary. Won't get there, though. Zabe across from long leg, and Price comes back for 2. So 83 for 2. 75 required, but they've just slowed things down a bit in the last couple of overs, Northamptonshire, and whether it's slowing it down in terms of taking wickets or slowing it down in terms of hoping that this weather just closes back in. They have done that a bit. Across his stump, sweeping hard, Price. Backward of square on the leg side. It takes a nasty bobble, but it's well stopped out on the deep backward square boundary by James Sales. So only a single, 4 off the over. Price onto 32. And 74 runs required to win. Gloucestershire looking for a second win of the season. It's an odd-looking table, really, in that at the start of this round they were only 4 points behind Middlesex, just above them, who'd won 4 games, but Gloucestershire have drawn a lot more and have picked up a lot more batting points along the way. Come close in a couple of other games, but this, especially in terms of their final home game of the season, they'd be desperate to win it, and if they could do so, they would go up to 3rd in the table, but there's a few variables at play here that may prevent them from doing so. We'll see.
Nirvan Ramesh, the 17-year-old off-spinner, is coming into the attack, a test of his character and skill. And he bowled a couple of overs in the first innings. 17 years old, making his 2nd championship appearance, pupil at Westminster School. Northamptonshire's 3rd youngest championship cricketer since the war. Picked up 3 wickets on championship debut against Glamorgan last week, including Colin Ingram with his 7th ball. But this is a very different set of circumstances. Nirvan Ramesh in from the pavilion end, nudged round the corner by Ollie Price. 3 fielders converge on it. Justin Broad gets there first, and it's a single to Price. He goes to 33, 85 for 2. 73 more runs required. Now the field changing over for the left-handed Hammond. They've got deep mid-wicket going out on the fence. Deep square is on the fence. Long on is on the fence, but a slip has gone in. Long off as well, back on the boundary, safe Zabe. Here's Ramesh in bowl short, pulled away by Hammond, and that's a bit of a drag down from the young man, and Miles Hammond takes full advantage of it and pulls it away through mid-wicket for 4. The fielder out there, as we mentioned, Northamptonshire lining the boundary as they're able to do, but that has gone for 4, and it means that Gloucestershire go to 88 for 2, just needing 70 more runs to win. Lewis McManus comes down and has a chat with Nirvan Ramesh. McManus back behind the stumps. Round the wicket comes Ramesh, bowls to Hammond, who cuts that one away out to deep point, where Ben Whitehouse fields, fires in a low return, trying to make sure that his throw isn't coming out of the lights as the sun reappears. 89 for 2, 90 for 2 now. Gloucestershire needing 68 more runs to win. 75 balls remaining. 8 wickets in hand. Ramesh bowls to Ollie Price. A little bit short of a length, but Price goes back on his stumps. Nudges it out into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket and there's no run. Conceded 6 off the first 3 balls. And he's in again. Bowling to Price. Reverse sweep, and he's caught, is he? No. They're appealing for a catch behind. Price was going for the reverse sweep. It bobbled up off something. I have to say the appeal was slightly half-hearted. And the umpire says not out. Just having a look on the replay. Come off his arm, I think, yeah, and looped up. So good decision by umpire James Treadwell. Ramesh in again, bowls short, pulled away by Ollie Price. Is that going to go for 4? 2 fielders get in each other's way. Oh dear, this could be unpleasant. Somebody has hurt themselves down there. Two fielders converging on it. It's been a bit of a collision. It's gone for 4, but immediately the umpire's calling on the physio. It was Ben Whitehouse, and I think it's Ricardo Vasconcelos out there as well. And Northampton's physio, Lee Daggett, right on the spot.
And good to see Gloucestershire's physio as well, and the umpire Paul Baldwin already going out. And this is something that we are seeing more and more, and I don't know how, as a game, we can stop it.
Well, no, it's the sort of the white ball mentality, isn't it? Well, they have to charge for everything, and two fielders were going for it. It was a well played sweep, and I think it was going to bisect the two of them. And well, Vasconcelos is sitting up, which is good news. I mean, the annoying thing, obviously, Gloucestershire players will want to make sure that the player is okay, but at the same time, in terms of winning the game, they don't want to be losing time, because although the light's all right at the moment, it is coming up to 6 o'clock. We've still got 13 overs to go, so that's a good sort of 45, 50 minutes. Whether the light will still be okay at 6:30 remains to be seen, but Gloucestershire are making really good progress. 64 to win off 12, so the rate is 5 1/3, and it started off at 5.8, so they are up with the clock. Still, Vasconcelos receiving some attention down on the boundary from Lee Daggett. The umpires are right on the spot, and I think he's okay.
Of course, the other question is, how many extra players have Northamptonshire got here?
Well, they've
already used Vasconcelos.
Well, in fact, he's going to be a substitute for a substitute now, isn't it? Because Arish Bashake, best of my knowledge, is the only other player that Northamptonshire have here. It might be that Greg Smith, the batting coach, who has actually fielded this year, did at Merchant Taylor's School when Northamptonshire had 2 or 3 unfit. He might be getting the togs on as we speak. He's been playing for Kislingbury Temperance in the Northamptonshire League this year, so I think he probably would be the next in line, but it would be, I would imagine, Arish Bashake coming on the field as substitute. It is indeed Arish Bashake, who's now going down at deep extra cover. And Vasconcelos, I think he's okay. He's walking round the boundary with Lee Daggett, so hopefully he's okay. But obviously, if there's anything involving a bump on the head, they need to make absolutely sure that he's okay.
At least there is somebody else who can field for him. Harrison continuing and bowling to Hammond, who ends up getting squared up almost just in terms of how he's played it. Both feet facing the bowler, watching the spin out of those footmarks carefully, and can't do more than defend. So another little spell of sunshine. With every spell of sunshine, Gloucestershire supporters think, well, we might get these overs in. Reverse sweep from Hammond. He's hit it in the air, and it's going to fall short in the end on a couple of bounces of Saif Zaib, who's on the boundary trying to protect that shot. It is a tricky shot, really, to try and execute out of those footmarks and with those fielders back on the boundary. But the thing is, by putting fielders back with what assistance there is in this surface, Gloucestershire are sort of having to do it mostly in singles here. Harrison bowls, and this is defended by Price into the ground, and it'll be picked up by McManus. The over rate was at +2, by the way, at the start of this, although they might have to just be a little bit careful, because you I mean, okay, they might think it might be worth losing a point or so to gain 8, but they don't want to just completely plod here. Harrison bowls, cut away in front of square by Price. This should be at least a couple. There'll be a stop made out on the boundary, and McManus ending up almost backing into Ollie Price there, as to run a long way away from where he'd have intended to, but the throw wasn't particularly close to the stumps. That was why there was that near collision. Again, let's hope we don't have any more of those. 2 more to the total, 61 required from 68 deliveries. Harrison to Price, who again backs away and cuts, but this time he's hit it a little bit finer and picks out deep cover, so just a single. Another over where no boundaries have yet been scored, but Gloucestershire are in a position where they have wickets in hand now, 8 in hand with 60 left. Harrison bowls, and that's a drag down, pulled away by Hammond, but he's not quite got it fine enough. He'll pick out deep backward square. It will only be the one, and so 5 off that Harrison over. 59 required from 11 overs. And in terms of the chat now, I think Price and Hammond are probably about as well set as it's possible to be on this surface, and that isn't particularly well set, as we've discussed. There's enough variation in it that I'm not sure you ever really feel particularly comfortable, but there's probably got to come a point where Gloucestershire think, okay, we've really got to put the foot down here and just make sure we can get enough cricket in.
Nervan Ramesh is going to continue bowling round the wicket, and that's very wide outside the off stump. It's short, it's cut into the offside by Hammond. It's fielded by Arush Bashaik, the second of Northamptonshire substitutes. Brings up the 100 for Gloucestershire, greeted with high celebrations with the handbell somewhere. 100 for 2, 58 to win.
It's usually somebody up on the top floor of the balcony, the Grace apartment.
Ramesh in and bowls to Price, short again, paddled by Price round the corner, down to Ben Whitehouse. Good bit of fielding, coming round the boundary at deep backward square. One more to Price, he goes to 41. Gloucestershire to 101 for 2. Ramesh betraying signs of nerves, but that's not entirely surprising. Second championship match at 17, round the wicket. He bowls, and that's short again. Pulled away by Hammond. It's going down the ground, and it's very well fielded by Adi Sharma. Throw at the non-striker's end, but they're back for 2. Good running by these two. Sharma had a good deal of ground to make up. They pick up 2 more runs. Hammond to 18, 103 for 2. 55 to win, 63 balls remaining. Northamptonshire have got 3 on the boundary on the leg side, deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, and now they're putting another man over at mid-wicket as Ramesh bowls outside the off-stump, clattered out to extra cover, and unfortunately for Hammond just picks out Arush Bashaik. So there's no run, and now Lewis McManus is putting Justin Broad, having just brought him over to mid-wicket, is now putting him over to backward point. So they have a backward point and a sort of short third man and an extra cover as Ramesh is in bowls, turns, and it's paddled into the onside by Hammond, and that's a really good bit of fielding quickly to the ball by Sharma, but still through for a single. Hammond goes to 19 off 19 balls, 104 for 2. 1 ball to go in the 17th, so 10 overs to go after this. 54 needed. Last ball of Ramesh's second over. Bowls to Price, and Price stretches forward, turns it round the corner for a comfortable single to Ben Sanderson. So again, the requirement comfortably achieved by Gloucestershire in that over without really having to do anything remotely violent. It means they are 105 for 2. They need 53 to win. 10 overs remaining. The sun has disappeared, at least from the ground, although we can see a bit of sunshine over in the distance. But when we do lose the sun, as we were saying, the light sort of just look a wee bit gloomy. Greg Smith has obviously decided he's not going to have to field because he's walking around the boundary with Glenn Chappell.
Harrison to Price, gets down low and then just checks his slog sweep, just paddles it away for 1 more to backward square. And at the moment it feels like almost a game of will we be playing at 6:30, because the rate that they're going, it will still take another 25 minutes, half an hour for Gloucestershire to chase these runs, whereas, you know, if they were to score at 10s, then it may only take 15 to 20 minutes. And at some point there's surely got to be that feeling from these two that they need boundaries, but so
The thing
far
is,
that hasn't happened.
If we're still playing at 6:30, I think Gloucestershire win.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
It almost
yeah.
becomes a case of, if we're playing, then Gloucestershire win, and if we're not, then this might be a draw still, as this is spooned away, as Harrison, I think, may have either bowled the googly there, or it was one that just didn't turn out of the footmarks, but Hammond really opening his body up, trying to thrash it leg side, and then plays an almost straight cut shot down to long off for one.
Looks as though Rob Keogh might be coming into the attack, doing warming up exercises at mid-wicket, possibly coming on in place of Ramesh at this end.
51 needed. Harrison loses his run.
It's difficult when you're only coming off about 4 paces, but
In he comes and bowls a flatter delivery, and Price has ended up trying to late cut that out of the keeper's gloves. He was down to sweep, then it wasn't there to sweep, and tried to adjust his shot and use the pace, misses it completely. Hasn't been a boundary for quite a while, though, as you say, they have been basically keeping up with the rate. Sun maybe just peeping out again fractionally as Price across his stump, sweeping hard just for a single to backward square. The mopping up work is done by Sales. It's just so hard to force the pace seemingly on this surface now. Northamptonshire taking the pace off, whilst, okay, even Ramesh has gone at 8 and over, but that's 8 and over whilst bowling a couple of drag downs, good deliveries. Feels as though Gloucestershire just don't really trust, for example, that they can give Harrison the charge and try and hit straight. And the other problem is that if you lose wickets, never mind what it does in terms of a new batter going out there, that also takes time.
it does, yeah.
Harrison bowls, and that's another drag down, and Hammond can't get any bat on that at all. This has got to be a frustrating experience trying to hit the ball with any great power on this surface. Goes into his thigh pad, and there's no run, and the required rate not moving up, but also not really moving down in the way that Gloucestershire would like. Low September sunshine. Harrison in and bowls another short ball, and Hammond has to get down incredibly low to try and pull that away, and you just aren't hitting that for 4 or 6. It may not be the prettiest delivery, but you just can't really do anything with that other than hit the sweeper, which is what Hammond's done, especially not to that big leg side boundary. So 109 for 2, 9 overs remain, and 49 runs required, as another change of bowling indeed is forecast.
Yes, it is going to be Rob Keogh. He's been warming up for a while in his fielding position, and you just feel that McManus is wanting to tap into his most experienced players here. He's given Nirvan Ramesh a little go. He bowled 2 overs for 16. Just bowling a little bit too short maybe. So Rob Keogh is going to have a go from this pavilion end. Hasn't bowled a great deal this year. Picked up just 4 championship wickets. But, well, obviously all the experience of... He's now into his 16th season as a first team cricketer. He's bowling a few balls at field at extra cover, and there's a little bit of chiaking coming from downstairs. I suspect he might be trying to waste time. Well, that's a good first ball from round the wicket to the left-handed Hammond. Beats him. The natives are getting restless, Edward. Here's Keogh, and the light is just starting to get maybe a little bit gloomy again. Here's Keogh round the wicket, flights that one up, and Hammond trying to slap it away, I think over extra cover. Doesn't make contact. 109 for 2, 49 off 52. Wickets in hand, of course, for Gloucestershire, 8 of them. Keogh round the wicket, bowls to Hammond, who's just pushing that defensively back down the pitch. I think he was looking to try and again work it out into the leg side.
The one thing that nobody has done is use their feet.
No.
And whether that's just because they feel that they're going to charge past it, but nobody's done it.
Keogh round the wicket again. Big swing and a miss for Miles Hammond, taken by Lewis McManus. 4
you
balls.
just sort of think slow surface. You've probably got to get some momentum into your shot.
Rob Keogh, more than anybody, has taken pace off.
Yeah.
More than Harrison, certainly more than Ramesh. Flights that one up again, driven by Hammond down on the first bounce to long on. Fielded down below us by Adi Sharma. So 1 run. 1 ball to go in the over. Can Keogh get out of it? With just maybe a single. No more than that. 110 for 2. 48 to win. 49 balls remaining. Lewis McManus moving fielders around. Broad is now going in at backward point. Slipper's gone. Here's Keogh to finish his over. Bowls to Price, who sweeps. Is this going to be a single? Should be just a single. Down to Ben Whitehouse at backward square on the boundary. 2 off the over. Better over for Northamptonshire. 111 for 2. 47 required by Gloucestershire. Off 48 balls. Harrison it will be to continue at the far end, but we've lost the sun.
We have, and now that that has happened, you can see immediately how pronounced those shadows are from the floodlights, which I still think we were playing at this stage a couple of days ago, but again, it is going to be the case that Gloucestershire are going to need this to be playable for longer than looks as if it might be, unless the sun comes back out again. Harrison in and sweeping hard. Price again just cannot find a gap on that leg side boundary. There's no fielder at deep mid wicket, but Harrison, knowing that Price likes that sweep shot, and they've just really struggled to get the ball up in the air. These two been picking out sweepers, and 46 needed from 47. Harrison bowls, and there's another one that turns away. It's well played by Hammond out through extra cover. It's running towards the boundary, and there'll be a slide and a good stop from Sales. They'll take 2, won't be able to come back for 3. Good work from James Sales, because I thought, despite the fact that it must only have been a toe end, Hammond must have got enough bat on that, but nope. Brings up the 50 partnership. 51 from 55. And it has got very gloomy now. And it's tricky from the umpire's point of view, in that they sort of know that at any moment the sun could come back out again. Yeah. So if they call bad light and then the sun comes back out, then they've lost time. And
very difficult situation.
It's so tricky.
It's not an enviable task.
44 needed from 46.
They're looking over, aren't they, towards the pavilion behind us to see where the weather's coming from.
Harrison bowls, strikes Hammond on the pad, and not out, says umpire Baldwin. Maybe just turning too much. Tricky to tell from this angle with the keeper in the way, but it certainly looked as if it had turned. Hammond, again, a little bit caught between coming back and coming forward, and yeah, you sort of think, really at this stage, it's turning so much out of those footmarks that it's going to have to be pretty much perfect from Harrison's point of view in terms of striking in line and then going on to hit the sticks. 43 required. Again, McManus taking a very long time to set his field. Harrison bowls to Price, and there's another late cut which misses the ball. And whilst Gloucestershire might potentially be doing this if we get 7.2 overs in, the charge has not come. Harrison bowls very wide, but it's okay. According to umpire Baldwin, it's getting close to turning towards the return crease, but first-class wide regulations.
It's not a wide in the first ball, it's not a wide now.
Harrison bowls across his stumps, getting this one on the full is Price, but not great connection. Again, it's just the single. And now in terms of the rate, actually, it's hit exactly a runner ball again. 116 for 2. Gloucestershire will be pretty frustrated if they cannot get this done in time, especially as there are so many wickets left in hand. And you think about how Jack Taylor batted this morning. Okay, even Jack Taylor was scoring at around about a runner ball, but
light meter is, I think they're just having a little look. It's all right. They're going to stay on. Don't think it's too dark yet.
But it just feels as though, there's got to be a feeling
how many
if you were
more
just
overs
watching
are we
this
going to
from
get?
this point of view,
Yeah.
how many overs, and also, you know, at what point do some serious risks be taken? Because at the moment, it feels as though there is basically just the reliance that we'll get these overs in, and I don't think we will.
42 runs required, 42 balls remaining, 116 for 2. Ollie Price on 47, facing Rob Keogh, goes for the sweep. It's going to go for 4, I think. It has gone for 4. Down to deep square. Ben Whitehouse, I think, slipped, and it left the other fielder down there with too much to do, and to the delight of the home crowd, Ollie Price goes to 50. 51 not out off 54 balls. That was his 5th 4, a much needed boundary as well. It was fetched from way outside off stump by Ollie Price. 120 for 2, 38 needed, 41 balls to go. Northamptonshire are certainly taking their time setting the field, and the shadows cast by the floodlights just started to get a bit more noticeable. Here's Keogh, in and bowls, reverse sweep and appeal for a catch. Not out, says umpire Treadwell. It was going for the reverse sweep, and again it came off something. It looped up, it was caught by McManus. They appealed for the catch, but it came off.
I think it may. Did it go into the ground?
It may have done. It may have a little bottom edge. Anyway, it's not out. Keogh in again. Bowls again, reverse sweep, and a very good stop at backward point by Nervan Ramesh. Probably saved, well, may have saved the boundary. They come through for 1. Price is 52, 121 for 2, 37 to win, 39 balls remaining for Hammond. Fielders dispersed to the leg side boundary as Keogh flights that one up, and Hammond almost swings himself off his feet trying to clear the leg side. Just gets a single down to deep backward square.
It's feeling ever more Karachi-esque.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
2000 England versus Pakistan, the finish in the dark.
Who's going to play the part of Inzamam ul Haq? 25 to Hammond, 122 for 2, 36 to win, 38 balls remaining. Here's Keogh. Off spin, bowls, paddled round the corner, runs for Price here as it's running down to the boundary. It could go for 4, just kept inside the rope. They're going to settle for 2. It's a really good chase down there by Nervan Ramesh, who gets congratulations from James Sales. You can do that when you're 17, can't you? 124 for 2.
I wouldn't remember.
Well, if you can't, Ed, then I certainly can't. Still playing with 2 stumps and curved bats, I think, when I was 17. 124 for 2. 34 to win. 37 balls left. This is the last ball of Keogh's over. Bowling to Ollie Price. Again goes reverse sweep. Big appeal. Out! LBW. Went for the reverse sweep. The 3rd, I think, time in the over. And he missed. And in the opinion of umpire James Treadwell, Rob Keogh was not going to miss. And Price goes for an excellent 54 off 58 balls. It's 124 for 3 at the end of the over. 34 runs required. There are 6 overs remaining, and Graham Van Buren marches to the crease.
So not James Bracey, but also not Jack Taylor. Graham Van Buren has certainly been a finisher in his Gloucestershire career as well, so you certainly wouldn't sniff at that. Maybe, I don't know, there'll be a theory with Mark Lane. There's always going to be a theory, whether it's in terms of the lengths that they're bowling here, and Van Buren more of a back foot player against spin than Jack Taylor is more of a front foot player. But in any case, they do still have Jack Taylor left in the hutch. They've taken another light meter reading the umpires, but actually again I think it has just got very marginally brighter in the last few minutes. But when is sunset? Can't be too far off sunset, can we?
The street lights will be on.
124 for 3. 34 required from 36, so that over helped in terms of just lowering any concerns about the rate climbing. Harrison goes up and bowls to Hammond. Oh, it turns a mile out of the foot marks. That is extraordinary. If Hammond actually just left that somehow, not that you could ever do so, because the ball was way outside off stump when it pitched. I've barely seen a ball turn more than that ever. There was no chance for McManus to take it if it hadn't hit Hammond. Down the leg side, swept up in the air. It's a top edge. Fielder running in, and it lands right between the fielder coming in and the fielder going out. Whitehouse in off the boundary. Couldn't get there. Another single added. Hammond continuing to try and play these cross-batted shots. And
17 minutes
another
past
single.
7, Ed.
I never thought that we'd be playing now.
So we've got just about an hour to go before sunset. And I think the sun's coming out.
The sun is
again.
just about to come out again. Well, it's just threatening to peep out. There'll be yet another long conference now because there's a new batter to try and set a field for, and it is, you know, joking aside about tinkering about with the field quite a lot, it is important for Northamptonshire to get these field placings right. Harrison bowls to Van Buren. He tries to cut at that one and has just about in the end not been bowled by it. It was chopped off a bottom edge from way wide of off stump, and then the ball just ended up bouncing over middle stump and was taken by McManus. Just one run off 3 balls this over. Harrison bowls to Van Buren, who's forward and only defending into the offside, and wouldn't you know it, it's greater than a run of ball that's required now by Gloucestershire. Harrison in his 6th over, only gone for 25 runs. Okay, he's not taking a wicket, but this is dragged out just as Northamptonshire would have hoped. Sweep shot attempted, and an appeal for LBW's turned down by Paul Baldwin. Yeah, you'd have thought so, even if it did just pitch then. It's probably pitching outside leg stump, but very full. Van Buren can't do anything with it. Only 1 off the over. And Harrison pawing at his mark. Guess what? Another field change. Out comes slip. Reinforces in close on the offside. Harrison bowls to Van Buren, who cuts it away over extra cover. It'll land safely. It'll just be the one, will it? No, they want to come back for 2 off. Van Buren sends back Hammond. And actually, it is probably the right call, as it's a good throw into the keeper's end. Hammond scrambles back into his ground, but only 2 off the over. 32 needed from 30. And at the moment, Calvin Harrison is providing Northamptonshire maybe even with another out. Can they restrict Gloucestershire here?
Well, that would be extraordinary if that is the case, and they get the full overs in. We've got 5 overs remaining. Gloucestershire need 32 to win, so 32 off 30. 7 wickets in hand now. And Saif Zaib is just doing a little bit of warming up down below us. Of course, well, he's got a bit of recent experience of bowling tight overs in this sort of situation. Bowled 4 overs, 3 for 18 in the T20 semi-final at Edgbaston last Saturday against Hampshire. For now, though, it's going to be Rob Keogh. Bowling his off-spin. 126 for 3, 32 to win. Keogh in bowls, down the pitch. Comes Van Buren, and he's hoisted that away. Is that gone all the way for 6? No, 4.
I'm just thinking, at last, somebody has used their feet.
Come down the pitch, used his feet. It was swung away. It wasn't far away from being a 6. First, second bounce maybe. Over deep mid-wicket. 136. Down the pitch again comes Van Buren. That's going up in the air. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. It's 6. Gone all the way for 6. And Graham Van Buren, well, Ed called it. He is a finisher. He did something similar here to Northamptonshire in a championship match 4 years ago at Bristol when you and I were on together. And, well, now Northamptonshire have got 1, 2, 3, 4 on the leg side boundary. 136 for 3, 22 to win. Cut by Van Buren, but a good stop at backward point by Calvin Harrison. No run. 22 off 27. The odds, you would think, well and truly back in Gloucestershire's favour. Here comes Keogh in again, bowls. Van Buren giving himself room, steers it down to backward point. Harrison fields, but can't prevent the single. Van Buren goes to 13, 137 for 3. Zadie Sharma herring round the boundary when that was up in the air. It was in the air a long time, but he just got enough on it to go all the way for 6. Now Miles Hammond on strike. Keogh round the wicket, bowls, swing over the top. That's going to be 6 more. 6 into the car park by Miles Hammond. And, well, he did well because there's a car actually manoeuvring its way out of the car park with its lights on. But that has gone a long way. And it's also gone a long way towards winning this match for Gloucestershire. 143 for 3, 15 to win. 25 balls remaining. Here's Keogh in and bowls and driven out to extra cover by Hammond. So a dot to finish the over, fielded by Arush Bishaik. But 17 runs off the over, and that could be the over that proves decisive in this match. 143 for 3. Gloucestershire need 15 to win. They have 4 overs left.
I know it's an incredibly easy game sitting here, but you do think on a slow pitch against spin, so often you've just got to get yourself down the pitch and then hope that you can adjust if there is an adjustment that needs to be made. And whilst Hammond ended up getting that slog sweep away, which he'd been searching and searching for, Van Buren just giving himself that extra bit of momentum into his shot with the 4 and the 6 that started to get things moving for Gloucestershire again. And wouldn't you know it, the sun's back out again. It's just been the most crazy last hour or so, thinking with every passing moment, well, light's surely going to get us here, and then the sun comes back out again. I think it'll be okay. Here's Harrison bowling to Van Buren, who slaps this one straight back at Harrison, who does very well to knock it down in his follow through and make sure there's not even a run there, and then even have the presence of mind to get back up to his feet and make sure that Hammond wasn't going too far at the non-striker's end. He gave it a fair whack, did Van Buren, but no run. Harrison continues to be very tricky to negotiate these footmarks that have been created by the dampness in the surface there for him to bowl into. He cuts away, does Van Buren to extra cover. There's a bit of a juggle there at extra cover, as it is Bishaik, the substitute fielder, and that does allow them to come through for 1 run. Would have been a close run thing if he'd fielded it cleanly, but Gloucestershire 1 run closer. 14 required to win. Fielders now having to shield their eyes from the sun as Hammond swings at that one. He doesn't get any bat on that, I don't think, but it's gone down to fine leg, and they'll come through for a leg by. 13 needed. And Harrison still trying to make use of these footmarks as much as possible. And I think, you know, again, every time you watch Calvin Harrison in red ball cricket, whatever he's doing, you can't help but be impressed with the cricketer he's turned himself into. Paddle sweep round the corner from Van Buren. There's nobody down at fine leg. It's going to be 4 runs. And it's single figures required by Gloucestershire. The field very much set for the power shot in front of square from Van Buren. And then he just brings out a little bit of touch, helps it away to the boundary. 9 needed from 3.2 overs. The sun's still just about out. A shadow of Calvin Harrison sort of halfway towards the boundary where his head is. But it's 9 required. Harrison to Van Buren. He bowls, and there's a paddle sweep round the corner. This is going towards the fine leg boundary again. It's just going to hold up, I think. Kicked back in by Saif Zaib. Good footwork from him round that boundary. The boot saves 1, but they were running non-stop. And 3 more runs to Van Buren, who's come out 20 off 12 in conditions where even set batters have been struggling. Hats off to Van Buren for the way that he has been able to start his innings so quickly. So it's 6 needed, 1 more blow, and Miles Hammond seems to be stringing out the drama even further. I'm not quite sure what he's doing, but he's readjusting something.
That footwork down to the boundary might earn Saif Zaib a contract with Wycombe Wanderers. Hometown club, very impressive. And all that just to save a run.
Miles Hammond adjusting his gloves. He's certainly building up the tension here as Miles Hammond is in. Comes Harrison, bowls to Hammond, who swings, hits it high in the air, down the ground, and it's gone for 6 to win it. Gloucestershire have won this game by 7 wickets as Miles Hammond ends the match in style. 38 not out. Van Buren ends up 20 not out. Gloucestershire win with 3 overs to spare at 6:27 on September the 18th. Remarkable that we're even playing cricket at this point, and a pretty amazing chase in the end by Gloucestershire. I did wonder whether they might almost be playing a little bit too cool in terms of the way that they were keeping wickets in hand and not taking too many risks, but the innings of Price, 54 from 58, really vital half-century from him. Ben Charlesworth, who made 33 up front as well, to get Gloucestershire off to a decent enough start against the likes of Sanderson and Broad with that new ball. And despite losing nearly 2 days, this game has achieved a result, and Gloucestershire have won their 2nd match of the season. They've won again at Bristol as well, which will cheer them up no end, as they had a drought from September of 2022 to May of this year in terms of home wins, and they've broken that, and now they've won again at Bristol by 7 wickets. They'll take, well, we'll see how many points they take from it, because they may get docked 1 or 2 because of the over rate, but in theory they've taken 19 points out of this game and have a 2nd championship win of the season.
And they've done it virtually with in 2 days, as you mentioned. I was just totting it up. We've had 200 overs of cricket spread over the 4 days, so it is basically just a touch over 2 full days. But congratulations to Gloucestershire. They kept their belief today. I think that was the thing. We said at the start of the day that there was a chance that, you know, there could be a result if it was a case of you know, not coming up with a sort of concocted result. And Gloucestershire believed that, and they went and got that little lead. We talked about whether they would declare overnight, whether they would just go get a modest lead. I think it was probably a bit more modest than they were hoping for, perhaps looking to get 50 and 60 ahead, but bowled Northamptonshire out and chased down the target. And what a day's cricket we've had here. County Championship triumphs again.
Yeah, well, we've seen such drama up and down the country in the County Championship today, and whilst in terms of promotion and relegation this match may not have had anything on it in the end, this victory will mean an enormous amount to Gloucestershire as they finish their home season at Bristol with a win in the Championship. And as I say, in terms of cricket at Bristol, the only game in the Championship that they've lost here was that 2-wicket thriller to Leicestershire, and it was such a talking point coming into this season, as it's been for the last couple of seasons. How do Gloucestershire achieve results at home? And I think, as we wrap up with a few thank yous, as befits the final game of the season, I think, as I alluded to earlier, you've got to say to Sean Williams and the Gloucestershire ground staff, in terms of the work that's gone in to see the cricket that we've seen this season, high scoring, entertaining T20 matches, championship pitches that have given sides a chance to win. They have worked incredibly hard this summer, and the work continues even now at 6:30 on the final day of cricket of the season here, as the brushing takes place and pitches will be covered up, and the umpires giving ground staff a thumbs up for the work that they've done, because it was a bit of a job hanging around yesterday as late as we did to see whether we could get any more play, and couldn't do so. I'd like to say also an enormous thanks to Elliot Lake, who's been on the cameras today, Harvey Machin as well, and particularly in absentia to James Healy, whose sterling work on the Gloucestershire stream I'm sure is much appreciated by many people around the country, and also in terms of the global audience that follows these games, doing great work to bring that to you. Radha's final game for Northamptonshire next
Yeah,
week.
against Leicestershire, the Division 2 champions at Grace Road, at Wantage Road rather, not at Grace Road. Been there once this year, it's more than enough. Wantage Road, starting on Wednesday. So we shall be there, Richard Ray, myself, at 10:25 or thereabouts on Wednesday morning.
And in terms of Gloucestershire, their final match of the season, it's an appealing one for them as they get to finish their season off at Lords against Middlesex. So we'll be there. Guy Swindles, myself and Roland Butcher will be your commentary team for that one, so hopefully you can join us for that one. But Gloucestershire have beaten Northamptonshire here by 7 wickets in the last championship match of the summer at Bristol. Thank you very much to Andrew Radd on behalf of everybody here. It is goodbye, and as far as Bristol cricket, we'll be back next year with plenty more. Bye-bye.